Deadlock. Written by Sean Black. Narrated by Stephen Cooper. Prologue. The California-Oregon border. Ken Prager woke to blood at the back of his throat and the barrel of a shotgun pressing hard into his right eye. He opened his left. A burning wooden cross was embedded in the center of a muddy clearing ringed by giant redwood trees. Then, as firefly embers from the blazing cross were sucked heavenwards by a swirling wind, came the question he'd been dreading for the past 6 months. A question that, depending on his answer, might be the last words he ever heard. Worse still, the question came from the blonde-haired woman on the other end of the shotgun. "Who the hell are you?" she asked him. Prager cleared his throat to speak, and she withdrew the gun just enough to allow him a glimpse of a lone figure flanking the burning cross. Arms folded, face obscured by a ski mask, the figure stood in silence, waiting for an answer. "You know who I am," Prager said. His voice sounded cracked and tentative to him, the voice of a liar. He put a hand down on the muddy ground and tried to lever himself up and onto his feet. "What's this about?" "You tell us," the woman said, ratcheting around into the chamber of the shotgun and resighting it in the middle of his forehead. "Now why don't you try again? And this time we'd appreciate the truth." Prager choked back a laugh. "The truth?" The truth was, Ken Prager wasn't sure who he was anymore. 6 months ago he'd been Special Agent Kenneth Prager, devoted family man and a 6-year veteran of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Then he'd been asked by his bosses at the Bureau to go undercover, to become Kenny Edwards, a Marine fallen on hard times who'd found a new purpose in life, ridding the United States of America of anyone who wasn't in possession of white skin. But he'd quickly found out there was a snag. In order to convince the others of his new identity, he'd first had to convince himself. Then, to complicate matters further, and despite the fact that Ken Prager had a wife at home, he'd fallen in love. Those 6 months had blurred the edges of his identity, to a point where he was no longer sure he could answer the question of who he was with any certainty, not even to himself. He felt the woman leaning her shoulder into the stock of the shotgun, the tip of the barrel pressing painfully into his skull. "We need an answer, Kenny," she said. Prager blinked the rain from his eyes. "Stick to your story. Wasn't that the mantra? They wouldn't ask you if they already knew. If they knew, you'd already be dead." "You know who I am," Prager repeated, taking his time over each syllable, trying to inject a tone of certainty into his words. "Okay, then," the woman said, with the slightest of nods to someone standing behind him. "Maybe this'll refresh your memory." There was the low rumble of a diesel engine, and a black van squelched its way to the center of the clearing and stopped. A masked driver clambered out of the front cab and walked round to the side. Prager caught the flash of a tiny shamrock tattooed on the knuckle of the man's right hand as he clasped the handle and threw open the van's side panel with a game show flourish. A dome light illuminated the van's cargo space. 2 people crouched on the floor. One a woman in her early 40s, the other a boy in his mid-teens. Bar the ropes securing their hands and feet, and a single strip of silver gaffer tape covering their mouths, they were both naked. Turning his head, Prager vomited onto the muddy ground beneath him. "Jesus, no!" he muttered, staring into the terrified eyes of his wife and son. Part 1. Chapter 1. 1 month later. 450 Golden Gate Avenue, San Francisco, California. The package was sitting on Alicia Jones' desk when she arrived at her office in the Federal Building a little after 7 in the morning. It was a large, padded manila envelope with her name written on it in big black capital letters. Beneath her name was her title. No return address, no stamps, just her name and title. Alicia Jones, Assistant U.S. Attorney, Organized Crime Strike Force. She took a final sip of the skinny latte she bought every workday morning across the street at Pete's coffee shop and tossed the cup across the room. It went in off the rim of her wastepaper basket. She high-fived fresh air in celebration of the 3-point coffee cup shot, then sat down and stared at the new arrival. It wasn't internal mail, that was for sure. They used perforated envelopes for hard copies sent between departments. By rights, she should speak to her legal assistant and try to work out who had delivered it. Maybe even have one of the U.S. Marshal Service guys, who provided security for the building and its staff, check it out for her. But almost immediately she dismissed both those notions. Alicia was a young woman who had conditioned herself over the years to suppress unease and confront fear. You didn't get from the bullet-ridden streets of South Central Los Angeles to an Ivy League law school without that ability. So, instead of following procedure, she picked the package up and shook it gently. Feeling faintly ridiculous, she held it up to her ear. What was she expecting to hear, she wondered? A ticking clock? To hell with it. She ripped open the top of the envelope, turned it upside down with a shake, and stifled a laugh of relief as a single DVD disc clattered out onto the wood. All that angst, and for what? It was probably surveillance footage dumped on her desk by an overeager intern who'd started work before she had. She picked up the shiny silver disc, and that was when she noticed what looked like a strip of meat stuck to the inside of the bubble wrap. Pulling a letter opener from her desk drawer, she lifted the top of the envelope to get a better look. What she'd taken to be a strip of meat extended all the way down into the envelope. Carefully she prodded at it with the letter opener. Her stomach gave an involuntary lurch. Grabbing for a tissue from her handbag, she extracted the paper-thin rectangle of what she could now see was human skin and laid it out on the desk. The edges of the ragged rectangle were charred black. At the center of the slab of skin, rendered in dark ink, was a swastika. The sound of the phone on her desk ringing made her jump. "Alicia Jones?" she said, her gaze still transfixed by the near-translucent scroll of skin with the charred swastika at its center. Silence at the other end of the line. "Hello?" There was a click, and then a woman's voice, human, but unmistakably automated. "You have a collect call from—" There was a pause before the voice added, "Pelican Bay State Prison. Press 1 to accept this call." Alicia pressed the number 1 key on the pad. There was another pause, then a man's voice, deep and masculine. "Ms. Jones?" There was an emphasis on the Ms. "Yes?" "This is Frank Hayes." She opened her mouth, took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. "You know who I am, right?" She knew who he was, all right. In fact, when she glanced over to the corkboard on the opposite wall of her office, his face stared back at her. An old mugshot of a white male in his mid-20s, with a square head, his hair down to his shoulders, a ratty mustache, and a look of utter contempt for the rest of the world. But the name underneath the photograph wasn't Frank Hayes. It referred to him by the nickname he'd earned in prison, Reaper. Next to Reaper's picture were 6 other mugshots. Together, these men on the wall of Alicia's office constituted the leadership of America's most feared prison gang, the Aryan Brotherhood. Violent white supremacists, they'd banded together in California's notorious San Quentin prison in the late 1970s. What they'd lacked in numbers they'd more than made up for in their ability to terrorize everyone who crossed their path, other violent criminals included. And within their ranks, within their leadership even, Reaper had earned a fearsome reputation based on his complete disregard for human life. It was rumored that during his first week in prison, having been threatened with rape by the leader of a long-established black prison gang, Reaper had responded by beating the gangster unconscious and nailing him to the wall of his cell with a hammer and 4 nails purloined from a prison workshop. Alicia took another deep breath. "I know who you are." "Good," said Reaper. "You get a special delivery over the last couple days?" "This morning," Alicia said, her eyes drawn back to the parchment of skin. "Pretty neat trick. Hand-delivering something when you're in prison." There was a low, throaty chuckle from Reaper. "I heard it was on its way, is all.
You know who it belongs to?"
Alicia knew all right. The swastika tattoo had almost certainly been carved from the mutilated body of Ken Prager, an undercover ATF agent who'd infiltrated a white supremacist group the authorities believed was carrying out an assortment of criminal activities on behalf of the incarcerated Aryan Brotherhood leadership. "Yeah, I know."
"So, you and me," Reaper continued. "I think it's about time we had a talk."
"About?"
"Just make the arrangements, and make sure it stays on the down low. I ain't gonna be any use to you dead."
Chapter 2. 24 hours later. Pelican Bay Supermax Prison, Crescent City, California. The 7-hour drive from San Francisco to California's highest security prison had given Alicia plenty of time to chew over Reaper's request for a meeting and what it might mean for her case against the Aryan Brotherhood. In the administration building, she was greeted by Warden Luis Marquez, a dapper Hispanic with a prosthetic left eye, his eyeball having been gouged out of its socket by a disgruntled female inmate early in his career as a correctional officer. Marquez got Alicia to sign the prison's standard release form, certifying that she understood that the prison operated a strict no-hostages policy, then passed her onto a barrel-chested lieutenant by the name of Williams, who explained that he was in charge of monitoring gang activity among the prison's 3,500 inmates. Williams had facilitated Reaper's phone call to Alicia, but beyond that he was equally in the dark as to what Reaper was so eager to discuss with her. Williams led her into a white-walled meeting room tucked away from the prying eyes of other inmates. Alicia took a seat, while Williams keyed his radio. "Okay, you can bring him in now," he said. A minute later the door opened, and Reaper was led into the room by 2 guards. A double set of handcuffs and leg restraints were linked by a heavy belly chain which looped around his midriff. A white spit shield covered his nose and mouth. Reaper shuffled forward and was dumped into a chair opposite Alicia by the 2 guards, who took up positions either side of him, hands poised, gunslinger style on their tasers. He sat there in silence for a moment. Alicia turned to Williams, who was standing behind her, arms folded. "Could we lose the mask?" she asked, hoping that the request would go some way towards establishing trust between her and Reaper. "Hope you got all your vaccinations," Williams said to her, before nodding to one of the guards flanking Reaper to remove the spit shield. Reaper smirked at Williams' jibe. When the shield was off, he leaned back in his chair and scratched lazily at a set of SS lightning bolts tattooed across a bicep that was thicker than most men's thighs.
"You know, me just being here, talking to you, could get me killed."
"Then I guess you must have a pretty good reason for contacting me," Alicia said. Reaper's mouth, partially obscured by the kind of walrus mustache usually reserved for the bad guy in an old western, broke into a smile, but his eyes remained unblinking. In fact, ever since Reaper had walked into the visiting room with his 2-guard escort, she'd felt him studying her, taking in every detail, scrutinizing her every reaction. It wasn't so much a feeling of a man mentally undressing her, which she might have expected under the circumstances. No, this went deeper. Reaper's gaze suggested a man staring into her soul.
"This case you're building against the Aryan Brotherhood," he said, "and these conspiracy charges you're going to be bringing against them for that ATF agent and his family being snuffed."
Alicia took a breath, her mind flitting back to the contents of the envelope. "What about them?"
"You're going to be seeking the death penalty for the suspects, aren't you?" he asked.
Alicia settled for a nod of the head and "That's correct." Reaper stretched his arms up as far as his restraints would allow and yawned.
"But hypothetically speaking, if someone who was, shall we say, associated with the Brotherhood were to cooperate with your office, this person wouldn't be looking at death row. In fact, he might even be offered some kind of a deal."
The truth was that so far, Alicia had enough evidence to bring the leadership of the gang to trial for ordering the murder of Ken Prager and his family. An intercepted and subsequently decoded note found in a prison cell right here in Pelican Bay proved beyond any reasonable doubt that the Aryan Brotherhood had voted on and directly commissioned Prager's death after he'd infiltrated a group which helped run the gang's operations on the outside. But whether she could persuade a judge and jury to sentence to death men who were already serving life without possibility of parole was another matter entirely. The one thing that would do that would be a star witness, someone on the inside of the organization. Reaper more than fitted the bill. "If such a person were to come forward, we would certainly look at making some kind of an arrangement," Alicia said. "You know, you might want to think about seeking an attorney to represent you." At this, Reaper stiffened. His fingers interlocked, then steepled under his chin.
"No. This stays between me and you."
"So you would testify against the other men being indicted?"
"If you keep me off the row, then yes, I would."
"What else would you want?" Alicia asked. Reaper's eyes swept the floor. Here it comes, thought Alicia. She knew that cheating death wouldn't be motivation enough for a man like Reaper.
"Time off for good behavior?"
Reaper suggested with a wry smile. Alicia matched his smile. Reaper was already serving 3 sentences of life without possibility of parole for a triple homicide, which included 2 young black girls, so any kind of early release wasn't an option. "What is it that you want that I can actually deliver?" she prompted. Reaper leaned forward.
"I've been in solitary confinement for the past 5 years. In my cell 23 hours out of 24. Out only to shower on my own, or exercise in a tiny concrete box not much bigger than this room."
"We could arrange for you to be transferred to the THU," Alicia suggested. Lieutenant Williams nodded in agreement. "We could definitely do that." The transitional housing unit was where former gang members lived together inside the prison. It lay like purgatory, somewhere between the hell of solitary confinement, also known as the Secure Housing Unit, or SHU, and the relative freedom of the general housing units, where the majority of prisoners could move much more freely. Reaper shook his head.
"I want to be back on the main line."
Alicia laughed. The main line was the other name for the general housing units. "A federal witness on the main line? You wouldn't last 2 seconds."
"That all depends,"
Reaper said with another wry smile. "On what?"
"Let's just say I have some new friends now. Friends who think the leadership of the Aryan Brotherhood might have had its day."
So that was what all this was about, thought Alicia. A power play, with Reaper testifying against his own comrades and being rewarded by the new regime. "Which friends are we talking about here?" she asked. "The Nazi lowriders? The Texas Circle?" The Nazi lowriders and the Texas Circle were both up-and-coming white supremacist prison groups who had long envied the Aryan Brotherhood's stranglehold on the prison system's drug and protection trade. If Alicia and the federal prosecutor's office took the Aryan Brotherhood down, it would create enough space for one of the other prison gangs to step in and take over a trade inside and outside the country's prisons worth tens of millions of dollars. Reaper looked up at the ceiling.
"I can't name names, but you know as well as I do that nature abhors a vacuum."
"So you take the stand, testify against the Aryan Brotherhood, and in return I convince the prison authorities to let you back into general population."
"That's right,"
said Reaper. "But the Aryan Brotherhood would come after you."
"I'm prepared to take that risk. Plus, like I said, I have new friends looking out for me."
Alicia knew that in the normal course of things, a snitch was an automatic target on the main line, fair game for everyone. But Reaper was different. Most prisoners would see his treachery as existing on a plane high enough that it wouldn't be their job to intervene. In some ways it was akin to the kind of deals governments cut all the time with other nations when it served their purposes. It was realpolitik at its most base. "Okay," she said finally. "We might be able to return you to general population, but only after you testify." Reaper's smile disappeared.
"No, I go back before then, or you can forget me as a witness."
Alicia folded her arms. "Why the rush? You wait a couple of weeks, you give your testimony, we move you into the main line. Everyone's happy." Reaper leaned forward, and once again Alicia found herself mesmerized by the blackness of his eyes.
"You still don't get it, do you? I'll be safer before I testify out on the main line. In solitary, all it takes is someone to bribe a guard, a cell door being opened at the wrong time. At least out in the yard I can see them coming."
Alicia nodded slowly. Reaper was probably right. To an outsider he might seem to be safer in solitary, but nowhere would be entirely free of risk. Reaper rose slowly, indicating that he was done talking.
"So that's my offer. I get my move, and I'll give you the leadership of the Aryan Brotherhood on a plate. Take it or leave it."
And then he was gone, shuffling with his two-guard escort through the heavy metal door, leaving Alicia still seated. The deal Reaper was offering went like this. If he kept his end of the bargain, the death penalty for the 6 men who'd ordered Prager's murder would be a slam dunk, and her name would be right up there with Elliot Ness as the woman who had smashed a seemingly untouchable crime syndicate that operated from inside prison. After the trial, if the Aryan Brotherhood took their revenge on Reaper, that would be his problem. Those few weeks before the trial, though, that was the problem. Especially the final 5 days, because 5 days before Reaper testified, Alicia would be obligated to reveal his identity to the defense lawyers representing the gang. 5 days. That was what it boiled down to. Keep Reaper alive for those 5 days after naming him, and Alicia would secure justice for Ken Prager and his family, and send a clear signal that if you ordered the execution of a federal agent, you paid with your life. Alicia unclenched her hands and tried to let go of some of the tension. There had to be a way to make this work. Some way of keeping Reaper alive during the critical period while he was on the main line and before he took the witness stand. She just had to find it. Chapter 3. 6 weeks later. Ryan Locke stared out across San Francisco Bay towards Alcatraz Island. The city's trademark fog had briefly given way to a cloudless deep blue sky, and he could make out not only the sharp outline of the infamous island, but also the main prison buildings themselves, etched in chalk white. Clusters of tourists filed past on their way to the boat that would take them out to the former residence of America's most wanted criminals. But Locke wasn't going on the tour with them. He was here on business, although exactly what kind of business wasn't yet clear. The previous evening he had received a call at the New York apartment he shared with his girlfriend, Carrie Delaney, a TV news reporter. Unlike most calls he received of a business nature, this one came direct to his home, and the woman on the other end of the line was insistent but calm. Usually potential clients were insistent and panicked, often with very good reason. After a career in the military, Locke now worked in high-end private security, often taking on jobs that no one else would touch. At least that was his reputation. In short, he made sure that no harm came to people whose lives were being threatened, or who faced other menaces such as blackmail, kidnap of a family member, or extortion. Outsiders might describe him as a bodyguard or a bullet catcher, but Locke hated the macho connotations of both terms and saw himself simply as a troubleshooter. The woman on the other end of the line had identified herself as Alicia Jones, a federal prosecutor at the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Francisco. She said there was a matter of a very sensitive nature she wished to discuss with him, in person. "You're going to have to do better than that," he said, using his free hand to stir the pasta sauce he was cooking for dinner. Alicia had given him one more detail. The job involved protection of a witness for a major federal trial. "Don't you have the U.S. Marshal Service for that sort of thing?" he'd asked her, scooping up some of the sauce and tasting it. "It's a rather unique set of circumstances, Mr. Locke." "You can't find someone on the West Coast who provides close protection?" "Not of this type. It's high-end, super high-end." Locke knew that high-end was not so secret code for might get you killed. He could only surmise that super high-end was a job likely to get you killed. "Mr. Locke, you'll understand when we meet," she'd continued. "Your flight leaves Kennedy at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. A first-class ticket will be waiting for you at the Virgin America reservations desk." "And why do you think I'm going to fly the whole way across the country for a meeting about this exactly?" There'd been silence on the other end of the line. Then Alicia said, "Because I've done my research on you." Locke had put the spoon down on the kitchen counter as a trickle of unease worked its way down his back. "What does that mean?" But Alicia had ignored the question, given him the flight number, and hung up. Behind him, Carrie was sitting on the sofa, working through some background material for a story she was covering. Their yellow Labrador, Angel, a rescue dog from an animal testing unit, was lying next to her, its head resting on her lap. "Business?" she'd asked, looking up. "Some prosecutor from the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Francisco. Wants me to fly out there first thing to meet with her about a witness protection gig." "And are you?" Locke had grimaced. "Hell no." Around 4 in the morning, having had 2 hours' sleep, Locke had rolled out of bed. Carrie stole some more comforter from his side of the bed and said, eyes still closed, "You're going, aren't you?" Locke sighed. "I guess I am." "What changed your mind?" "If I don't find out what's so important that they want to hire private security from the other side of the country, it'll drive me nuts." Carrie gave a sleepy laugh. "She wasn't lying about doing her research on you." As Locke got dressed, Angel skittered around his feet, disturbed by the change in routine. Carrie propped herself up on one elbow. "You taking your partner?" "No, Angel's staying here." "You know who I mean." Locke walked back to the bed and sat down. He pushed away a strand of blonde hair which had fallen over Carrie's face, then leaned in and kissed her gently on the lips. Before the lure of climbing back into bed with Carrie properly took hold, he stood back up. "I'm meeting him there. He's out visiting family in California anyway. He said he'd drive up to San Francisco from L.A. Locke was waiting for him now, his partner, Tyrone Johnson. They'd originally hooked up out in Iraq, where Ty was serving in the United States Marine Corps, and Locke, despite the fact he'd been raised in the States, was working with the British Royal Military Police Specialist Close Protection Unit. The rapport had been immediate, and when Locke eventually left the military, Ty, who was already working in high-end private security, had secured Locke his first gig with a large pharmaceutical company, which had been targeted by animal rights activists. While he waited for Ty, Locke kept his gaze steady on Alcatraz. Little wonder that no one had escaped from the place. If the freezing temperature of the water surrounding the prison didn't get you, and if the strong bay currents didn't sweep you out into the Pacific, then the sharks would finish you off. Locke saw Ty before Ty saw Locke. The young African-American's long basketball player's strides making short work of the ground between sidewalk and pier. Locke caught his friend's grimace as they bumped fists. "That was a long goddamn drive," Ty said, massaging the back of his neck. "Well, let's hope it's worth it." "Come on," said Ty, tapping Locke's elbow. "My ride's over there." Locke picked it out immediately. A 1966 Lincoln Continental that had been resprayed in a migraine-inducing purple. Ty's chin jutted out. "Go on. Get it out of the way." "Get what out of the way?" Locke asked. "Whatever you're going to say about my ride." Their respective tastes in both cars and music were a long-running source of friction between them. Ty thought Locke's choice of both automobiles and music boring, while Locke maintained that in their job the key was to appear as inconspicuous as possible, something they clearly weren't about to do in a pimped-out purple Continental. Locke searched for the right word. "It's very striking." Locke ducked in the front passenger side as Ty walked round to the driver's door. The interior was black and purple leopard spot suede. The sound system was a 6-speaker Bose model guaranteed to make your ears bleed even at low volume. The 2 additional JL woofers mounted in the back looked capable of rearranging your internal organs. Ty popped on a pair of mirrored aviator sunglasses, gunned the engine, and pulled away from the curb. "Have to say, Tyrone, we're really blending in this vehicle. All you're missing is a fedora hat with a feather, Superfly." Ty scowled. "Where's your sense of style, brother?" "Must have left it back in New York." Locke took another look around the Lincoln's cabin. "You know what? I think this is a first." "What do you mean?" "Well, I don't think I've ever been in a vehicle before and actually prayed that I'd be carjacked." On the way to the Federal Building, where they were scheduled to meet with Alicia, Locke brought Ty a little more up to speed with his conversation the previous evening. After a pause, Ty said, "Makes no sense. They have the marshals for this kind of stuff. You sure they want us for witness protection?" "That's what it sounded like." Ty seemed to lighten a little. "So we fly him down to Cancun, chill out for a few weeks, then fly him back home and pick up a big fat check from Uncle Sam. I mean, how hard can it be, right?" Locke stared out of the window as they drove along Bay Street, past a bar called the Red Jacket Saloon. A knot of 4 or 5 bikers sporting Hell's Angel patches were chatting outside, as much a part of the local scenery as cable cars and the Golden Gate Bridge. He was guessing that Ty's optimism was misplaced. Someone with Locke's reputation wasn't flown across the country first class if the job was straightforward. Chapter 4. The conference room where Locke and Ty were meeting Alicia faced out onto Golden Gate Avenue, a busy thoroughfare in the center of downtown San Francisco. Barely a few blocks east lay the Tenderloin, one of the city's sleaziest areas, where junkies sprawled on the sidewalk and transvestite prostitutes openly plied their trade. Locke wondered to himself whether the proximity of the courthouse to so many dope fiends and vagrants was altogether coincidental. 10 stories below, Locke watched a homeless man wrestle with a wonky-wheeled shopping cart. The cart lurched sharply to the left, almost careening off the edge of the curb. The homeless man pulled it back from the edge, his bedding roll spilling onto the sidewalk. As he let go of the cart to retrieve his bedding, the cart started to move again. Some people's lives were like that, Locke reflected. Soon as you got one thing straightened out, you set another problem in motion. Locke wondered if he was about to get a taste of the same thing. Behind Locke, the conference room door opened and a surprisingly young African-American woman with sharp, pretty features bustled in, hand out in greeting. Locke watched with amusement as Ty, who was already seated, immediately straightened in his seat. Ty saw himself as a ladies' man, but Locke had a feeling that Alicia Jones wasn't someone who would share that opinion. "Mr. Locke, I'm glad you made it," she said with a rehearsed smile. Ty loudly cleared his throat. "Miss Jones, this is my partner, Tyrone Johnson," Locke said. "Call me Ty," said Ty with a wide grin. A grizzled white guy in his late 50s had followed Alicia into the room. He identified himself to Locke as Special Agent Tommy Coburn of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Muscular, with hair graying at the temples and a hangdog expression, Locke would have put him down as an aging biker or an ex-con. Coburn eyed Ty with suspicion, but stuck out a hand in greeting. "Coburn." "He," said Ty, propping his sneakers up on the conference room table and giving Coburn a wave. Locke noticed Alicia shoot Ty a look that suggested his charm offensive was falling flat. "Okay, Mr. Locke, Mr. Johnson, here's the 411. For the past couple of years, the Organized Crime Strike Force here in San Francisco, along with a number of other federal agencies, has been building a case against a prison gang called the Aryan Brotherhood and their associates." Alicia paused for a moment. "I take it you've heard of them?" "Badass white supremacist prison gang?" Locke ventured. Living with a career-driven news reporter like Carey, Locke found himself carrying a trove of usually useless information about all aspects of American life. "Nowadays they don't just operate inside prison," Alicia continued. As well as being linked to a number of far-right racist groups, they also control drugs, prostitution, and a number of extortion rackets on the outside. You name it, they're involved.
As part of our investigation, we had an agent infiltrate a group on the outside who we believed was dealing in firearms and explosives on behalf of the Aryan Brotherhood, Coburn said. When the group discovered who this agent was, and the Aryan Brotherhood got wind of it, they ordered the group to execute him and his family.
We're about to open the trial of the leadership of the Aryan Brotherhood on charges of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree, a crime for which I'll be seeking the death penalty, Alicia added coolly. Locke raised his hand. I'm no lawyer, but isn't conspiracy a pretty hard charge to prove? Alicia sat forward, her eyes on Locke. Not when you have one of their own testifying against them. First rat off the sinking ship? Ty asked. Coburn bristled noticeably. We prefer the term confidential informant. The truth is, we had a decent case before, Alicia stated. This witness makes the verdict a virtual certainty.
Your informant tell you who actually pulled the trigger? Locke asked.
He's sketchy. He's thrown us a few names, but no one we've been able to locate. If his testimony drives the jury towards a guilty verdict, then you can bet the leadership of the Aryan Brotherhood will cough up the killers if they think it'll keep them from death row.
Locke nodded. This made sense. An inside informant was a chink in any criminal gang's armor. When the informant sang, the united front would collapse and the gang's leadership would turn over their killers. It was how a lot of major cases worked. Deals, leverage, bartering, and ultimately betrayal. Honor among thieves was a nice romantic construct, but it rarely stood up under the shadow of death row. So who is this guy? Locke asked.
His name is Frank Hayes, but he goes by the nickname Reaper.
And where do you have this star witness of yours stowed away at the moment?
The secure housing unit at Pelican Bay Supermax.
Locke spread his hands, puzzled. So why do you need us? Leave him in solitary. He should be safe there, shouldn't he?
Alicia glanced down at some papers. He's already spent 10 years in prison, the last 5 of those in solitary, and now he's saying that he'll only testify if he's released back into the general prison population.
Tell him no, said Locke. Locke caught Coburn studying him. We tried that, but he's holding firm. He won't give us anything in court unless he's put back on the yard. It's a catch-22. And he knows the risks? Locke asked. He's an old-school con, said Coburn. Been around the block. He seems to have convinced himself that he's got enough juice with another white supremacist gang inside Pelican Bay that he'll be safe. So move him out. Put him in another prison or a safe house, Ty offered.
Too much of a flight risk, Alicia said,
with the resigned air of someone who'd already been over all these options 1,000,000 times.
And in any case, if the Aryan Brotherhood send an assassin after him, it'll be easier for them to get him at a lower-level security facility. At least at Pelican Bay, we can keep an eye on him.
Locke drummed his fingers on the table as he worked through the situation. If you don't agree to put him on the yard, you lose your star witness. If you put him back with the general population, there's a greater chance of someone taking him out before he can give his testimony. That's your problem, isn't it? Alicia straightened in her chair. She stared directly at Locke.
We need some extra insurance in place to make sure nothing happens to him. Plus, like I said, he's a flight risk. It would be good if we could have someone keeping an eye on him before he testifies for a number of reasons.
You think he's looking to escape? Puzzled Locke. We can't rule it out, said Coburn. Alicia clasped her hands together, her eyes on Locke once more.
At midnight tonight, we're obliged to reveal Reaper as our star witness to the defense. 5 days after that, he takes the stand at the federal courthouse in San Francisco. All we have to do is to keep him breathing for those 5 days, she said.
You're nuts, Locke said, getting up. Move him to a safe house on the outside, like Ty said.
Alicia sighed. There's no way a judge will sanction that for a man with his record. Believe me, I've already petitioned for it twice and been laughed out of chambers both times. Another prison? We just shipped the 6 men he's testifying against to the federal Supermax in Colorado, so we can't send him there. We need him somewhere secure, and right now the most secure facility in California is Pelican Bay."
"So you want me to do what? Babysit him inside the prison?" Locke asked. "You're out of your mind." He turned to Ty. "Can you give me a ride back to the airport?" "Sure thing." Alicia started to object, but Locke cut her off. "You know, my old man has a saying. I may be stupid, but I ain't crazy. I might have a reputation as the patron saint of lost causes, but not even I'm insane enough to take this gig."
Alicia caught up with Locke at the door, putting her hand on his arm as he went to open it. "Before you leave, there's something I'd like you to see. Then you can make your decision." Chapter 5. A video projector hooked up to a laptop threw the blurry DVD footage onto the wall of the darkened conference room. It took a second for the person holding the camera to find the main subject, a man being held at gunpoint in the center of what appeared to be a clearing surrounded by giant redwood trees. Shot over the shoulder of the person holding the shotgun, it was clear that the victim was male, but that was about all Locke could make out from the grainy green images. "Hang on," Alicia said, leaning over to fiddle with the laptop. A volume bar on screen rolled to maximum. On screen, a heavily distorted voice came from close to the male hostage.
"We need an answer, Kenny." "This your undercover guy?" Locke asked. Alicia nodded. The ATF agent stared up at the gun, his face still obscured by the person holding the shotgun. "You know who I am." The voice came again, deep and metallic.
"Okay, then. Maybe this will refresh your memory."
"We had the FBI do voice analysis," Alicia said. "The person speaking is, in actual fact, a woman, but the footage was doctored to conceal that fact." Next came the sound of a vehicle engine, and then the ATF agent said something that Locke didn't quite catch. "Jesus, no," Alicia murmured, filling in the missing audio for them. From her lack of reaction, it was clear to Locke that she'd watched the footage enough times to rob the images of their shock value. The frame adjusted suddenly, swooping over the ATF agent's head before settling on a black van. The side panel was open, revealing a middle-aged woman and a teenage boy, both naked, gagged, and restrained. Locke froze. He could feel his teeth grinding against each other, and his stomach lurching. He recognized the woman, and immediately knew who the agent was. He swiveled round and stared at Alicia. She had the decency not to meet his gaze.
"Ken Prager, right?" Locke said, his voice breaking with emotion. "You know him?" Ty asked, unable to conceal his surprise at Locke's reaction. "I grew up with him. We were good friends. Played football together. I was there when he got married." Pinheads of sweat were forming on the back of Locke's neck. "But then you already knew that, didn't you?" he said to Alicia. "Ken did mention you more than once," Coburn said. Alicia ran the tip of her right index finger over the touchpad of the laptop computer. Locke tracked the cursor's progress on screen towards the pause button. "No," Locke said. "I want to see it." "Don't do this to yourself, man," said Ty. Locke turned to him. "Stay out of this, Tyrone." The next few minutes disintegrated into a series of bloody snapshots on screen as Ken Prager's wife and son were dragged from the van. Prager's son, Aaron, whom Locke had last seen as a sweet-natured, boisterous 7-year-old, was forced at gunpoint to cut the swastika from his father's back as Prager's wife, Janet, choked back sobs. Locke fought the urge to vomit as bile burned the back of his throat. He dug his nails into the palms of his hands so hard that they broke the skin. Locke had witnessed many terrible things in his life, roadside bombs that sprayed flesh into the air like so much confetti, innocent women and children needlessly mutilated, an endless parade of depravity. Sometimes he'd been able to intervene. Sometimes orders from above had meant all he could do was bear witness.
His training as a military close protection operator was specifically designed to force him to react, but also to analyze situations as they developed. The rules of engagement were simple. If you saw something that didn't impact on the immediate security of the person you were guarding, you noted it, but did not get involved. This was different, though. Very different. Although they hadn't seen each other in years, Ken Prager had been like a brother to Locke, as Ty was to him now. Locke didn't forge many close relationships, but when he did, they were unassailable. The images stacked up. The cold disposal of Janet and Aaron by means of a single gunshot to the back of their heads. By the time Ken Prager was dispatched, Locke could sense his old friend's relief. After all, who would want to live after witnessing the murder of his wife and child? When the footage came to an abrupt cutoff, no one spoke. Locke's shock had given way to a cold rage. Alicia snapped the laptop shut, and Coburn got up and opened the blinds. Watery San Francisco sunlight seeped across the conference table and splashed against the far wall, which only seconds ago had been bloodier than a butcher's block. Locke glanced at Alicia and Coburn. "Would you give us a moment alone?" Without a word, they got up and left the room, closing the door behind them. Ty spoke first. "You have to do this job now, don't you?" Locke nodded. "Then I'm coming with you." "It's too dangerous," said Locke. "Exactly," said Ty. "That's why you need someone watching your back. Listen, Ryan, half the kids in my neighborhood graduated to one prison or another. I know the turf." Locke hesitated. There was nothing he could do now to help Ken Prager. He hadn't even known he was undercover with the ATF. But if something happened to Ty, that would be different. "I'm not letting you walk into that place on your own, brother," Ty persisted. "I really don't want you to feel you have to do this," Locke said, studying Ty's look of concern. "But you feel you have to because he was your friend, right?" Ty asked him. "Of course." Ty reached out and put a hand on Locke's shoulder. "Then you'll understand why I can't let you walk in there on your own." Chapter 6. Clad in the standard blue uniform of a California Department of Corrections prisoner, Locke peered out of the portal window as the twin-engine Cessna light aircraft dropped rapidly on its final approach, breaking through a low bank of coastal cloud to give him his first clear view of where he was about to spend the next 5 days. At first, all he could see were vast tracts of redwood forest, which encircled the facility on almost 3 sides. To the east, the ancient trees climbed to a barren range of mountains, and to the west lay the Pacific Ocean. Then it was there below him, modern America's answer to Alcatraz, Pelican Bay Supermax. Nothing had prepared him for the sheer scale of the place. 275 acres in the middle of nowhere, about as far north as you could venture in California before you slipped into the state of Oregon. Even if a prisoner made it out past the plethora of electric fences, razor wire, and gun towers, where would he go? Sure, there was nearby Crescent City, but that was where the guards lived with their families, hardly an ideal place to hide out. Locke sank back in his seat and ran through the cover story Alicia had furnished them with. A high-net-worth client in Los Angeles whom they'd been guarding had fired them on some dubious pretext and then refused to pay them. When they'd gone to collect the money, there had been an altercation with several members of his new security team, during which one of them had been killed. They had both received 15-year sentences for manslaughter. In the cauldron of sex, violence, and celebrity that constituted Los Angeles, it would come as no surprise that a story like this had stayed broadly off radar. By the time any prisoners got suspicious and started to ask questions of their contacts on the outside, Locke and Ty's mission should be complete. Coburn had also told them that a decision had been made to keep knowledge of their task within as small a circle as possible. Not even the marshal's team transporting them had been informed of their true status. The only person within the prison who had been told was the warden, Louis Marquez. Locke sat back up, and craned his neck a little further, the cuffs digging into his wrists, the chain round his midriff, which linked to his cuffs and leg restraints, biting into the side of his abdomen. Straining like this, he could glimpse the huge purpose-built buildings where the inmates lived, and where 3/4 of them were destined to die. On one side of the prison lay the gigantic X-shaped secure housing unit, 4 arms moving out from a central spur. Beyond that, Locke could see the equally vast rectangular blocks of general housing units, with the grassy recreation yards in the middle. This was where he and Ty would be, with Reaper, and a few thousand potential assassins, all of whom had been hardened by years of incarceration. In the most obvious way, it made the challenge seem next to impossible, but in another, it made it easier. When escorting a high-ranking army general through a street bazaar in Baghdad, or ushering the British Prime Minister into a hotel in Belfast, the challenge was to stay alert, because you never quite knew where the threat was coming from, or whether it would come at all. But down there, Locke could safely assume everyone to be a threat, up to and including the man whose life he was charged with guarding. He was set for an exhausting 5 days. But if that's what it took to bring to book the men who had ordered the murder of Ken Prager and his family, then so be it. As the plane banked hard to the left, the ocean replaced his view of Pelican Bay Supermax, crests of white waves slamming into steep, perilous cliffs. Locke sank back into his seat. The pilot's voice crackled over the tannoy, a robotic delivery not without an undercurrent of humor. 2 minutes to landing, gentlemen, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for flying the unfriendly skies with JPATS, America's least favorite airline. A few minutes later, they ducked in low under the clouds and slammed down hard on the runway. Locke lurched forward in his seat, the huge bear-like marshal sitting next to him putting out a beefy arm to prevent Locke's head from banging the seat in front. The plane taxied to the far end of the runway and juddered to a halt. As soon as the pilot had turned off the engines, Locke was hustled towards the front of the aircraft and down the steps, Ty behind him. Raw salt air mixed with a light mist as they were led towards 2 separate unmarked Toyota Land Cruisers. The vehicles skirted round Crescent City itself and headed northeast along Lake Earl Drive. Locke sat alone in the back seat of the rear vehicle, minutes away from one of the most dangerous prisons in North America, suddenly glad that Carrie couldn't see him. He'd called her from Halicia's office, hoping to get the answering machine, but she'd picked up on the 3rd ring. He'd kept the details of his and Ty's task as sketchy as possible. Witness protection, a 5-day job. He'd said nothing about his reason for taking it on, or what it would actually entail. He could tell that Carrie was doing her best to sound unconcerned. "So your trip to San Francisco was worth it, then?" she'd asked him.
"Guess so," he'd said.
Locke had made a pact with Carrie that, despite her reporter's instincts, she wouldn't ask for too many details about his work unless he offered them up. And this was not a situation he thought it wise to tell her too much about. There'd been an awkward silence. "Ryan, are you okay?"
"I'm fine. Why?"
"I don't know. You sound distracted."
"It's just been a long day, is all."
"This job. Do I have anything to worry about?"
"No way. I'm going to have Ty with me. We'll be fine."
"Okay, then. So see you in 5 days?"
"Carrie?" There was the trill of a cell phone in the background.
"Other line. Gotta go. Listen, be safe, okay?" And then she was gone, before he'd had the chance to tell her how much he was going to miss her and that he loved her. Sitting in the back of the Land Cruiser, he'd wondered if he'd ever get the chance to say those things. With a lurch of regret, he realized he should have said them while he'd had the chance. Less than 10 minutes later, they turned right past an unmanned guardhouse and into the Pelican Bay complex. They followed the road round to the left for a time. Finally, they stopped outside what Locke guessed was the processing area. The rear door opened and Locke stepped out. He stared up at the gun towers and electrified fences topped with strands of razor wire, his home for the next 5 days. The marshal standing next to him followed Locke's gaze.
"Welcome to hell, asshole."
Chapter 7. "Roll it up, Reaper." Reaper hopped off the top bunk in his cell in the secure housing unit. He raised his arms above his head and stretched out his back. Usually there were at least 4 officers present when he went anywhere. Now there were only 2. Reaper took it as a good sign.
"Where am I going?"
he asked Lieutenant Williams. As cops went, Williams was okay. He didn't yank anyone's chain unless they yanked his. And, rarely for a guard, he didn't hold a grudge. "Just cuff him up for me, would you?" Williams said, ignoring the question. Reaper folded his arms.
"Sure, once I know where I'm going."
Williams ripped the top sheet from the stack of papers attached to the clipboard he was carrying and passed it through the food tray slot. Reaper bent his knees, crouched down, and picked up the piece of paper. He scanned it and smiled before handing it back through the hatch. "Don't know how you swung it with the warden, and I don't want to know," Williams said, making a show of putting the movement order back on his clipboard.
"Haven't you heard, Lieutenant? I'm a reformed character."
"Yeah, right," Williams chuckled. "You got all your stuff together?"
"Can you give me a couple minutes?"
Reaper asked. "Be back at 2, Williams said, turning military sharp on his heel. Reaper listened as Williams and his fellow floor cop exited the electronically controlled door at the end of the corridor. Once it had clanked shut, he set to work gathering his belongings, which mostly consisted of books. Being locked inside a cell on your own for 23 hours a day, you had to find something to occupy your mind or you went crazy. He'd thought about this day for a long time, 5 years in fact, but he never truly thought he'd see it. Not with his record of behavior. Since being moved to Pelican Bay from San Quentin, Reaper had twice shared a cell. On both occasions something his cellie had done, like coughing too loud or talking too much or snoring, had frayed his nerves to the point where he'd had no alternative but to dispatch them. It didn't matter what color their skin was either. He just didn't play well with others. There'd been other homicides, too. On the yard, in the showers, in the early days of Pelican Bay, back when they still fed the prisoners communally in chow halls. He'd strangled an elderly Hispanic inmate to death with his bare hands for serving him cold coffee. Some of the killings he'd got in trouble for, some he hadn't. Getting into trouble didn't really matter to him anyway. Not when you were serving 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole. What were they going to do? Give you another 20 years? The guards and the police and the whole system must have thought so too, because they labeled most murderers inside prison as NHIs, which stood for No Humans Involved. Of course, kill an ATF agent or order one to be killed, and that was different. Then they started talking about the row, which had focused Reaper's mind for the first time in a long while and had gotten him thinking about the future. Reaper could hear Williams coming back. He took one last look round the tiny cell, picked up his box of belongings, and stepped out into the narrow corridor. Leading the way, he marched to the end of the corridor, and the door opened. 2 more corridors, 2 more doors, and he was outside. He could actually feel a breath of breeze on his face. He was out of solitary. That was the first step. In 5 more days, if everything went to plan, he'd be out of this place entirely. Then his mission could really begin. Chapter 8. The things I do for my country, Locke thought to himself, as he stood facing the wall of the prison's tiny reception area, his fingers touching the whitewashed concrete, his legs spread wide as a prison guard squatted beneath him with a flashlight. "Okay, now reach down there with your left hand and spread your cheeks," came the officer's command. Locke complied, consoling himself with the fact that men of a certain age in the United States actually paid a physician to endure this humiliation on an annual basis. "Keister's clear," said the guard matter-of-factly to one of his colleagues. Then he turned back to Locke. "You can pull up your pants now." Before their handover to the U.S. Marshal Service, Ty, who figured that over half of the kids he grew up with in Long Beach were currently serving time somewhere in the nation's prison system, had brought Locke up to speed on some of the prison lingo. Keister was slang for your anal cavity, also known as a prison purse. The keister was the hiding place of choice for drugs or money, or, more commonly, prison-manufactured improvised weapons, also known as shanks. Locke turned round. In front of him, 2 more correctional officers were puzzling over his paperwork. The guard who'd just cavity-searched him nodded towards Ty. "You and your homeboy here might have come in together, but once you're on the block together, you might want to keep your distance. The white cons frown on any of their number hanging with a black." By frown, Locke knew that the guard meant would murder in cold blood. The racial segregation strictly enforced by the prisoners was also something he and Ty had discussed. It would make communication difficult, but gave each of them access to 2 separate powerful groups. If Locke's cover was blown, or a hit on Reaper was imminent, Ty was more likely to hear it from the black prisoners. Locke's first warning would likely be a knife in the back while taking a shower. The 2 guards staring at the clipboard were still deep in conversation. Finally, they looked over to Ty. "Okay, Johnson, you're A Block, Unit 8. You too, Locke. But be aware of what you were just told. You guys associate in here, and something jumps off, that's down to you." The older of the 2 guards chipped in. "Stick with your own kind and you'll be fine." He paused. "Probably." In cell 845, Reaper was sitting cross-legged on the top bunk, deftly crocheting what looked to Locke like a multicolored beanie hat. The crocheting was a surprise, Reaper's appearance slightly less so. Even sitting down, Locke could tell he was vast. Rather than his decade in prison having withered him, it had only succeeded in putting even more muscle on his bones. The image that flashed into Locke's mind was that of a great white shark patrolling the vast ocean in a remorseless death quest. And he was stepping inside a cage with the beast. 6'4" tall and 250 pounds, with a huge barrel chest and freakishly big biceps, everything about Reaper seemed inflated. Atop broad shoulders, a square head sported a walrus mustache. His eyes were dark gray, bordering on black. Like many of the original members of the Aryan Brotherhood, he could have stepped straight from the pages of one of the Louis L'Amour dime store westerns the gang so respected. When Reaper looked up, Locke's focus shifted from the man himself to his environment. Unlike the other cells, which Locke had passed with the floor cop who was escorting him, Reaper's home was bereft of pin-ups. Instead, it looked like the place had been recently vacated by some strange hybrid of domestic goddess, Martha Stewart, say, and Eva Braun. On the walls were tacked needlepoint samplers, and stacked at the end of the top bunk was a neatly folded array of knitted sweaters. Reaper carefully placed the crochet hook and the hat on the bunk next to him.
"Who the hell's this?"
"This is your new cellie."
"Reaper doesn't share his house with no one, least of all not some punk-ass fish."
He turned back to his crocheting.
"Find him somewhere else."
The young floor cop hitched his thumbs into his utility belt. "One more word from you, Reaper, and you can go back to the shoe." Reaper jumped down from the bunk and landed softly on the concrete floor. As he did so, the floor cop moved his right hand to the oversized can of pepper spray on his belt. Reaper glanced at the bottom bunk. Although bunk was a rather grandiose word for what amounted to a solid concrete slab that he was using to store his collection of books, which ran the gamut from jailhouse classics such as Mein Kampf and Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, all the way to the slightly more practical Stitch and Bitch, the Knitter's Handbook. Locke reflected that somehow in these surroundings even the title of a book on knitting could take on a sinister edge. Reaper's gaze, steady and unflinching, honed no doubt by years of prison face-offs, shifted to Locke.
"You can sleep on the floor."
The floor cop stepped out onto the walkway and waved to the other correctional officer situated in the control pod a few yards away. "Good to close 8:45. A second later, the barred door of the cell slid back into place, sealing Locke inside with Reaper. One tier down and 2 cells along, Ty's reception was proving a little warmer. In fact, he felt like the prodigal son returning to the fold. His new cellie grasped both of Ty's hands and burst into a warm laugh.
"Look who it ain't. I heard a rumor you was heading to these fair shows. Never thought you'd be my cellie, though."
Ty threw his meager possessions on the bottom slab and looked at the 300-pound colossus who filled most of the rest of the space.
"How you doing, Marvin? How's your mama? She good? Her kidneys are bad, too much salt."
Given the neighborhood that Ty had grown up in, and the fact that most of his graduating class in high school had proved criminally precocious by graduating a few years ahead of schedule to juvenile hall, he'd anticipated meeting a few old faces. Marvin had fallen in with a street gang known as the Crips, one of the 2 major black street gangs in California, the other being the Bloods. He was known in Crip circles as Lil Dog, which demonstrated that even organized criminal gangs don't always lack a sense of humor. Marvin enveloped Ty in a hug.
"You finally gave up on that war hero shit, huh?"
Ty shrugged.
"Guess so.
"What you here for?"
"Some trump-up bullshit, that's what."
Ty let it go. Ask any of the inmates whether they were guilty or not, and they would tell you they were innocent, or that there had been some misunderstanding, most of which involved either guns, drugs, or a combination of both. There was no point arguing with them. Ty sat down, and Marvin began to regale him with a list of old faces from the neighborhood and their current status, which divided evenly into the dead and the incarcerated. Far from being disappointed that the one person he'd grown up with and who'd gone on to live a productive life was now in jail, Marvin seemed delighted to see Ty. It was as if in some perverse manner Ty was some kind of statistical aberration, which, in a way, Ty knew he was. As Marvin rattled off the names of their old friends who weren't dead, what particular part of the California penal system they now called home, and what sentence they were currently serving, Ty grew more depressed.
"So, who do I need to watch out for in this unit?"
he asked when Marvin finally paused for breath.
"Everyone in here's badass. You come in here as a murderer, that don't make you jack shit."
Marvin stopped.
"Not that I'm saying you're jack shit. I mean, with you being in the military, you probably cap more mofos than anyone else down in this place."
Ty humored him with a smile.
"Something like that. Tell you who we do got on this unit right now, though. Came in today, in fact, just before you got here."
Ty shrugged. Who?
"That Reaper mofo. Just got moved in here from the SHU." "Who's he?" "Not someone we want on our unit,"
said Marvin, with a sniff reminiscent of a suburban housewife who didn't approve of the new neighbors.
"That still don't tell me who it is."
Marvin looked Ty straight in the eye.
"He's the guy that you and your homeboy are supposed to be babysitting." "What the hell you talking about, Marvin?" "How much they paying you, Tyrone? Because whatever it is, it ain't gonna be enough."
Ty sighed.
"How'd you know?" "Reaper been in lockdown in the SHU for years. All of a sudden, he out in the main line, and you and your buddy come riding into town in some bullshit manslaughter charges that no one's heard about. Never try to con a convict, Ty."
Ty thought of Locke and his ashen face when he realized who had been murdered along with his family. He turned to Marvin.
"I'm going to need your help to make sure nothing happens to Hayes." "And you're asking me?"
Ty took a breath.
"Yeah, I am. You know what that mofo was in here for? Killing 2 little black girls and they papa. Those little girls could have been our sisters." "I've been in the military, right?" Ty said. "I know that. Well, sometimes you find yourself on some strange sides."
Marvin glanced round the cell.
"No shit, Tyrone."
He paced to the edge of the cell door and back again.
"I'm asking you as a friend."
Marvin puffed out his cheeks, then exhaled.
"Okay, here's how we're going to play this. I'm going to make sure that we got your back on the yard. You do what you came here to do. But as for your homeboy and Reaper, if it jump off, they on their own. And man, in this place, it don't take much for the shit to jump off.
Chapter 9. ID, please. The blue-blazered security guard standing in the lobby of the federal court building in downtown San Francisco reached out a hand as the young white woman with the thick mane of blonde hair and baby bumps squinted at him through the sunlight. "Excuse me?" "I need to see some ID," he repeated. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, rifling through her bag and finally coming up with her California driver's license. The name on it was Jessica Summers, but her real name was Freya Vaden. To her associates and those closest to her, she was simply known as Chance. The guard glanced at the license for less than a second and passed it back to her. "Thank you, Miss Summers." Chance handed over her bag to be passed through the scanner and walked through the metal detector. The detector alarm sounded, bringing a call for a female assist from a male supervisor. "Ma'am, if you could step to the side." "Oh, I'm sorry," Chance said, her hands moving to rub her swollen belly. "Letitia, could you come and check this lady for me?" As Chance waited to be searched, she checked out the lobby and the steady procession of people in and out. Through the glass windows and doors of the entrance she could see a gaggle of TV news people. Next to them was a phalanx of heavily armed U.S. Marshals, all of them here for the opening of the trial of 6 members of the Aryan Brotherhood on conspiracy charges. A female courthouse guard stepped out from behind the scanner. Standing behind Chance, she performed a cursory pat-down. "When you do, honey?" "I'm only 14 weeks. Long way to go," Chance said, smiling. "This your first?" Chance nodded. "I could tell. You got that glow about you. Now I just need to wand you, okay?" The female guard reached back and grabbed a handheld metal detector as Chance held out her arms. As the guard wanded her chest, there was a beeping sound. "Underwire bra?" the guard asked matter-of-factly. Chance looked at the floor and blushed. "Okay, you go on ahead now," said the guard. "Oh, and good luck." "Thanks." Chance gathered her bag and took a left towards the bank of elevators. She rode the elevator all the way up to the floor where the trial was taking place, then made her way through the courtroom. A cheerful-looking black guy sporting the same blue U.S. Marshal security jacket as the guards downstairs opened the door for her as she approached. She ducked past him and into the courtroom. For a moment she worried that proceedings would stop and people would turn to look at her, but no one did. It only worked that way in the movies anyway. The reality was that for most big trials, court staff, attorneys, members of the press, and members of the public flitted in and out of the courtroom all day. Chance took a seat at the back, near to where she guessed the media were. Opening her bag, she pulled out a yellow legal pad and a pen and began sketching the layout of the courtroom. At the front of the courtroom, a woman was on her feet. Chance recognized her from TV coverage as the lead prosecutor, Alicia Jones. Alicia was making some long speech, which Chance ignored, focusing instead on the men in the dock. Graying hair, the occasional pair of reading glasses, offset by old-school mustaches and beards, they looked like an eccentric gathering of grandfathers. Chance knew, though, that this was the leadership of the Aryan Brotherhood. Each sat with an accompanying armed guard. 2 more armed guards, U.S. Marshals, flanked the judge's bench on one side of the court and the dock on the other. Chance noted where everyone was positioned, along with the weapons being carried, plus all the entry and exit points. Then she flipped the page and started to sketch the layout of the courtroom in relation to the rest of the building. By the time she'd finished sketching, half an hour had passed and a large LCD monitor was being wheeled in on a stand. Chance closed her pad and put it back into her bag. She'd have to wait until the break to leave now, plus she had her own reasons for wanting to stay a little longer, especially for this part of the proceedings. Alicia had wandered over to the jury. Chance took a while to study them. A couple of blacks, 3 Hispanics. The rest were white. By the looks of them, your typical middle-class San Franciscans. Wow, thought Chance. The guys in the dock didn't stand a hope in hell. Alicia was speaking to the jury. "Ladies and gentlemen, What you're about to see is extremely graphic and disturbing. This was the footage mentioned in my opening statement, which was sent to my office prior to the initial indictments being made. It shows Agent Prager of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives being tortured and executed, alongside his wife and teenage son. What I will prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that these murders were ordered by the men you see in the dock today as part of an ongoing criminal enterprise. Remember from my opening statement that to order someone else to commit a crime makes them as guilty as if they had pulled the trigger themselves.
Alicia sat down, and the lights were dimmed. Chance noted how dark it became in the room. Not dark enough, though. Not with those big old windows running one whole side of the room. She leaned forward to watch what was on screen, partly because that's what everyone else was doing, and she didn't want to stand out, but mainly because she'd never seen herself on screen before. Chapter 10. After dinner, which Reaper had consumed in silence, Locke watched his new companion embark on a punishing regime of physical exercises. Midway through a series of combination push-ups and squats, known as burpees, Reaper, his torso slick with sweat, glanced up at Locke and spoke for the first time since Locke had informed him why he was here.
"So, you're a bodyguard, huh?"
Reaper asked. "Something like that."
"My bodyguard?"
"That's how it's going to work."
"That's so. Well, let me tell you something. One thing I don't need around me is another guard."
Locke lowered his voice, aware that while the block of cells was a cacophony of shouts and grunts as inmates worked through their own exercise routines, someone might be listening in. "Well, you're stuck with me for now." Reaper got to his feet, rubbing away at the rivulets of sweat streaming down his body with a towel.
"That's what the last two guys who shared a cell with me thought."
Locke had anticipated that an inmate like Reaper might not take too kindly to his presence. "Just so we're clear, I don't intimidate that easy," he said, standing right in close to him. "Plus, you do anything to me, and you could forget whatever deal you've cut with the U.S. Attorney's Office."
"Might not be me you have to worry about. Only one thing that cons hate more than a snitch."
"And what's that?" said Locke.
"A snitch's bitch."
Locke jammed his thumb hard into Reaper's neck just below the angle of his jaw. He applied just enough pressure to get his attention. "Listen to me, you piece of shit. You keep this up and you're getting onto that stand won't be an issue, because I'll kill you myself. Now, I don't like you, and you don't like me, but for the next 5 days we're stuck with each other, so you do what I tell you to do, when I tell you to do it, and we'll be just fine." Reaper's face was flushed. Locke dug his thumb in a little bit harder. "You got me?" Reaper forced a nod. Locke gradually reduced the pressure, then let go, prepared for some sort of counterattack. If Reaper had been criminally unstable before his incarceration, who knew the state of his mind now, especially given his near-suicidal demand to return to the main line? Reaper stepped back and massaged his neck.
"You scare easy, Locke. All I'm saying is I've had a lot of years down here on my own, so it's not going to be easy to share a cell again. We're going to need some rules."
"Agreed," said Locke. "And my first rule is, your books sleep on the floor, not me."
"Fine, but no going near my shit unless you ask first."
"Well, I'm not big into handicraft," Locke countered, nodding towards Reaper's crocheting. "Anything else?"
"Keep the cell clean, and don't be running off your mouth about shit that doesn't interest me."
As a list of do's and don'ts went, this wasn't any more extensive than many of the people Locke had protected. "I hear you. I was in the military long enough to cope with sharing confined quarters."
"Same here," Reaper said. "But the bay's a little different. First, you got the toads. You gotta watch out for them."
"Toads?"
"Toads. Blacks. Negroes. Then you got your norteños and sereños. You getting this? Norteños are the Hispanics from Northern California. Sereños are from the South. The ones from Mexico are called Border Brothers. They associate separately on the yard, but they all fall under the control of the Mexican Mafia."
"That's the gang they call La Emmy?"
"Nice to see you did some homework, Locke." "Yeah,
Emmy got their shit down cold.
I thought they were tight with the Aryan Brotherhood, too.
They're allied to whoever doesn't draw any heat on them. Remember, out in that yard and in the unit, all that matters is that you stand with your own. Check all that black and white together bullshit at the door. Don't matter who you are, or who you roll with, or who you're talking to. In Pelican Bay, you're in the jungle.
Chapter 11. That night, Locke was troubled by images of Ken Prager's family in their final moments. Every time he shut his eyes, their terrified faces crowded in on him. Locke tried to force them out, but it was no use. As soon as he began to drift off, they were back. The look on Ken's face was the most haunting. It was the look of a man who had sacrificed not only himself but those closest to him. A man who'd been walking a tightrope, only to have it cut by some unseen hand. Finally, he gave up on trying to get to sleep, and lay, eyes open, staring at the barren concrete walls of the cell. He should be back at home in New York, lying next to Carrie, Angel asleep at the foot of the bed. Instead, he was spending the night in an 8-foot by 12-foot concrete cell with a stone-cold killer who'd already made plain the fact that Locke was an unwelcome intrusion. Given that sleep was proving impossible, he used the relative calm and quiet to think through what lay ahead. In some ways, the task he'd been handed was simpler than other close protection jobs he'd embarked on. For one, the time frame was finite. 5 days. By the time morning arrived, in a few short hours, they'd be at the start of the second day. The second advantage Locke possessed, if it could be called an advantage, was that he knew the threat was both clear and present. The Aryan Brotherhood would be coming after Reaper. That was a given. The only two questions that remained were when and how. With Reaper having insisted, idiotically Locke thought, on being placed back in general population, the most likely scenario would be a strike in one of the public areas. That said, Locke couldn't categorically rule out an attack in the cell. In some ways, the confined quarters of the cell would be an ideal venue for assassination. There would be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There was also the problem of bathing to consider. In addition to the stainless steel sink and toilet bowl bolted into the wall of each two-man cell, the unit had a communal shower area. Showering would have to be kept to a minimum. Reaper wouldn't like it, but tough. Locke got up and walked to the cell door. Bars ran vertically from floor to ceiling. The building itself was 2 stories. They were on the upper tier. There were a dozen cells on each tier, all facing out towards a central reinforced glass-fronted control pod. Locke could see what the prisoners referred to as the bubble cop sitting inside the pod, leafing through a magazine and eating candy, his position giving him a 180-degree view of every single cell door. Looking down from behind the cell door, Locke estimated that from the top of the 5-foot guardrail to the floor of the unit was maybe 20 feet. Not enough to definitely kill a man if he happened to fall over it, but enough to make sure he didn't make court. Locke made a mental note to ensure that Reaper had stayed on the inside of the walkway at all times. On the floor level there were some blue hexagonal tables and chairs, all of which were bolted to the floor. In fact, since he had arrived, Locke hadn't noticed any furniture or fittings in areas that would be used by the inmates which weren't similarly secured. On a wall that lay parallel to the front of the cells were 4 payphones, wall-mounted at equal distances from one another. There was a single blue reinforced door that led out of the 2-story cell area and into a waiting area. On one side of the waiting area was the entry point to the block's control pod. On the other side was another glass-fronted office. Locke had also noticed at least one single-man restraint cage. Next to that was the door that allowed entry directly onto the yard. Undoubtedly, the yard would be the most challenging environment, but Locke had only seen it in passing. No doubt tomorrow he'd get a better look. For now he had to try again to get some sleep. He returned to his bunk, closed his eyes, and within minutes he was back in the lonely, blood-soaked clearing with the blazing cross at its center as it filled with screams of abject terror. Locke was woken a little after 6 by the squeaky wheel of the metal food trolley as it rolled along the walkway outside his cell.
"Chow,"
said Reaper, handing him the first of 2 trays passed through a slot in the door by a black prison orderly. "We eat every meal in our cells?" Locke asked him.
"Uh-huh,"
Reaper grunted, spooning some powdered egg into his mouth. "Even on the main line?" Reaper put down his spoon.
"Used to eat outside the cells in a chow hall, but so many dudes got killed that now they use the chow halls for storage."
Either side of them, the heavy barred doors of the cells started to clank open, and inmates began to filter out. Reaper put down his tray, stood up, and grabbed his towel. He was wearing loose blue cotton prison-issue pants and not much else. "Where do you think you're going?" Locke asked him.
"Hit the showers,"
Reaper said. "Oh, no, you're not," Locke said, putting his own tray down and sliding off his bunk.
"What, you think you're my mom?"
"Mom, nursemaid, babysitter, all rolled into one. That's me," said Locke. "Don't you think we should see what kind of a reaction you get on the yard before you wander off to take a shower?" Reaper sighed.
"You're taking this kind of seriously, aren't you, soldier boy?"
"And so should you, if you want to stay alive." While Locke finished breakfast, Reaper settled for washing himself in the sink. As he ate, Locke mulled over Reaper's overwhelming confidence. He couldn't decide on its source. Was it a macho veneer acquired over years spent in prison? Or did it go deeper? Did Reaper know something that either Locke or Alicia didn't? Locke took his place at the sink as an orderly came back along the tier and collected the breakfast trays. "So what now?" Locke asked Reaper, unsure of what kind of day lay ahead.
"It's Sunday, right?"
Reaper asked him. Locke had to stop and think about it. Already the confined quarters were starting to distort his perception of time. "Yeah, that's right," he said, pushing away the thought that Sunday mornings were usually reserved for walking Angel in Central Park with Carrie.
"Then we got no work,"
said Reaper.
"Just play. And I tell you what, soldier boy,"
he went on, looking around the stark confines of their cell,
"this sure as hell beats solitary."
Their cell door shuttered and began to roll open.
"Yard time," said Reaper. "Let's go meet the neighbors."
Chapter 12. As Locke stepped out onto the yard, bright sunlight caught him unawares, and he had to put his hand up to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. The yard itself was a large grassy space divided up with benches. A walking track ran around the perimeter, and beyond that was more fencing topped with razor wire. Beyond that was another yard and another set of cell blocks which emptied out onto the same subdivided central space. The entire yard fell under the watchful eye of a guard in the gun tower, who scanned the inmates from behind mirrored sunglasses while toting a Mini 14 rifle. In addition to the guard high above them in the gun tower, there were cameras mounted at strategic points around the yard. There were also 2 guards on the yard itself, both armed with batons, tasers, and large canisters of pepper spray. The yard had been constructed in such a way that, unlike some of the older prisons Locke had seen on TV, every inch of public space was open to scrutiny. For the first few seconds, Locke could feel the heavy weight of the other inmates' stares, accompanied by an ominous silence. Then it was gone, as the inmates separated into their different racial groups. The black prisoners headed for the basketball court, the Hispanics settled themselves on some benches in far corners of the yard, and the white inmates gravitated to another set of benches. Locke nodded towards this group. "Who are they?" Locke's nod drew narrowed-eyed stares from the white inmates. Reaper stepped in front of Locke and put a massive, calloused hand on Locke's chest.
"Yard etiquette 101, he said. "First rule, you never stare at someone, you never nod towards them, and you definitely never point at anyone on the yard. Unless, of course, you want to fight 'em."
"Point taken. But you still didn't answer my question," said Locke.
"We're cool," said Reaper. "They're NLR for the most part."
"NLR?" Locke asked.
"Nazi lowriders."
"Not Aryan Brotherhood?"
"No,"
said Reaper. stepping away from Locke and pivoting back round, his eyes sliding across the yard towards 3 gargantuan white inmates standing on their own next to the fence, arms folded.
"Those 3 dudes over there are AB. Now come on, soldier boy."
Reaper began to walk. Conversations fell away to a series of whispers. The basketball game stopped. Even though no one stared, Locke knew they were being watched. Locke fell into step with Reaper, but rather than head towards his old comrades near the fence, Reaper was making for the larger group of Nazi lowriders. Whatever the etiquette, the 3 Aryan Brotherhood members were now openly staring at Reaper.
"I hope you know what you're doing,"
said Locke as they got within 10 feet of the group of Nazi lowriders. The group parted, and an older white inmate sporting a ratty mustache and a winged death skull tattoo which ran the length of his clavicle just beneath his throat stepped towards them. He and Reaper clasped hands and then hugged.
"It's been a while, Phileas,"
Reaper said to the man.
"Too long,"
said Phileas, motioning for Reaper to take a seat on the bench next to him. Across the yard, the 3 Aryan Brotherhood members were mumbling among themselves. One of them spat at the ground. Locke had been right about one thing. Reaper had never intended to step back onto the main line without a plan in place. However, he still had a job to do. And who was to say that Reaper's apparent defection from the Aryan Brotherhood to their rivals, the Nazi lowriders, would be the last betrayal the yard would see? Locke skirted around the benches so he was closer to Reaper, only to have a huge hand pushed hard into his chest. A Nazi lowrider gang member sporting a swastika tattooed across the center of his forehead stared down at him. No mean feat, considering that Locke was 6 feet 2 inches tall. "Where you going, dog?" he asked. Locke kept his gaze as even as his voice.
"Just watching my cellie's back, brother."
"Well, do it somewhere else." Locke stood his ground, but kept his hands down by his sides. His posture was loose and unthreatening.
"Sorry, I can't help you there, dog."
Locke's challenge had the desired effect. The man took a step towards him. Locke brought the palm of his right hand up hard and fast, finding the man's throat and snapping his head back. Locke followed this up by slamming his knee into the man's groin. The Nazi lowrider folded like a bad hand of poker. One of the guards patrolling the yard started towards them, his hand on his canister of pepper spray. The guard in the gun tower swiveled his weapon in Locke's direction. Locke stepped back, ready to fight some more. Phileas, who'd been talking to Reaper, turned to the man who'd been poleaxed by Locke.
"Knock it off,"
he said. He tapped Reaper on the elbow.
"Let's take a walk."
He and Reaper headed off to the track that circled the yard. Locke fell in behind them. As he did so, the man he'd just attacked got to his feet and grudgingly put out his hand.
"They call me Eichmann,"
he said by way of introduction.
"I keep an eye out for Phileas."
"Locke," said Locke, shaking Eichmann's hand.
"Come on, let's not fall behind here."
"What the hell are you talking about?" Reaper and Phileas were already level with the 3 members of the Aryan Brotherhood. If they decided to rush Reaper, there would be less than 20 yards to cover. Maybe Phileas had suggested that he and Reaper take a stroll for the express purpose of getting Reaper in close enough to the hit squad.
"I'm talking about the 3 stooges over there by the fence," said Locke, staring straight ahead.
"Don't worry about them," said Eichmann. "We got the numbers on this yard now."
"Sometimes it doesn't come down to numbers."
"So what does it come down to?"
"The element of surprise," said Locke,
heading straight for the 3 members of the Aryan Brotherhood. Eichmann followed Locke as he zeroed in. When he was within 5 feet of them, a distance at which they would have to move towards him in order to strike a blow, he stopped. All 3 were under 6 feet tall, but what they lacked vertically they more than made up for in terms of sheer dumb muscle. Locke greeted them with a nod.
"Gentlemen, what you want?"
The Aryan Brotherhood member in the middle asked him, the blood vessels in his neck bulging.
"I was going to ask you pretty much the same thing,"
Locke said. You keep on sneaking romantic little glances over in our direction, and it's kind of creeping me out. If you could stop doing it, I'd appreciate it."
"Hey," said the one in the middle. "This is our yard."
Locke glanced over his shoulder at the dozen or so Nazi lowriders assembled on the benches, who were staring with menace at the 3 Aryan Brotherhood members.
"Not any more, it ain't."
The Aryan Brotherhood member in the middle took a step towards Locke. Locke raised his hands, palms open, shifting his right foot back a little and keeping his eyes on the man's hands. Like some kind of conjuring trick, there was a sudden flash of metal in the man's hand, and he lunged towards Locke with the shank. But Locke managed to catch his wrist. Behind him he could hear the shouts of the guards and other inmates. The 2 other Aryan Brotherhood members rushed towards him, but Eichmann blocked them, taking a few solid punches for his trouble. Locke lowered his body to give himself some leverage, turned the man's wrist and snapped it with a dull crack. The blade fell from his hand, landing in the dust. Locke used his hold on the man's broken wrist to pull him slowly down towards the ground. The guards were close now. Locke could smell the oxygen-suffocating odor of pepper spray. He let go and took a couple of steps back. A baton crashed into his side. Then the guards rushed past him and Eichmann to deal with the 3 Aryan Brotherhood members, ordering them to the ground. All 3 finally complied, one taking a blast from a guard's taser first. Locke and Eichmann rejoined the group of Nazi lowriders as more guards arrived, herding everyone back towards the confines of the unit. Locke was worried that he would be pulled from the group, but the guards seemed more concerned with restoring order. At the main door leading back into the unit, he watched as the 3 Aryan Brotherhood members were hustled through a gate in the chain-link fence and out of the yard. Locke caught Reaper's eye.
"What was that about?"
Reaper asked him. "Something my old man taught me," Locke said.
"And what's that?"
Reaper said, rubbing the back of his neck with one giant shovel of a hand. "Always get your retaliation in first." Chapter 13. The screen door of the rented single-story house slammed behind Chance as she emerged into the early morning sunlight. She stood there for a moment, collecting her thoughts. She was dressed in an outfit guaranteed to deduct at least 20 IQ points from any heterosexual male. Cut-off Daisy Duke shorts, a pink Hello Kitty t-shirt, white cotton ankle socks, and a pair of black kitten heel sandals. The pit bull that Chance had won from a Hell's Angel in an all-night poker game barked a warning from its metal-framed run which ran the length of the house. She had planned to sell it to a guy she'd met who was into dogfighting, but in the end decided to keep it, figuring it would prove a deterrent for inquisitive neighbors. So far she'd been proved right. In the months she'd been renting the small whitewashed bungalow, no one had been to her front door, not even the mailman. She climbed into the red pickup truck parked in the drive, tossed her briefcase onto the passenger side of the bench seat, and reversed out onto the street at speed. Within minutes she was roaring down the on-ramp and merging with the early morning traffic on Interstate 5 South. She kept her speed at an even 60 as she headed out of Los Angeles. She flicked on the radio, catching a Jimmy Buffett tune mid-chorus. Jimmy was singing a song called "We Are the People Our Parents Warned Us About." It was one of Chance's favorites. Chance rolled down the windows either side of her as traffic ahead of her slowed to a crawl. The breeze felt good on her skin. In the lane next to her, a businessman in a BMW saloon was staring at her. She raised her sunglasses and winked at him. The poor sap lost all concentration and looked up just in time to avoid rear-ending the car in front of him. Chance spotted a gap in the outside lane and zoomed into it, leaving the BMW driver in her dust. Men, always thinking with their dicks. Leaving Orange County, the traffic cleared, and she started making good time. The meeting was set for 11 o'clock, and she couldn't afford to be late. In the end, she made it with an hour to spare, taking the off-ramp 12 miles shy of San Diego and following the directions on her GPS according to the coordinates she'd been given. The rendezvous point was down a dirt track at the end of a vacant lot. The track dead-ended in what looked like a disused auto repair shop. Chance parked the truck and went to take a look around. The building was squat and low. There were 2 large sliding doors. She heaved one open and stepped inside. The place smelled of motor oil and tobacco. A bench ran the length of the back wall. A stack of truck tires was piled against a barred window. Chance heard a vehicle approaching, its gears grinding. She ducked outside to take a look. A yellow rental truck parked up, and a man in his late 50s sporting salt and pepper hair and a pair of old-school Ray-Ban Wayfarer sunglasses hopped out of the cab. He was wearing khaki combat trousers and a white T-shirt and black boots. He stopped when he saw her and looked her up and down. Her outfit was definitely having the desired effect. "Hi," she said, flicking back a strand of blonde hair from in front of her face.
"Well, if this don't beat all,"
he said. He had more than a hint of a southern accent, Georgia maybe, or Mississippi. "You bring everything?" Chance asked him.
"Oh, I got everything,"
he said. What an asshole, thought Chance. "Can I see it?"
"Sure, it's in the back of the truck."
She followed him to the rear of the truck. He fiddled with a padlock, then opened up doors at the back. He climbed in the back and helped her up. There were 3 plywood coffins there. "Nice touch," said Chance.
"No one's going to open up one of these coming back from Iraq on a military transport plane," the man said.
"You mind if I take a look?" she asked him.
"Go right ahead, honey."
She prized open the lid of the first coffin and took a look inside. She took out an M4 assault rifle and checked it over. The man shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
"It's all here. Everything you asked for. Now, did you bring the money?"
Chance nodded, replacing the lid. "You help me get this stuff loaded first?"
"Sure thing. To tell you the truth, I'm glad to be getting rid of it,"
he said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a black sun tattoo. They set to work moving the coffins from the back of the hire truck to her pickup. Chance could tell that the man was surprised by her physical strength.
"You sure you should be lifting stuff?"
he asked her. Chance smiled sweetly. "Dude, your belly's bigger than mine. What do you think Pilgrim women did when they were pregnant? Sit home and eat bonbons?" He laughed, and they carried on. As they lifted the final coffin, he told her to be careful.
"This one's got that real special delivery."
Chance felt her heart quicken. "The pressure plates?"
"Calibrated to the weight you asked for."
Slowly they maneuvered the coffin from the truck and slid it along the bed of the pickup. Then Chance covered all 3 coffins with a green tarpaulin. "The money's here," she said, walking round to the front of the pickup, opening the passenger side door and grabbing the briefcase. She flipped open the 2 latches and held the contents up for inspection. The man smiled at the thick bundles of $100 bills. His tongue flicked across his lips. She looked past him to the rear of the truck. "Damn, that tarpaulin's come loose. Could you fix it for me?"
"Be my pleasure, honey," he said.
She put the briefcase down on the ground and reached back into the cab of the truck, grabbing a loaded Glock 9mm. "You're so sweet," Chance said, leveling the gun at him and firing 2 shots into the man's back from less than 10 feet away. He took a step, his body twisting round. Then his legs folded and he fell face down. She closed in on him, firing 2 more rounds into the back of his head. Satisfied he was dead, she got back into the red pickup, picked up her cell phone, and called Cowboy, one of the 2 men she trusted most in the world. Along with his friend, Trooper, Cowboy was a dedicated Aryan warrior. They had been by her side through the toughest of times, and in a world where trust was in short supply, she knew they would stand by her come what may. They had proved as much when they'd helped her resolve the Prager situation. Cowboy answered on the first ring. "I got it," she said. "Any problems?" She stared in the side mirror at the man's body, lying flat, blood puddling around him. "Nope," she said. "Plain sailing." Chapter 14. A blue steel light filtering through the bars of Locke and Reaper's cell announced the dawn of a new day. Along with the other inmates in the unit, Locke and Reaper had spent the remainder of the previous day confined to their cell. Having been escorted from the yard, the 3 members of the Aryan Brotherhood had failed to reappear. Locke guessed they had been transferred either to another unit or solitary, and not before time. Regardless of the reason, and even with them gone, Locke knew there was no way he could afford to relax. The Aryan Brotherhood was a powerful organization whose tentacles stretched out beyond their immediate membership, and its leadership wasn't about to give up without a fight. Finishing up a breakfast of fluorescent pink ham, bread, butter, and an apple, washed down with milk, Locke put down his meal tray and nodded towards the stack of books on the floor.
Mind if I take a look? Go right ahead. You might learn something.
Locke flicked past Reaper's well-thumbed copy of Mein Kampf and settled instead on an equally dog-eared edition of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. He held it up.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer?
Reaper looked up.
It wasn't Sun Tzu who said that.
Who was it then? Reaper laid aside his food tray and hopped down from his perch.
Michael Corleone in The Godfather.
He plucked the book from Locke's hands and held it up.
No, what Sun Tzu said was this: engage people with what they expect. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds while you wait for the extraordinary moment, that which they cannot anticipate.
Reaper seemed to be reciting the passage from memory.
And what does that mean?
Locke asked him. Reaper hopped back up to the top bunk with a grace that belied his age.
You'll know it when you see it.
An extraordinary moment? Reaper chuckled to himself.
Oh, it'll be extraordinary, all right.
Locke felt a ripple of concern. Since he'd stepped into the cell, Reaper hadn't come across as a man worried for his life. He also seemed to be finding great amusement in a secret only he was privy to. The more Locke thought about it, the more suspect Reaper's testimony seemed to be. There was a game being played, but he wasn't sure it was the game Halisha and Coburn thought it was. Locke was torn from his thoughts by the sound of cell doors being opened on the ground floor of the unit.
"Okay, gentlemen,"
shouted Lieutenant Williams, standing with his hands on his hips in the center of the floor.
"Showers! 2 cells at a time. And just so you know, if there's any more trouble in this unit, you'll be back on lockdown."
Inside their cell, Reaper wagged a finger at Locke and smirked.
"You hear that, soldier boy?"
Half an hour later, their cell door opened, and stripped to the waist, Locke and Reaper stepped out onto the tier along with 2 Hispanic inmates from the cell next door. Locke signaled for Reaper to hang back, but Reaper pushed past the 2 smaller Hispanics and made his way toward the showers, which were at the far end of the unit. Locke took his time, keeping an eye on the 2 Hispanics as they followed Reaper into the showers. Reaper soaped up and set about washing himself. Locke and the other 2 inmates did the same. Reaper closed his eyes and let the hot water cascade across his face.
"Locke, will you stop looking at my ass?"
The 2 Hispanics sniggered and traded a look, then glanced over at Locke. Locke stared at them.
"What are you looking at?"
His challenge seemed to do the trick, as they quickly looked away. Locke washed up as best he could with the gritty prison-issue soap, keeping an eye on the door leading into the showers. He thought about what Lieutenant Williams had just said about no one being allowed out of their cells if there was any more trouble. They dried off, dressed, and headed back up to their cell. 20 minutes later, once everyone in the unit had been given the opportunity to get cleaned up, the unit's cells were opened one at a time, and the general housing inmates filtered out to work within the prison or to attend class. Locke and Reaper were left to last, which was fine by Locke. Together they stepped out onto an empty tier and walked down the stairs. Waiting for them at the bottom was Lieutenant Williams, who motioned them to follow him out onto the yard.
"You see that?"
Williams said, pointing to the chain-link fence that encircled the yard area. Locke noticed that every piece of metal on the fence, every attaching link, was slashed with a dash of purple paint. The color was starting to fade through, ravaged no doubt by the sea air and wind. Lieutenant Williams nodded toward a tin of paint and 2 brushes sitting next to the fence. "I want you to paint over every slash of purple that's already there," he said. Reaper shrugged.
"Want us to count the bricks in the unit when we're done?"
"Watch your mouth, Hayes," Williams said, marching back towards the unit. Locke stared at the fence for a moment.
"They mark all the pieces that someone might break off and use as a shank," Reaper explained. "If there's no paint where there should be, it's easier to see."
Of course, thought Locke. A piece of metal from the fence provided the basic material for a very deadly weapon. It took a lot less energy to drive metal into someone's body than plastic. By the time lunch was called, dark patches of sweat had formed under Locke's prison blues, and the inmates from the unit were starting to filter back from their work details and classes. First back were some of the white inmates. Phileas led his group, with Eichmann next to his boss. Behind them came a group of black inmates, Ty among them. Ty split from them and nodded for Locke to join him. Locke rested his paintbrush on the edge of the can of purple paint and got up. Reaper shot him a look that was loaded with anger.
"Where the hell you going, Locke?"
he hissed. Locke noticed that Reaper wasn't the only one looking at him as he joined Ty. The other white inmates were openly staring as Locke caught up with Ty next to the wall.
"What's up?"
Locke asked Ty.
"The Aryan Brotherhood have given the contract to the Mexican Mafia, and they've kicked it down to the Norteños,"
Ty whispered.
"Thanks. You hear anything else, you let me know."
Chapter 15.
The Norteños have taken over the contract on you,
Locke said, digging his fork into a piece of mystery meat on his lunch tray.
Reaper shrugged.
"Figures, but we've got bigger problems than that."
He slammed down his tray.
"What were you doing back there talking to that toad on the yard? I damn told you the rules, soldier boy."
Locke eyed Reaper coolly.
"Those are your rules, not mine." "Wrong. They're the yard's rules," Reaper said. "To us, someone who associates with the blacks is worse than a snitch, worse than a child molester. Now, I warned you, but you had to do it your way, and now you're going to have to deal with the fallout. Your concern's touching, but I can handle myself." "We'll see," said Reaper.
An hour later, he and Reaper were out on the basketball court. Locke looked around at his companions. With their low brows, dumb muscle bulk, and yellowing, crank-rotten dentistry, Locke wasn't sure this was what people meant by the term master race. Behind them, the black inmates, Ty among them, had taken the benches in an orderly handover. Distance was maintained between the two groups as they did so. It occurred to Locke that every group on the yard operated as its own personal escort section. If these guys hadn't been such lousy criminals, they might have made halfway decent close protection operatives. The whites had divided into 2 teams, Locke finding himself on the same team as Reaper, but up against Phileas. Not ideal. It would have been easier to keep an eye on Reaper if he'd been up against him. The court, mid-game, would be a good place for a hit, too. Lots of movement buying vital sections before any guards on the yard or, more crucially, in the gun tower noticed anything was happening. At first all went well, the mid-afternoon heat ensuring that a brisk pace, with lots of baskets and fouls that bordered on common assault, quickly slowed the game to a walking pace. Locke went up against Phileas, dribbling the ball round him and catching an elbow in his abdomen for his trouble. As Locke doubled over, Phileas stole the ball and headed for the basket. Reaper stuck out a foot to trip him, but Phileas feinted left and scored a deft 2-pointer, which sparked whoops of delight from his teammates. After 15 minutes of barely contained mayhem, Phileas, the gnarled leader of the Nazi lowriders, called a timeout, and both teams gathered under the basket to catch their breath. Reaper scraped a hand across his stubble, then grabbed the ball and was off, moving down court at a steady clip. Locke jogged after him, as did Phileas, the proper game seemingly over. Reaper passed the ball to Locke, then started to wander back down towards the inmates. Phileas caught up with Locke.
"Come on then, soldier. Let's play a little one-on-one."
Locke bounced the ball, eyes flicking back down the court to Reaper.
"Don't worry about your celly," Phileas said. "He can take care of himself, believe me."
I never doubted it. Phileas lunged for the ball, but Locke shifted back, keeping it just out of his reach. Phileas narrowed his eyes and half-turned so he was focused on the group of black inmates moving slowly from the benches, ready to head back into the unit.
"That toad you came in with,"
Phileas said. Locke's hackles rose as he heard his friend being abused for the second time that day. Under any other circumstance, Nazi lowrider shot caller or not, the guy would be choking to death on his own tongue.
"His name's Tyrone."
Phileas shrugged.
"You name your pets?"
Locke tensed as Phileas dived in again, taking the basketball with the tips of his fingers, dribbling it 4 more steps, setting up for the shot, then stopping, both hands on the ball.
"We want him dead, and we want you to do it."
"Forget it," Locke said, moving round so his back was to the hoop and he had a clear view all the way down the court to Reaper, and beyond to the black inmates and Ty.
"Time to wet your steel, soldier,"
Phileas said as Locke watched Ty bumping fists with the other black inmates.
"Next yard, Locke. You kill him, or we kill you."
Chapter 16. It was early morning when Chance once again shuffled through the metal detector in the lobby of the Federal Building. This visit she'd still worn an underwire bra, but also a crop top, which emphasized the fact she was pregnant. The metal detector beeped, and she was asked to stand to one side. It was a different female guard this time, which came as a relief. The woman wanded Chance with the handheld detector, which sounded as it passed over Chance's chest and lower abdomen. Then she moved on to patting her down. As the female guard moved her hand over Chance's belly, Chance winced. "You okay?" asked the guard. "Sorry, just a little tender there." Chance could read the female guard's discomfort. She finished the search by moving her hands away quickly down Chance's legs and checking the soles of her shoes. "Okay, ma'am. You have a nice day." Chance slipped away towards the bank of elevators and headed up to the 10th floor. There she walked briskly towards the disabled bathroom. She locked the door behind her, pulled off her jeans and panties, lowered the toilet seat, and set about retrieving the package of cellophane-wrapped C4 explosive and detonator cap from inside her vaginal cavity. She placed the package on the sink, pulled her panties and jeans back on, and slipped off her bra. In less than 10 seconds she had pulled the length of wire from her bra, which she now stuffed into her bag, taking out a newly bought cell phone as she did so. With all the components in front of her, she set to work. In less than 5 minutes the IED was assembled and placed behind the toilet. She crossed to the sink and carefully washed her hands, using a brush she'd brought with her to remove any remaining residue from under her fingernails. She left the bathroom, caught the elevator back down to the lobby, and left via the revolving glass door on the opposite side of the building from which she'd entered. A few blocks from the courthouse, Chance clambered into the cab of her red pickup truck. Her old friend Cowboy was driving, his trademark black velvet-brimmed Stetson pulled down low, obscuring emerald-green eyes. Next to him sat Trooper, 200 pounds of muscle topped off by a mane of long blonde hair, which always reminded Chance of the actor Mickey Rourke in that movie about the down-at-heel wrestler. Trooper put an arm around her shoulder.
"You okay?"
"Fine," Chance said, enjoying having them both near her again. Cowboy signaled before pulling out into traffic.
"You get it placed?"
Chance smiled across at him. "Sure did. Now all I have to do is make a phone call." Chapter 17. A chilling breeze cut across the yard as Locke and Reaper set back to work, marking each piece of metal in the chain-link fence with a slash of purple paint. With Phileas's ultimatum still ringing in his ears, Locke was thankful that, like the day before, they had been released last from their cell in the unit. Reaper dabbed a splodge of purple onto his brush.
Today's the day, huh?
he said to Locke. What day's that?
Day you pop your cherry inside here.
Locke rolled up his cuffs.
We'll see. Listen, man, I'm sorry about Phileas, but you talk to a toad on the yard, this is what happens.
Reaper ran his brush across a metal end wire secured to one of the posts.
And you can't say I didn't warn you.
I'm not laying a finger on Ty.
Then you're going to have to face the consequences, my friend,
Reaper said, reloading his brush with paint, then sketching the outline of a man's face in the dirt. Locke paused for a second to study the outline, picking out a strong chin, aquiline nose, and hooded eyes, the unmistakable features of the current president.
Didn't think you'd be a fan of his,
Locke said. Reaper stopped to admire his handiwork.
I ain't,
he said sourly.
Although he's done great things for our movement, that's for sure.
Locke didn't stop to dispute that with Reaper. Ever since the country elected its first African-American president, there had been a surge in two things: gun sales and membership of white supremacist groups. Seemingly lost in thought, Reaper dabbed a little more purple onto the end of his brush and drew a circle around the president's head, then painted in a couple of lines to form crosshairs.
Nice touch,
Locke said, grabbing the white plastic handle of the paint tin and holding it up.
We're out. You want to go see if you can get us some more?
Reaper took the tin and got to his feet.
Sure thing. You don't want to come with me?
He added sarcastically.
Not this time,
Locke said, watching Reaper swagger across the yard. As soon as Reaper was out of sight, Locke walked to the end of the fence they'd already worked on and pretended to be checking over each purple slash. At the same time, he angled his body so that he had his back to the guard in the gun tower. He hunkered down on his haunches, and with his paintbrush in his left hand, set about unhooking and then twisting off a piece of wire connected to the terminal post. After what seemed an eternity, it came away in his hand, and he pocketed it. Then he dabbed at where the chain link had been with his brush and set to work on another piece. By the time Reaper emerged from the unit building with more paint, Locke had managed to prize away 3 pieces. He turned and walked back along the fence towards Reaper, who raised the tin of paint in salute before looking from Locke to the far end of the fence.
What are you doing down there, soldier boy?
Just making sure I hadn't missed anything, Locke said. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well, right?
Reaper smirked and tugged at his walrus mustache.
If you say so.
They set back to work. Now all Locke could do was pray that one of the guards noticed the missing pieces of the fence before it was too late. Chapter 18. Shouts and curses bounced off every surface in the unit as one by one the inmates were taken from their cells, cuffed, and ordered to lie face down on the floor. Once secured, a search team of 3 guards stepped into each cell and systematically tore the place apart, upturning mattresses, tearing pictures from the walls, and throwing everything else on the floor of the cell. Up on the tier, Locke lay on his bunk, his hands clasped behind his head, and listened to the commotion with a quiet feeling of satisfaction. Reaper's head appeared above his.
Think you're real cute, don't you?
Locke stared right through him.
No idea what you're talking about.
Reaper's legs swung over the edge of the bunk, the soles of his feet directly above Locke's chest. He pushed off with his arms and landed on the floor of the cell.
Where'd you hide 'em?
Where'd I hide what?
Those pieces from the fence you must have snuck when we were painting it.
That what all this is about? Said Locke, getting to his feet. Reaper stepped towards him so that inches separated them. Locke stood his ground.
The deal was I got back to the main line or I didn't testify.
Locke spread out his arms. You're on the main line.
I spent 5 years in the shoe, cooped up in a cell. No yard time, no phone calls, nothing to do but go crazy. I ain't doing it anymore, so I want you to tell me where those pieces are.
Locke's eyes slid to Reaper's hands. He tensed, waiting for him to make a move. There were often pinch points with a principal, usually revolving around trivial issues such as them asking the bodyguard to carry their luggage or to get them coffee at 3 in the morning. This was slightly different.
You think this'll get you out of stabbing your buddy?
Still, Locke didn't react. Reaper blinked first, stepping back and beginning to search the cell.
They find him in our house, and it's bad news for you and me both.
Locke knew Reaper was lying. The warden could have found half a kilo of coke, a keg of bud, and a Playboy playmate in the cell, and Reaper would still be heading for sunny San Francisco in less than 2 days' time. From outside the cell came the slamming of heavy, reinforced steel doors and the barked orders of cops as they moved methodically through the unit. Locke was counting on them hitting his cell soon, and finding the 3 pieces of metal fence he'd secreted well enough to make it look like he'd made an effort to hide them, but not so well that they wouldn't find them. The pieces were his ticket to the warden's office, where he was going to suggest that it was time to move Reaper out, as well as him and Ty.
Well, what do we have here?
Locke stayed where he was, as Reaper sucked the blood from a couple of tiny cuts on the end of his fingertips, where the metal taped under the bunk had caught his hand. Then Reaper ducked his head under, and less than 30 seconds later came up with the 3 hasps of metal. Shouldering past Locke, he crouched down by the cell door. There was a gap at the bottom, less than half an inch. He waited until all the guards were inside cells and batted the metal under the door. The pieces scooted across the walkway and fell down onto the floor of the unit. If they made a sound when they landed, Locke didn't hear it over the cacophony of orders and protests. There was a shout, and below Locke's cell the guards gathered round the 3 small pieces of chain link. The guard who'd spotted them first glanced up, his index finger pointing at 3 cells on the 2nd floor from where the metal might have been ejected. Then he shouted up to the cons gathered at those doors. "Smart move, assholes!" Reaper stepped back to his bunk, his fingertips still red. He dug out a sharpened toothbrush he'd shown Locke before and handed it to Locke.
Take it, because believe me, you're going to need it.
"I need to speak to the warden," Locke said to the young floor cop who was the first to reach his cell, knowing that such a request, made in the open, where other inmates could hear, was a high-risk maneuver. "What's the matter? Coffee too cold? Your pillows too hard? Sheets not a high enough thread count?" The cop was clearly still pissed at the missing metal, which had disrupted the day's routine. Like any other large institution, Pelican Bay was, by necessity, all about routine. "Just tell him, okay?" Reaper clapped a meaty paw onto Locke's shoulder.
Yard time, soldier boy. No avoiding it.
Locke knew that all he could do now was tough it out. When he found himself standing at the door that opened onto the yard, Locke felt as though he was standing in one of the tunnels leading into the Colosseum, a gladiator waiting to emerge blinking into the sunlight, knowing that there were only 2 possible outcomes, victory or death. Out on the yard, the white inmates immediately took one set of benches in the corner furthest from the block. Locke scanned the other groups. To his left, the group of Norteños eyed the white inmates. On the other bench were the black inmates, Ty at the center.
"They know something's up,"
Locke said, stalling for time. The eyes of every white inmate swiveled towards him. A metal shank appeared suddenly in Phileas's hand. Sharper than the jagged-edged toothbrush, a razor-sharp tip with barbs running all the way up it, so that it would do even more damage coming out than going in.
"No time like the present,"
Phileas said, the inmates standing around Locke fading away like snow in the Sahara. Only Reaper remained standing next to him.
"What the hell you fools doing? He walks across the yard alone. The toads'll know something's up for sure."
The mist of bodies moved back in.
"We all stay real close," Reaper continued. "Do it on the way back in."
"No," said Locke. "If I'm going to do it, let me do it now." Ty watched as Locke broke away from the group of white inmates and headed straight for the dozen black inmates sweating it out across the yard.
"They getting ready to make a move,"
Marvin muttered in his ear. Ty could sense it, too. It was like a change in air pressure. It had built all the way up to the lockdown when the metal pieces on the fence had gone missing. Their disappearance had to be down to Locke. His way of trying to contain Reaper, or make sure that no one got to him.
"You ready?"
Marvin asked.
"I'm good,"
Ty said, aware that his lips were barely moving. By now, Locke was less than 15 feet away, and he had been joined by a phalanx of white inmates. Phileas was on his left, Reaper on his right. Ty rose. He and Marvin started towards the white inmates. The yard fell silent. Ty could feel everyone's eyes on him as he kept walking. The Norteños were already moving from the bench in anticipation of what might happen, hands by their sides, relaxed, not looking to engage but readying themselves should they have to. They were within 10 feet now. A few more steps and Ty would be close enough to the white inmates to prompt a rush from them. Ty's eyes fixed on his target. Using a technique Locke had taught him, he began shading Phileas's body gray, leaving only the main target areas of head and groin red. You focused on the red areas, the rest took care of themselves. 2 of the guards on the yard had stopped what they were doing and were looking up. One had his radio keyed, keeping it open. To his right, Ty saw one of the black inmates break ranks, pushing off hard and running full pelt towards the white inmates. The next second he sensed the blur of movement that was Marvin making his move, the physical equivalent of the side of a mountain slipping into the sea. Then it was on, and they were toe-to-toe on the yard. Chapter 19. Ty threw the open palm of his left hand into Phileas's face, following up by slamming the elbow of his right arm at his nose. Phileas's torso shifted back, but his feet stayed planted. A fist flew into Ty's chest, landing hard close to his solar plexus. The air punched out hard from his chest, but he kept fighting, throwing a knee up into Phileas's groin, then another, and another. Phileas groaned. His head came down, earning him another knee, this one finding his face. Ty's height gave him leverage, and he set about using every inch of it. Blood clotted in the dust as he continued to rain in blows on the older man. Then what felt like an express train clobbered the side of his head, and he was on the ground. There was no sensation of falling. 1 minute he was standing, the next he was looking up at the bloodied face of Phileas, smiling down at him through broken teeth, and raising a foot, which crashed hard into Ty's nose, snapping the cartilage. Locke had moved hard right to avoid direct engagement with Ty. Glancing back, he saw Reaper on his shoulder. For a big man who'd spent a large part of his life in a small box, he moved fast. The other white inmates clustered round them in a tight phalanx. The shank was down by Locke's side. Time to do something about that. He slowed his pace fractionally, and the front of someone's foot caught the back of his heel. He was ready for it, so he didn't fall, but he did stumble, and as he grabbed someone behind him to steady himself, the weapon tumbled from his hand. Ahead of him he could see Ty giving a good account of himself. Marvin was getting the worst of it from one of the Nazi lowriders, who had him pinned down to the ground and was throwing punches with bowling ball-sized fists at Marvin's head. The remainder of the black inmates were also pressing in to get some of the action. A couple rushed to Marvin and Ty's aid while the rest pivoted hard left towards Locke and his group. On the periphery, 2 guards on the yard drew their canisters of pepper spray from their hips, stepped back and let loose at the edges of the melee in a futile attempt at delaying the inevitable. There was a flurry of limbs as the 2 groups clashed in a mass of roundhouse kicks and brutal punches. Locke found himself facing a black inmate about his own height, but 20 pounds heavier, with the word thug bannered in blue ink across his forehead. Locke stayed low in an effort to minimize the target area offered to his opponent, then stood and slammed his right shoulder as hard as he could into the center of Thug's chest. Tear gas swirled around the yard, and Locke stepped back, noticing as he did so that the mass engagement had broken into small clusters of 2 or 3 bodies. Blood spurted in a regular pulse from the neck of a black inmate to Locke's left as 2 of the Nazi lowriders went to work, one pinning him down while the other stabbed him repeatedly in the face and body. The stabber paused and grinned at Locke before plunging his shank back into his prostrate victim. Locke looked round for Ty, then caught another whiff of tear gas which stung his eyes and blurred his vision. Staying low, he charged Thug, coming up hard again, this time with an elbow to his opponent's chin. It was a clean connection, right on the button, and Thug's legs buckled under him. Locke helped him along, sweeping the hapless black inmate to the floor by grabbing his prison blues around the collar and bringing his right leg hard into the back of Thug's knees. Locke gave him a final kick in the head for good measure, keeping the arc of his foot low, and started to skirt round the bodies. Amid the mayhem, he'd lost sight of Ty. Wisps of tear gas clung low to the ground, lending a near medieval tinge to the scene, as Locke glimpsed half a dozen guards in full riot gear opening a gate into the yard and rolling on through. Wielding tasers and batons, they went to work, weeding first through those inmates closest to the fence.
"Get down on the ground now! Do not move!"
Most inmates offered only token resistance, 2 or 3 minutes of close-quarter combat having sapped the energy of all but the fittest. After taking a couple of baton strikes to their bodies to demonstrate their continuing machismo, they followed orders, rolling away from opponents and kissing the dirt, bruised fingers laced tight behind their necks. As the guards moved in, Locke spotted Ty. Next to Ty, Marvin was lying motionless on the ground, clots of red dirt flecked on the ground around him. Ty was still going at it, giving a good account of himself, throwing palms and elbows at Phileas with alarming speed and ferocity. Phileas was backing away, his face swollen. Locke couldn't resist a smile as Ty grabbed Phileas by the back of his neck, using his spare hand to gouge at his eyes, a classic piece of Krav Maga, where total destruction of your opponent was prized over looking good.
"Get down on the ground!"
The guard nearest to Ty yelled. "Do it," thought Locke. "Just do it, Ty. Give it up." But Ty was too far gone, too consumed by the massive dump of adrenaline brought by combat. Locke half-turned and caught a baton to the back of his knees. His legs folded and the ground came up to meet him. His hands pressed the dirt as he pushed himself back up, but another blow, this one to his back, sank him, just as he caught a glimpse of Ty astride Phileas, the guy barely moving. Up in the gun tower, a lone guard surveyed the yard through the scope of his rifle. Save for one corner of the yard, all the inmates were lying face down. The riot officers moved among them, assessing who needed medical attention and who needed restraints. To his left, though, a black inmate still had one of the whites pinned down. A riot officer blasted a cone of pepper spray in the black inmate's direction, but the black inmate had pulled his shirt up over his face, shielding himself from the worst of it. The guard's finger moved to the trigger of his gun as the inmate advanced on the guard. Picking a spot behind and to the left of the inmate, he squeezed the trigger. Locke heard the sharp crack of the shot and watched a puff of dust from the warning shot rise near Ty. He looked up towards the gun tower, but right then 2 members of the riot squad moved in front of him, their heavy black boots blocking his vision. A few seconds later came the crack of a second shot, and the yard fell silent as Ty hit the ground. Chapter 20. Alicia watched as Bobby Gross, lead defense attorney for the Aryan Brotherhood leadership, swept into the San Francisco courtroom, his entourage of a dozen other attorneys and assistants trailing in his wake. As he approached the table where she sat with her 3-person prosecution team, he stopped, ran a hand through his carefully blow-dried head of hair, and pursed his lips. Alicia suspected that he probably spent more time in front of the mirror in the morning than she did. "Can I help you with something, Bobby?" Alicia asked, fully aware of how much Gross hated being called by his first name. He leaned in towards her. She could smell his breath, minty fresh.
"Tick-tock. Think your boy's gonna make it?"
Gross was all smiles, a football coach riling his opposite number before the big game. Behind Gross, his clients, the 6 members of the Aryan Brotherhood leadership, were being led in by their escort of U.S. Marshals. They seemed to be in high spirits, laughing and joking among themselves. Most of them had been in prison for over 30 years, and it showed in the motel tan pallor of their skin. Several wore reading glasses. All were dressed in a preppy, smart casual uniform of chinos and business shirts, buttoned to the neck. all the better to hide biceps that could crack a steel-reinforced walnut, not to mention the patchwork of shamrocks, swastikas, and Nazi lightning bolts inked across their torsos and arms. The only tattoo none of them could conceal was the one that identified their membership in the AB, the shamrock inked onto the third knuckle of their right hand. Their nicknames were jokey, bordering on cartoonish: Pinky, Sherlock, Duke, Shark, Gringo, the Monk. They looked like the senior members of a Deadwood Appreciation Society, who'd taken the construction of their respective personas just a little too seriously. Alicia gave them and Gross a confident smile. Every day since she had informed Gross about her star witness, he'd tried to needle her about Reaper's appearance. "My witnesses are all fine," she said.
"Not what I hear," Gross said. "Seems there's been a little incident up at Pelican Bay."
Alicia's heart jumped into her throat. "I know," she lied. The door behind Gross and his team opened, and Coburn stalked in with a couple of men she recognized as members of the U.S. Marshals team that had transported Locke and Ty up to Pelican Bay. Alicia excused herself and made her way across to them. "Something's happened?" she asked. Coburn spread his palms to the floor.
"Take it easy. Reaper's fine."
She ushered Coburn and the two U.S. Marshals out into the corridor, away from the prying eyes and ears of the Aryan Brotherhood leadership and their hot-shot attorneys. "Okay," she said. "Give it to me from the top."
"There was a riot in the yard,"
Coburn said. "They tried to get Reaper?"
"Reports are confused about precisely what happened. The California Department of Corrections just released some of the footage from their CCTV system."
"But Reaper's okay?"
"A little bruised," offered one of the marshals.
"What about Locke?"
"He put a couple of other inmates in the medical wing," Coburn said. "They've stashed him in solitary confinement with Reaper for safekeeping."
"Reaper's going to love that," she said.
"Better pissed off than dead," Coburn said.
The look on Coburn's face suggested there was something he wasn't saying. "What is it?" Alicia asked.
"It's Locke's partner. The guard didn't know he was one of us."
"Which guard?" The two marshals looked away.
"The one in the gun tower," said Coburn.
"Ty's been shot?" Alicia said.
"He's breathing, but we don't know how bad he is."
Alicia massaged her temples. "Give me a minute, would you?" She took a deep breath, then another, trying to push away her shock of what had happened to focus on the real dilemma. What to do with Reaper? There was nothing she could do about what had happened at the prison, but she could still deliver her star witness's testimony. "Okay, listen. I'm going to try to get the judge to halt proceedings temporarily. Give us some time to sort out this mess."
"You think he will?"
"No, but it's got to be worth—" There was an ear-shredding boom, and the floor under Alicia's feet rippled with the shock waves of a massive explosion. She was lifted up by the blast, then deposited onto the ground with a thump as clouds of dust turned everything around her gray. Fire alarms wailed in protest. She swiped at her eyes, aware of gritty powder clogging her nose and throat. Alicia shook her head, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened, then began to crawl forward on her hands and knees. Looking up, she saw flames curling around the door of a bathroom 20 feet ahead of her. She turned around, still on all fours, and headed back in the direction of the courtroom. The dust thrown up by the explosion mingled with an acrid black smoke from the nearby fire. "Stay calm, Alicia." She kept moving, her hand eventually finding thin air where it should have found floor. She leaned forward, reaching down to see if the space led to the first tread of a staircase, or whether it was simply a hole. She lowered her hand into a void and quickly withdrew it. The dust was beginning to settle, but the smoke from the fire continued to billow around her. She backed up a little, keeping her face as low to the ground as she could. She could hear a man's voice close by.
"Alicia?"
It was Coburn. "Over here," she said, realizing the absurdity of what she'd just said. Even she hadn't a clue where here was.
"You okay?"
"I think so." A beam of light punched through the colloidal mix of dust and smoke off to her left.
"You see the light?" Coburn said. "I want you to come towards it."
Alicia began to crawl towards the light. Her knees and elbows ached, and there was an insistent high-pitched whine drilling into her head, but she kept moving.
"Keep coming! You're almost there!"
The news spurred her on. A few moments later she felt a hand on her shoulder as Coburn pulled her back up onto her feet, then propelled her through a doorway and into a stairwell. Cops and U.S. Marshals were moving up towards the top floors against a tide of bodies heading down. 2 flights down, she signaled to Coburn to stop. Hands on her knees, she stood for a moment and caught her breath. She glanced up at Coburn. "Thank you."
"No trial without our lead prosecutor,"
Coburn said, clamping a hand onto her shoulder.
"You good to start moving again?"
Alicia straightened up, studying the heavy bags under his eyes, his gray-flecked hair turned white by the dust. "Yeah." In the lobby, the blue-blazered security guards were busy trying to get as many people out of the building and away from the immediate area as possible. Coburn split from Alicia to go and talk to a San Francisco Police Department sergeant. A few moments later, he was back.
"You want the good news or the bad news?"
Alicia glanced around at the people still pouring from the stairwells, their faces blackened by the smoke on the higher floors. She was still shaken from the explosion and badly in need of a caffeine hit. "There's good news here?"
"All the defendants are accounted for. The marshals are moving them to a secure facility until we can get the trial up and running again."
"So what's the bad news?"
"There's been another bombing."
Alicia felt her stomach churn. "Where?"
"The federal courthouse in Los Angeles."
Chapter 21. Blood vortexed across the room, splattering the far wall of the medical center's triage area. Ty opened his mouth to scream. Despite the intense pain in his stomach, he thought quite calmly, abstractly almost, "That ain't good." He lay back as a woman's face hovered above him. She was Asian, and really pretty, and somehow human in a way he'd forgotten, even in this short space of time, people could be. He tried to open his mouth again, this time to speak. Something bubbled at the corner. He reached his hand up, and the tips of his finger came away red. "Take it easy, Tyrone," the woman said. "I'm going to give you something for the pain." Ty felt a jab in his hand, like a cat scratching him, and a few moments later his arm went cold, and then there was a warm feeling, and he didn't feel quite as bad. He licked his lips, his tongue tasting iron behind the salt. "Am I going to die?" he asked, realizing the absurdity of the question, as if anyone was going to answer yes. "I don't think so, but we have to get you stable." Ty grimaced with the pain. Damn. No one had told him that getting shot hurt this much. Another hot spike of agony stabbed through his shoulder. He could feel tears, hot and wet, forming in his eyes. "Jesus, make it go away," he groaned. He tried to focus, to think of something, anything. He'd heard the first shot, but he'd been so lost in the violence that he hadn't even considered stopping. Even though he realized now that the guard in the tower had no way of knowing who he really was, he somehow, stupidly, hadn't believed that the first warning shot was just that, a warning. Man, he'd been dumb. He'd gotten so far into playing the part he'd forgotten who he was, and now he was paying the price. He felt himself grow weaker, a warmness spreading through his body. He tried to clasp his hands but felt his fingers fall away from his palms. His spine, arched with pain a second ago, gave way, folding into the mattress beneath him. He closed his eyes, consciousness drifting from him. As his eyes closed, he prayed that he'd be able to open them again at some point. The riot squad had moved the main culprits into different parts of the prison's secure housing unit. Locke had found himself in a cell next to Reaper. The cells could hold 2 inmates, but such was the nature of the population in this part of the prison that almost all of the cells were single occupancy. These men tended to express their distaste at having to share by killing their cellie. Locke stared out through the perforated Arizona doors of his cell at a blank wall. Having Reaper back in the shoe had been part of his plan. Ty getting shot hadn't. There was no word yet as to whether his friend was dead or alive, and no way of knowing either. The idea of Ty being dead made his stomach churn to the point where he thought he might throw up. Reaper's voice came from the next cell.
"Hey, Locke!"
His tone was super upbeat, like he and Locke were wealthy neighbors who by some stroke of fate had ended up in adjoining suites at the Four Seasons in Maui.
"What is it? Want to know something? You did real good out in that yard. Man, you would have made a great member of the Aryan Brotherhood. Shame about your toad buddy, though."
"His name's Tyrone," Locke said through gritted teeth.
"Bet he's up there sitting on a cloud right now eating watermelon and chitlins."
Despite his best professional instincts, Locke felt a surge of rage. If there wasn't a wall between them, he'd have ripped Reaper's throat out. But there was a wall, and he wasn't about to give Reaper the satisfaction of knowing that his taunts were having an effect.
"Ty's tough. He'll come through." Reaper said. "That's too bad. Man, some of those tower cops can't shoot for shit.
Tell you what, I'll paint a target on your back and you can go running around outside and give him some practice."
"Ooh, do I detect a hint of hostility from my so-called bodyguard?"
Locke moved from the door back to the bunk and climbed up. He ached all over. Even his bruises had bruises. He himself had been shot before, once, a single shotgun round in the chest, courtesy of a two-man assassination team he'd been chasing down who'd rigged a door. It had hurt like hell, even though he'd been wearing an anti-ballistic vest. Reaper lowered his voice to barely a whisper.
"Hey, I never asked for your help. But seeing as we're both here, let's not forget what's at stake. If I don't make that trial, no one's going to be held to account for snuffing your buddy Prager, and this whole exercise will have been one big waste of everyone's time."
Chapter 22. Water slicked the floor of the blackened shell of what had formerly been a restroom in San Francisco's main courthouse. Alicia stepped through what remained of the door, followed by Coburn. Shards of ceramic toilet and basin lay scattered in every direction. There was a handbag in the far corner of the room. Alicia picked her way through the debris towards the stall where the device had detonated. There was still a smear of blood against the wall. Both stall panels had been blown away, and the toilet itself had been reduced to a porcelain stump. Water gurgled from the bottom of it. "How the hell did someone get past security with a bomb?" Alicia asked.
"The guards here usually look for weapons," Coburn replied. "Not high-grade plastic explosives. Plus, whoever placed the device planted it on a floor the public have access to, rather than next to one of the courtrooms or a secure area."
"How did they detonate it?"
"We'll only know that when forensics can tell us if it was on a timer or if it was set off by remote."
Alicia squared her shoulders. "If they think they can intimidate us into dropping the case, they can forget it." She watched as Coburn kicked out a piece of ceramic tile, peeled from the wall by the wave of the blast. The smell of raw sewage seeping up from exposed outlet pipes was starting to get to her. She took a step towards the mirror. It used to run the length of the wash basins. Now only a few fractured pieces remained on the wall, throwing back a circus freak reflection of her sharp features.
"We push them, the Aryan Brotherhood push back. That how we play this?" Coburn asked.
She turned to face him. "No. The AB push us, we knock them the hell down. That's how we play it."
"They might come after you as well."
"I ever tell you about my great-grandmother, Coburn?"
"I'm guessing you're about to. Mind if I make myself comfortable?"
"She grew up in the Deep South during the Civil Rights struggle. When the high school in her hometown was forced to integrate by the federal government, she was one of the first black students to attend. She told me about walking in that first morning. The local police just stood by while a bunch of locals abused her and the other black students, spat on them until they were drenched in it, kicked at them, called them every name under the sun. It was so bad they had to turn back and go home. but she told me that the worst part was the next day when she had to force herself to go through it all over again. But she did it anyway."
"This is a little bit more than a bunch of rednecks," Coburn said.
"These guys are better armed, that's all," said Alicia, walking back out of the bombed-out restroom, the click of her heels echoing down the halls of justice. Bobby Gross was out on the sidewalk, covered from head to foot in a thin layer of gray dust. Alicia approached him as he fumbled a cigarette into his mouth with a trembling hand. "I have a message for your clients," she said. He cupped a hand round the tip of his cigarette while he lit it. "That so?" Alicia reached up and plucked the cigarette from his mouth, tossing it onto the ground and grinding it to dust under her heel. "Tell them they're not going to stop this trial." She walked back to where Coburn was nose to nose with the U.S. Marshal. Behind her, Gross had recovered his composure sufficiently to start haranguing her from a safe distance.
"My clients could have died in there, Jones," he bellowed.
Alicia tuned Gross out, instead focusing on Coburn and the U.S. Marshals clustered around him. "I want this trial up and running again as soon as possible," she announced. She glanced back at the building, where smoke was billowing through the windows of the upper floors. "We're going to need a change of venue, so let's get a list of possible courts that might be able to accommodate us as soon as possible. We can meet later this afternoon to go over them."
Chapter 23. Locke rubbed at his wrists and settled down in a chair next to Ty's bedside. Ty's face was covered by an oxygen mask, and he had a line running into his wrist that was connected to 2 separate IV drips, while a monitor sketched his pulse and blood pressure in luminous green against a black grid. The prison warden, Louis Marquez, stood with Locke and watched the rise and fall of Ty's chest. Minutes passed. Locke watched the ventilator as it moved up and down, the monitor's steady rhythm. Ty's usual scowl was gone, replaced by an expression devoid of tension. He looked like kids did when they slept, untroubled.
"If I'd had my way, Reaper would never have left solitary confinement," Marquez said. "But the U.S. Attorney's Office wanted his testimony."
Locke's jaw tightened. "And they're still going to get it. I'm going to see to that personally." One of Pelican Bay's numerous medical staff, a petite Asian-American woman whose name badge read Dr. Lau, walked into the bay. She checked Ty's chart without acknowledging either Locke or the warden.
"How bad is it?" Locke asked her. "There's some tissue and nerve damage, and we've had to pull the slug out of his shoulder, but he's stable."
Locke looked over at Marquez. "Shouldn't you be getting him to a civilian facility?"
"We're pretty experienced in dealing with violent trauma injuries here," Dr. Lau said. "Get plenty of practice."
Locke turned to her. "He'll be okay, though, right?"
"There are no guarantees, but for someone who's been shot, I'd say his prognosis is good. As long as he doesn't pick up a secondary infection, he should be fine."
"What do you plan on doing with Reaper?" Locke asked Marquez.
"Well, I'll tell you something, son. I never thought the day would come when I'd say this about an inmate, but I want him out of my goddamn prison. So I plan on shipping him down to San Francisco as soon as I can. Let the goddamn U.S. Attorney's Office deal with him, if they can."
"Maybe now they'll take our original advice," Locke said, "and stash him in a safe house."
"You know he'll try to escape, don't you?"
Marquez cautioned. "You seem pretty sure about that."
"Soon as I heard he wanted back on the main line, that's what I thought. Of course, having you here kind of cramped his style. That's probably why he asked the Nazi lowriders to screw around with you and your buddy."
Locke thought about this. It made sense that Reaper was behind the Nazi lowriders' order to attack Ty. It was a way of getting Locke and Ty out of the way, without appearing openly hostile to Alicia. "Let me know when you're going to make the transfer, and I'll ride along to make sure I deliver Reaper to the prosecutor personally," Locke said. Lieutenant Williams stuck his head through the curtain. "Warden?"
"What is it?"
Williams hesitated as he looked from the warden to the uncuffed Locke, who was still wearing the prison blues that identified him as an inmate.
"Go ahead," Marquez said. "You can speak freely."
"Someone just blew up the federal building in San Francisco."
Ty's heart rate stayed constant in the monitor, while Locke's jumped. "How bad is it?" "Bad," Williams said. "Half a dozen dead. Plenty more injured. They've hit the federal court building in Los Angeles, too." "Same people?" Williams shrugged. Who knows? "Group calling itself the White Aryan Resistance Movement has claimed both." Marquez nodded grimly.
Boy, they sure don't want him testifying, do they?
"Can you give me a minute?" Locke asked Marquez.
"Take as long as you need."
He nodded at Williams. The two men left, and Locke was finally alone with Ty. Locke reached out and touched his partner's hand. "Tyrone, listen." Ty's left eye flicked open. He reached up and struggled to pull the oxygen mask to one side so he could speak. Locke helped him with it.
"Can you not touch me and shit?"
Ty croaked.
"Don't want anyone getting the wrong idea."
Locke felt relief. First, that Ty was conscious, but more critically that he was giving Locke grief, which meant he had to be feeling better.
"What the hell you doing here anyway?"
"Good to see you too, Tyrone."
"They didn't get you then."
"Excellent piece of deduction, seeing as I'm sitting here with all my limbs intact."
"Shit. I was counting on not having to split the fee."
He pushed himself up to a sitting position.
"You get me some water, brother?"
Locke filled a glass from the water jug on the table next to Ty and passed it over.
"How do you feel?"
"Like I've been shot." Ty reached back to adjust the position of his pillows, but winced with the pain. Locke did the honors.
"You want me to get someone?"
"Maybe that cute little Asian doctor," Ty said, lowering his voice. "We got a vibe going."
"You can't be feeling that bad."
"They didn't shoot me in the dick." Locke glanced down the bed, made a "I got bad news" face.
"Man, you'd better be messing with me."
Locke stood up.
"Just get better, Ty."
Ty waved him back.
"You ain't even giving me a sit rep."
Once Ty had promised to take it easy, Locke filled him in as best he could on events since the riot on the yard.
"Good call heading to the court with Reaper. I don't trust that mofo one little bit. Even by convict standards, he's a snake."
"The question is, what kind?"
"Guess we all gonna find out when he takes that stand."
Locke got up.
"I gotta go."
Ty raised a clenched hand. They bumped fists.
"I mean that about that guy,"
Ty said.
"Watch your back."
Chapter 24. Alicia and Coburn took their seats in a meeting room within the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal building in downtown San Francisco. The cell phone of Manny Lopez, the U.S. Marshal in charge of court security, chirped. As he shrugged an apology, the cell phone of the man sitting next to him, an FBI field agent by the name of Peter Breedlove, blasted out the James Bond theme tune. Flushing, Breedlove scrambled to answer it. He listened for a few moments, then said, "When?" He covered his cell phone with one hand. "A bomb threat was just phoned into the Santa Ana Federal Court building by someone claiming to be from the White Aryan Resistance Movement."
"They give you a code word?"
Coburn asked. Breedlove looked irritated. "No one heard of these guys until today." Alicia, sitting at the head of the table, put a line through the Santa Ana Court building, which lay third on the list compiled by the U.S. Marshal Service.
"So, where do we go from here?"
Coburn cleared his throat.
"The trial doesn't have to stay in California, does it?"
he asked. "Nope," said the judge who'd been hearing the case. "As long as it's in a state covered by the Ninth Circuit. What were you thinking, Agent Coburn?"
"Well, we can safely assume, even from early reports, that it's the same group, and that they're active in California. After all, California is the Aryan Brotherhood's home turf."
Bobby Gross, who'd insisted on being party to the discussion, loosened his tie.
"Let's not jump to any conclusions as to who's responsible," he said.
Alicia noticed that the vein in his neck was pulsing.
"Oh, come on,"
said Manny Lopez. "Who else wants this trial stopped bad enough to bomb at least 2 federal buildings?" Gross stood up.
"I will not tolerate—"
"Regardless of who's responsible," Coburn said, smoothing his hands across the conference table.
I think everyone can agree that California's too dangerous right now."
There was a general murmur of agreement. Alicia leaned forward. "You have somewhere in mind?"
"I think the more remote we go, the better. A smaller community than Los Angeles. That means if anyone shows up who's out of place, it's going to be one hell of a lot easier to spot them."
Breedlove, the FBI agent with the 007 fetish, nodded. "Makes sense to me. It's too easy for these people to blend in a big city court facility."
"Then I have just the place," Coburn said.
10 minutes later, across the bay in Oakland, Chance snatched up her cell phone and heard the man on the other end of the line say,
"It's playing just like you said."
Chance's heart began to pound. Hers had been an educated guess about what would happen after the explosion. When she'd heard that 6 people had been killed, her heart had sunk. Not because she felt bad for them. Most of them were either black or Hispanic, but because she thought they might stop the trial entirely, which could set things back weeks if not months. What she'd been counting on was the bloodthirstiness of the prosecutor, and Alicia Jones hadn't disappointed. "They're moving it?"
"Yep."
There was the sound of voices in the background. Chance was about to end the call when the man on the other end of the line said,
"Be right with you."
She could hear the man talking to someone. Then he came back to the phone. She smiled at the thought they had someone right there in the belly of the beast.
"Yeah," said the man. "They're moving it to Medford in Oregon. Hope that works for you guys."
"Don't worry," said Chance. "We'll make it work." She paused. "What about Reaper? When's he arriving?"
"It's going to be tight. They're moving him tomorrow. Soon as I get more details, I'll let you know."
Chapter 25. Wearing his regular civilian uniform of Nike sneakers, blue jeans from Gap, and black sweater with a protective vest thrown over the top of it, Locke stopped in front of Reaper's cell. Lieutenant Williams and the 2 other guards charged with transferring Reaper to the team of U.S. Marshals outside the prison stood behind him. The early hour had been chosen so that Reaper would leave the prison under cover of darkness and arrive at the court around daybreak. His testimony was expected to take the whole day, with cross-examination running into a second. Locke had spent the last few hours with Ty, who was staging a strong enough recovery for his own transfer to a civilian medical facility to be scheduled for later that day. He'd also, at long last, spoken to Carrie, who'd initially chewed him out over his lack of contact, then about his stupidity in taking on the job in the first place. Given that the Aryan Brotherhood trial, courtesy of the bombings, was now national rather than just California news, she was already in the air and on the way to the new trial venue in Medford, Oregon, to cover the story for her network. He was looking forward to seeing her, but determined to remain focused on finishing the job he'd started. Reaper was dressed and waiting for them. Offering his hands up to be cuffed, he checked out Locke's new look with a smirk.
"Well, don't you scrub up nice."
Smiling back, Locke reached through the hatch and ratcheted Reaper's cuffs a notch tighter on his wrists. Reaper's smirk dissolved. He pulled his hands back, walked to the back of his cell, picked up a book, and returned to the door. The bubble cop in the pod that controlled access to the cells pressed a button, and his cell door opened. Reaper took a step out into the corridor. The movement of a prisoner had brought the inmates in the cells around him to the Arizona doors which fronted the cells in this section of the prison. Eyes pressed against the half-inch holes which perforated the doors in place of the more traditional bars. Locke took the book from Reaper's hands, The Art of War, and handed it to Williams, who flicked the pages before returning it to Reaper.
"J-Pats are usually a little light on in-flight entertainment,"
Reaper said by way of explanation. Reaper glanced down at his legs, presumably anticipating having leg restraints put round his feet. But Locke had already advised that they forego this particular measure during Reaper's transfer. If there was an attempt on his life, which looked more likely than ever given the bombings, they would have to get him out of the situation. If that was the case, the protectee who couldn't run would likely get everyone killed. Locke put a hand on Reaper's elbow, and with a "let's go," guided him along the spur of cells that led into the center of this section of the shoe. Most of the cells were occupied by white inmates, but overcrowding after the riot had ensured a sprinkling of Hispanic and black prisoners. It was like walking past the lion's enclosure at midnight. Eyes peered, yellow and unblinking, from the depths of every cell, lips peeled back over teeth. Then came the low roar of threats designed to get the prey's blood pumping, all the faster for it to bleed out. Locke and Williams positioned themselves on Reaper's left, so that they stood directly between Reaper and the cell doors. Even with the doors sealed, and with no bars, it wasn't unheard of for prisoners to use improvised darts, tipped with a filed-down metal disc from a sprinkler head, dipped in their own feces and then propelled through one of the half-inch holes in their cell door, using the elastic from shorts to take out a guard or other enemy. The final threat was hissed low in Spanish from a nearby cell before the door at the end of the corridor clicked open, and Locke led Reaper's escort out into the hub of the shoe, then along the wide linoleum-floored corridor towards the sally port, a confined double-doored space used to control entry to and exit from the shoe. There, Reaper was signed out by Lieutenant Williams. Reaper then twisted his head back round and took a long look down the corridor. The gesture unsettled Locke. It was as if Reaper was saying his goodbyes, although surely he wasn't naive enough to think that he wouldn't be trading his cell at Pelican Bay for another somewhere else. Paperwork completed, they moved out of the shoe and into the wide expanse of open ground known in the prison as No Man's Land. Even at this hour, with all the inmates tucked up inside their cells, No Man's Land was lit up like a Christmas tree. Concealed cameras must have tracked their every move, because yards before they reached them, the gates rolled back to allow them free passage. Then they were moving through the 3 razor-wire-topped fences, the middle one charged with enough juice to kill someone on contact. A caged exit ensured safe passage into a second sally port, where again Williams had to sign Reaper out. Reaper rolled his neck, closing his eyes as he worked out the kinks of tension. The gesture gnawed away at Locke. A good half of close protection work was visual awareness and reading body language. There was something off about how Reaper was acting. On the journey across the yard, Reaper's prison stroll had morphed almost seamlessly from a tight, contained prison shuffle into a languid stroll. Locke had seen Reaper feign indifference as he strolled on the yard with Phileas, and had taken that for what it was, a show of bravado designed to dissuade a potential attacker, the strutting of an alpha male. This was different. Surrounded by tension, Reaper, who now had his nose buried in his book, seemed utterly relaxed. Chapter 26. The marshal in charge of transferring Reaper to Oregon shook Locke's hand, the firmness of the grip sending a jolt of pain spearing up Locke's arm.
"Thanks for everything, but we can take it from here,"
he said as Reaper was placed in the middle vehicle of a 3 SUV convoy for the short drive from the prison to the Crescent City Airport.
"I could use the ride,"
Locke said firmly.
"Sure you could, but I'm not sure we can use you. Listen, we do high-value witness and high-risk prisoner transfer every single day."
Locke met the comment with a tight smile.
"Not like this one. If you want me to stand aside, that's fine, but you'll need to speak to Alicia Jones at the U.S. Attorney's office first. She's the one who contracted with me."
The marshal glanced back at the waiting aircraft and hesitated.
"Listen, embus and debus. Making sure that a specified person gets from point A to point B safely is what I do,"
Locke said quickly.
"I'll leave any heroics to you guys, but it can't hurt to have a fresh pair of eyes with you."
Locke stepped in closer so his next words with the marshal wouldn't be overheard.
"I'm not sure Reaper's dealing from the top of the deck. And seeing as I've spent the best part of a week smelling this guy's farts, wouldn't it make sense to have me riding shotgun next to him?"
The marshal's gaze slid from Locke to a correctional officer in the gun tower high above them. "Okay, but remember who's calling the shots." Landing at Crescent City's airfield may well have been stomach-churning, but takeoff must have brought a whole new dimension of bowel-loosening terror to the cabin of the twin-engine Cessna. From where Locke was seated, the procedure seemed to involve gunning the twin engines to a point where the tires were almost spinning, then taking off the brakes and hurtling down the absurdly short stretch of runway before hanging Roadrunner style in mid-air as they left dry land and praying for an upcurrent. Locke figured that a giant catapult would have done a similar job, but with less of a carbon footprint. Once they were airborne, Locke's stomach began to settle. The journey along Lakeshore Drive to the airfield had been tense. Moving location always was, whether you were escorting the president or a felon. There was a sudden bump as the plane hit some turbulence. Locke, having secured a seat by the window with no one next to him, with Reaper across from him, stared out, but all he could see was clouds. Up ahead, Reaper was still in high spirits.
"Hey, Cindy Sue," he called. "Can I get a beer and some pretzels back here?"
The marshals ignored him.
"A blowjob would be good, too," Reaper continued.
Locke swiveled round in his seat so that he was facing Reaper, at the same time pulling off his right sneaker and removing one of his socks, which he balled up in a fist. He stood up, crossed the aisle, and pushed Reaper back down into his seat with the palm of his left hand. As Reaper opened his mouth to protest, Locke jammed the sock into Reaper's mouth as hard as he could, his spare hand pincering Reaper's throat.
"Now are you going to sit there like a good boy or not?"
Reaper's eyes flared with rage, but he nodded. Locke pulled the sock back out. Immediately, Reaper shouted to the marshal at the rear of the plane.
"Hey, he can't do that!"
Locke leaned in closer.
Understand this, you piece of racist trailer park trash. I don't work for the cops, or the Marshal Service, or the U.S. Attorney's Office. I'm a private contractor, and right now I'm off the clock, working on my own time, so the only person I have to answer to is me. Now back there was your turf. Everything from here on is mine. I've kept my end of the bargain, which was to keep you breathing, and now you're going to keep your end, without any more games or dicking anyone around. And if you don't, you're not going to have to worry about the row at San Quentin, because I'll open the door of this plane and toss you out of it. You got me?"
Chapter 27. Chance nudged the red pickup truck through the gate and onto the service road, turned off the engine, and waited. A few minutes later, the wind started to pick up, the boughs of a stand of nearby black oaks beginning to bend as a helicopter came in to land. She got out of the pickup and shielded her eyes with one hand. She could just about make out Cowboy in the pilot's seat, his face shaded by the brim of his black Stetson. Trooper, with his mane of hooker blonde hair, sat next to him in the co-pilot's seat. As Cowboy cut the engine and they clamored from the cockpit to greet her, Chance felt a wave of relief. From now on in, they'd be together. No more solo missions. She watched as Trooper pulled out a pack of American Spirit cigarettes and fumbled in his pocket for a lighter, an expensive-looking Zippo with a number 88 engraved on the front plate, each 8 standing for the 8th letter of the alphabet, the 2 H's together shorthanding the phrase Heil Hitler. Cowboy hard stared him.
"Operation started. You smoke that, you make sure you bag the butt."
Trooper flicked up the Zippo and lit his cigarette, finding a free middle finger to flip Cowboy the bird.
"I ain't joking,"
Cowboy said. Trooper sucked the freshly lit cigarette into his mouth and chewed down on it, one of his many gross-out party tricks acquired during too much time spent with outlaw biker gangs. Chance laughed. Cowboy and Trooper had fought like family, worse sometimes. "No arguing now, boys," she said, giving first Cowboy and then Trooper a hug. Cowboy took a step back and stared at her.
"Nice job on those buildings."
Chance felt herself blush. "Wasn't nothing. This is going to be the difficult part." She ushered them back over to the pickup and spread out a recon map on the hood. It showed the airfield and surrounding area. She stabbed at a point on the map, then pointed in the direction of a stand of trees, which would obscure the helicopter from the area beyond. "We'll wait in there," she said. "Now, help me get this gear unloaded. We don't have long." No sooner had they dug into their respective positions and settled in to wait than a Medford Police Department cruiser appeared at the gate at the far end of the airstrip. Chance raised her M4 to her shoulder and peered through the scope for a better look as the front passenger door of the cruiser opened and a female deputy waddled out and sprang the padlock securing the gate. Chance guessed they were here to ensure that nothing was amiss before the marshal's team from the court arrived to collect Reaper from the aircraft. It wasn't a big deal. They'd drive around, see nothing, wait for the marshal's transfer team to arrive, then leave. All they had to do was sit tight. Chance took another peek through her sights. The gates were rolled open, but the female patrol officer was stood stock still, staring directly to her left. Worse, she was waving to her colleague inside the vehicle. He clambered out and joined her. Chance strained to hear what was being said, but they were too far away. Whatever it was, though, it wasn't good, because the male cop started to walk in their direction while the female patrol officer ducked her head back into the car to get on the radio. "Shit," said Chance, crawling onto her side into the brush and motioning for Trooper, who was on her right, to start moving round so that he would be in a position behind the male cop if he made it this far. Chance's mind was racing. If he came over, he'd get shot. They'd have no alternative, and then their operation would be mortally compromised. They'd have to go for the extraction they'd originally planned, and that would make this seem like a picnic. Once she was happy she couldn't be seen from the road, Chance got to her feet. Her breathing was heavy, and her back was killing her. She started to skirt round to her left. On the way she began to discard her camo gear. She stripped down to bra and panties. That would work fine. She grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it over her face and into her hair. Then she headed back towards the service road. 1 minute, Patrol Officer Michelle Halsey was watching her partner, gun drawn, head towards the line of trees. The next, a woman appeared at the edge of the airstrip screaming her head off. The woman was semi-naked and seemed to be in some distress. Halsey saw her partner turn round and wave Halsey out of the car and towards the woman. "See what she wants," he shouted. It figured, thought Halsey, with no little resentment. She had to be the one to deal with the hysterical female. She put her head down and walked towards the woman. "Ma'am, are you okay?" "You've got to help me," screamed the woman. Halsey was close enough to get a better look at her now. Something was off. Slowly it formed in her mind what it was. The woman's face was dirty, like she'd been dragged through the undergrowth, but the rest of her naked flesh was clean. Halsey's hand slipped to the butt of her service weapon just as she heard a gunshot behind her. She spun round and saw her partner hit the ground. His legs were on the edge of the road, the rest of his body splayed on the grass. Whatever had just happened, it was going to require backup, and fast. She started backing up towards her cruiser, fumbling for her gun, but the woman had already pulled out a handgun, seemingly from nowhere, and was pointing it at her. "If you want to live, do exactly what I say." "Whatever is going on here?" Halsey stuttered, putting her hands up slowly. "That doesn't include talking, bitch." 2 men wearing full camouflage gear, including tactical body armor, stepped from the trees carrying automatic rifles. One of them was wearing a black cowboy hat. The other had long blonde hair. Matter-of-factly, they began to drag her partner back towards the trees, leaving a smear of blood on the grass. The woman spoke again as she advanced towards her. "What have you called in so far?" Halsey's mouth was dry. She had to will herself to form words. "Nothing." "Good. So now we're going to get back in that car of yours, and you're going to get back on the radio and say that it checked out fine. And remember this, one false move, and you're dead. Okay?" Chapter 28. Dawn nudged against the darkness, revealing curls of black cloud set low against the unforgiving frontier industrial landscape of Medford, Oregon. Locke's motivational talk had quietened Reaper right down, and there was no talking between the marshals either. Hollywood might script dramatic courtroom assassination attempts. Locke reflected now that the flight was coming to an end. But both he and everyone on board knew that their real challenge lay in the transfer between airplane and courthouse. Locke got up from his seat and made his way over to the marshal in charge.
What do you have on the ground for the transfer?
6 marshals in 3 separate vehicles. This made sense to Locke. One vehicle would have Reaper in it. One would be out front scoping out likely trouble and clearing a path through any traffic. The third would, if they had any sense, contain a counterattack team in case anyone was stupid enough to give them any problems.
The marshals evenly split among the vehicles?
No. We've got 3 in the CA vehicle. Transfer vehicle just has a driver. We'll make up the numbers in it when we land. Anything else you want to second-guess me on? Locke's reply was cut off by the captain on the intercom. His message was brief. No weather report or thank you for flying J-Pats. Just a curt, "Buckle up. We are making our final approach in a couple of minutes, gentlemen." Locke fastened his seatbelt as the plane looped round to the east. From his window he could see the postcard-size airfield below. It was surrounded by dense woods. On the ground he could see 3 black SUVs, no doubt the transfer vehicles, rolling up towards the entrance. Then, much farther back, not even within the confines of the airfield itself, he saw a helicopter. It was small, black, and, judging from the hardware mounted on either side of the cockpit, very definitely military. Then he spotted something else, a patrol car, recognizable by the lights and number painted on the roof, parked in tight to the perimeter fence. And crouched behind it, 2 figures holding what even at this height was clearly heavy-duty assault rifles. Locke unclipped his belt, stood up and waved the marshal in charge over. "What the hell is it now?" the marshal said.
"Did you order a helicopter as backup transfer vehicle?"
The marshal looked at Locke like he was crazy. "No, why?"
"Because there's one down there."
"Probably some black ops shit. This place gets used for all kinds of stuff." That didn't explain why a helicopter was in plain sight outside the airfield.
"What about your CA team? Where are they?"
The marshal was clearly losing patience.
"In their vehicle, I guess."
What he'd just seen still made no sense to Locke. Again and again in his career, saving the principal's life had come down to one simple mantra. Look out for 2 things, the absence of the normal or the presence of the abnormal.
"Then who the hell are those guys?"
Locke said, pointing out the 2 figures crouched behind the patrol car, automatic weapons trained on the runway. The marshal followed the trajectory of Locke's finger and froze.
"I've no idea."
There was a hiss of noise from the intercom, then the captain's voice. "Final approach, folks. Hold on tight." Chapter 29.
"Abort the landing!"
Locke bellowed as he and the marshal raced towards the cockpit door. The marshal made it there first, but Locke pushed past him and grabbed the door handle. It wouldn't turn.
"Get this plane back up in the air!"
he shouted. He stepped back and took a kick at the door, but it didn't budge. He guessed that no amount of kicking would do the job, J-Pat's aircraft doors having been specifically designed to resist such attempts.
"It's Brody!" shouted the marshal. "Let me in!"
There was a whir beneath them, and a hard clunk as the landing gear went down. The marshal pounded on the door.
"You need to get us back up in the air!"
The cabin door opened, and a shaken co-pilot stood there. He had a SIG P-250 in his hand, no doubt a precautionary measure in case Reaper had somehow overthrown his guard.
"What the hell's going on?" he demanded. "We've got a problem on the ground! Abort the landing!" the marshal barked.
Locke could see the trees below rushing in on them fast. Dead ahead, a police cruiser was making its way onto the runway. The 2 armed figures who'd been standing behind it were now nowhere to be seen.
"It's too late," the co-pilot replied. "Get back to your seats now!"
They were almost on top of the trees. Then, for a fraction of a second, they were below them. Locke and the marshal turned round just as the plane's wheels made contact with terra firma. The jolt sent both of them tumbling back down the aisle. Locke grabbed an armrest to steady himself as the pilot slammed on the brakes. Through the window next to him, Locke could see the police cruiser driving parallel to them, a female deputy at the wheel. The look of terror on her face told him everything he needed to know about the situation they'd just landed themselves in. Chance was shouting instructions from a prone position on the rear bench seat of the police cruiser. "Okay, now slow down." Halsey took her foot off the gas. The plane sped past them, revealing the 3 SUV transfer convoy vehicles 500 yards away on the apron. "Now, lower the window." "Please, don't do this," Halsey pleaded. "Lower the goddamn window, bitch." Halsey did as she was told, her fingers trembling. Chance grabbed the RPG launcher from the footwell and took aim at the rear SUV parked on the apron. She pulled the trigger, the recoil throwing her back onto the seat. Clawing her way back up, she watched as the SUV took a direct hit, the impact of the grenade twisting the frame and punching the SUV over onto its side. So much for the counterattack team, she thought. Beyond her, Chance could see Cowboy and Trooper making their move, emerging from their positions and laying down covering fire as they made their way towards the 2 remaining SUVs. Rounds pinged off the vehicles. She spotted Trooper stopping to reload as Cowboy let off a 3-round burst from his M4. She smiled as Trooper finished the reload, his move sharp and balletic, so at odds with his shambolic appearance. The passenger door of the lead SUV opened and a marshal appeared in full tactical gear. Trooper, lying flat on the floor in a sniper position, took aim and shot the marshal full in the face from 100 yards. The marshal's mouth caved in on itself, dragging his nose and eyes with it. Chance grabbed a fresh RPG round from her backpack and rearmed the launcher. It took her a moment. In front, Halsey was yammering into her radio. "Officer down! Officer down! Backup requested immediately!" Chance ignored her. The pleas were already redundant, not even a factor. The marshals on the ground and the pilot of the plane would already have communicated to the authorities in Medford and beyond that there had been a different sort of welcoming committee than the one they'd anticipated. She finished reloading and looked at the digital timer hooked to the front of her bra. They had 3 more minutes. Reassured that they were on schedule, Chance hefted the reloaded RPG launcher over her shoulder again and aimed for the lead vehicle. She hit it dead center. Another marshal emerging from it took the full force of a front panel of the vehicle as it was blown from the carcass. His arms were ripped from his shoulders and arced behind his back and up into the air, landing just a few feet from her. Chance threw the launcher back into the vehicle, opened the driver's door, and pulled Halsey out by her hair, leaving her on the runway. Then she clambered into the driver's seat, threw the cruiser back into drive, and took off after the plane. In the cabin, all Locke could hear was the sound of explosions on the runway behind them. The plane was slowing dramatically, and behind him the remaining marshals were scrambling to the windows, trying to get a visual on the unfolding chaos. Better than anyone else on the plane, Locke knew there was only one objective in a situation like this: get the hell out of it. Locke stormed the short distance back down into the cockpit and pushed past the still-open door which was swinging back and forth on its hinges.
"Okay, we need to turn this thing around and get back up in the air," he said, assuming command.
Brody, the marshal in charge, was standing behind him, his face pale.
"We have armored vehicles on the ground. We can still make the transfer," he said,
doing a bad job of trying to inject an air of authority into his voice.
"What the hell do you think those explosions we just heard were?"
Locke demanded.
"I'll need clearance from air traffic control," said the pilot.
Locke put a hand on the pilot's shoulder and squeezed hard, trying to snap the guy back into the real world.
"Do you have fuel? And is there enough runway behind us if we turn around?"
The pilot looked at Locke like he'd just been asked for the square root of pi. The co-pilot seemed to be faring slightly better.
"We've got enough fuel to get up, but not to go anywhere." "Enough to circle for 10 minutes and get back down again?" Locke asked.
He checked the gauge.
"Sure." "And what about taking off? We got enough runway between us and those trees back there?"
"I think so."
"Good.
The pilot was still staring wall-eyed at Locke. "But we need clearance." Locke did the only thing he could under the circumstances. He opened the palm of his hand and slapped the pilot hard enough across the face to pull him back to reality.
"Forget the clearance and do your job, or we're all going to die. Do you understand me?"
The pilot rubbed his cheek, his pupils dilating, the sting of the slap acing the shock he was already in. He nodded and turned his attention to the controls in front of him. Locke turned to Brody.
"You gonna second me here?"
Brody hesitated as the nose of the plane slowly swung round, giving them a head-on view of the twisted, smoldering wreckage of the SUVs. Then he squared his shoulders.
"Let's do it."
Chance flicked on the lights and siren, then buried the gas pedal of the cruiser. The plane was turned towards her now, but it had come to what looked like a temporary stop. Behind her, Trooper and Cowboy had jacked the remaining Marshal's Service SUV, Cowboy executing the driver on the runway as they did so. The female cop had suffered a similar fate as she tried to crawl her way across the debris-strewn runway. Chance skidded to a halt next to the door side of the plane and waited. She could see men's faces at the windows peering out. No sign of Reaper, though. He'd be last out. She started as the twin engines growled back into life, a warm tide of gasoline air blowing her long hair from her blackened face. The whine of the engines grew more insistent, rising in pitch and volume. Then the pilot slipped the brakes and it was careering down the runway. She slammed down on the gas, 180'd the cruiser and took off after the plane. But it was a losing proposition. Even though the aircraft wasn't the fastest thing on three wheels, it was still more than a match for the piece of shit Crown Vic she was helming. She gestured frantically at Trooper and Cowboy in the SUV, who took the hint and drove their commandeered SUV directly across the flight path, reaching the center of the runway near to what she imagined would be the takeoff point of the J-Pat's plane. Locke and Brody were thrown forward again as the pilot jammed on the brakes. Locke grabbed the edge of the console and hauled himself up. They were closing in fast on an SUV parked in the middle of the runway. He braced himself as best he could for the impact that would surely come. Chance caught up with the plane just as it came to a shuddering halt, only yards from the SUV, boxing it in at the rear. Reaching for her rifle, she ran to the front of the plane. She could see the pilot, his face ashen. She raised her M4 and sprayed the front of the cockpit with a 3-round burst. The engines whined again as the pilot slumped dead against the controls. She felt a surge of triumph. Reaper was going nowhere. In the cockpit, Brody and the co-pilot were also hit. The co-pilot had taken a bullet to his right thigh, and Brody was bleeding from the side of his face, his body armor having spared him more serious injury. Two of Brody's colleagues dragged them back into the main body of the aircraft while the remaining marshals stayed close to Reaper, who hadn't moved through the whole ordeal. Locke reached down and relieved Brody of his weapon. One of Brody's colleagues stared at him. "What the hell are you doing?" Locke checked the weapon.
"Deputizing myself. From here on in, you do what I say."
Chapter 30. "You don't have the authority to do that," the marshal said.
"Listen, Sparky, we're immobile and surrounded by a hostile group of heavily armed combatants. Now, I could go hide under one of the seats if you like, or I can try to get us all out of here alive."
Locke looked quickly out of one of the windows. At least 3 heavily armed individuals, including the woman. He checked his watch. They were 5 minutes into the contact already. No matter how gung-ho the ambushers were, they weren't going to be able to stick around indefinitely. Locke looked at the escort who was with Reaper and jerked his thumb in the prisoner's direction.
"Get him on his feet. Whatever anti-ballistic gear we have spare, put it on him."
"What are you going to do?" he asked.
"Test a little theory I've been chewing over."
Locke paused, then looked directly at Reaper.
"It strikes me that if the people outside with all those heavy weapons wanted Reaper dead, then right about now they'd be filling the fuselage with a lot of holes, which means they want him alive."
"So why does he need the body armor, then?"
"You'll see," said Locke as the marshal hauled Reaper to his feet. Got it all figured out, don't you, Locke?
Reaper sneered.
You tell me. Are they here to kill you or help you escape?
Reaper fell silent.
Yep, thought as much,
Locke said. Chance was beginning to worry. There seemed no clear way into the aircraft. She yanked at what she thought might be a baggage hatch, but it wouldn't budge. They should have brought tear gas, she thought, something to flush the marshals and Reaper out with. She kicked at one of the tires, then crouched under the body of the plane and shouted up at the door. "You have 10 seconds to hand him over. Do you understand?" The woman's voice was muffled by the fuselage, but the words were audible. Reaper was having an anti-ballistic helmet screwed onto his head by one of the marshals. It was like fitting a baby bonnet on a linebacker. Locke crossed to the door.
Okay, but you have to give us more than a 10 count.
The woman's reply was curt and to the point. 10, 9. The marshal suited Reaper up as the countdown continued. When the woman hit 0, there was silence. Then a volley of automatic fire burst through the undercarriage, ripping out the stuffing from one of the seats at the rear of the plane. Everyone froze. "So if they want him alive so much, what was that about?" the marshal asked.
"It's called playing the percentages,"
Locke said, grabbing Reaper and frog-marching him towards the door at the front of the plane.
"Okay, no more firing. I'm bringing him out,"
he shouted, jabbing a finger at one of the marshals to open the door.
"But you have to move back from the aircraft, right now."
"We'll pull back. You send him out." Locke stayed with Reaper and motioned for the 2 marshals to get their weapons and move to the exit side windows.
"Okay," he shouted. "As soon as we see you move back, I'll send him out."
Chance pulled the patrol car away from the plane. Every second that passed, their options were narrowing. The door of the plane juttered open, the stairs unfolded, and there stood Reaper in all his glory. It was enough to make Chance catch her breath. But then, as Reaper took the first step, she saw that he wasn't alone. There was a man with him. The man produced a Glock, shoved it in Reaper's face, and with his free hand pushed the cuffed Reaper down the rest of the stairs. At the bottom, he stopped and pressed his gun hard into Reaper's mouth.
"You seriously think I'm going to hand you this piece of shit?" he shouted.
Behind Chance, Cowboy and Trooper had fanned out, trying to find an angle, but Reaper's sheer size precluded a clean shot at the man who was now propelling him across the runway. Then the man stopped.
"You want him so bad? You come and get him."
Locke had to concede that Reaper had made one hell of a human shield. It was like standing behind a striker-armed vehicle. One of the attackers, a man wearing a cowboy hat, darted out from behind the hijacked police cruiser. Locke flicked his borrowed Glock away from Reaper's mouth and let off a single shot which bounced off the runway 3 feet to the guy's left, then put the gun back to Reaper's head.
"Come on, you pussies. Come and get him. I can do this all day."
Another male attacker with long blonde hair appeared, this time from the other side. Locke hauled Reaper in closer to him, pivoted round, and got off a shot which went high and wide. In the distance, a symphony of sirens could be heard, getting louder.
"The question is, how long you got?"
Chance could hear the sirens, too. She could even pick out the trail of flashing red lights. She clenched her fists, furious. They could stay, fight their ground, but ultimately they'd be overwhelmed, and the mission would be a failure. Or they could walk away now and try again. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs. She exited the patrol car, grabbing the grenade launcher on her way out. Cowboy and Trooper screeched to a halt next to her in the black SUV they'd jacked from the marshals. They screamed for her to get inside as she raised the launcher and sent a final defiant message roaring towards the J-Pat's plane. Locke pushed Reaper down to the ground as the RPG round whistled over them. A wall of fire soared into the sky as it made contact with the plane, the fuel tank engulfing the entire fuselage in flames. He hated to think what it was doing to the men inside. Looking up, Locke saw the jacked SUV slamming out onto the service road beyond the perimeter of the airfield. He pulled Reaper back to his feet and smiled into his stony face.
Looks like you're going to have your day in court after all.
Chapter 31. The police cruiser edged its way slowly down the street, like a Halloween-styled homecoming parade float. Rorschach-style blood spatters patterned the windshield. The bodywork was peppered with shrapnel and bullet holes. One of the tires was shot out so badly that sparks were flying from the rim. Behind the cruiser followed, at the same funereal pace, a convoy of police and emergency medical service vehicles. With no view through the windshield, Locke hung out of the driver's window to get a better view of the terrain ahead, his right foot alternating between the gas pedal and the brake. He brought the car to a halt beside the steps of the Medford courthouse and got out, his randomly purloined body armor and smoke-blackened face giving his appearance a post-apocalyptic makeover. "All ashore that's going ashore," he said. He opened the rear door and hauled Reaper out, shoulders first. In addition to his usual restraints, Reaper was sporting the previously threatened piece of cloth jammed into his mouth to stop him from talking. Reaper hit the sidewalk like a sack of potatoes. Locke put out his hand and helped him to his feet. A couple of Medford cops went to help Locke, but he waved them away with a gruff, "Back the hell off." He shoved Reaper hard in the back, propelling him up the stone steps. At the top, Alicia stood among the open-mouthed crowd with the rest of her prosecution team. Locke kept Reaper moving until the final step, when the front of his right foot happened to clip the back of Reaper's left foot, and he sprawled face first directly in front of Alicia. As Reaper tried to get up, Locke placed his boot on the back of his head, forcing his face back down onto the stone. "Everyone else who was on the plane is dead," Locke said. He glanced down at Reaper. "All apart from me and this piece of shit." He dug into his pocket, pulled out a set of keys for Reaper's cuffs and leg restraints, and handed them to Alicia. "Here's your witness." The shock was etched on Alicia's face. "Everyone's dead?" "There was a welcoming committee waiting for us at the airfield."
How the hell could they have known where he was coming in?
The question had crossed Locke's mind ever since he'd spotted the assault helicopter. There was only one answer. They had someone on the inside. But who? One of the marshals? A guard back at Pelican Bay? Someone in local law enforcement? It was a pretty wide field. Without knowing who the group who'd ambushed them were, narrowing it down was going to prove next to impossible. "I don't know, but they were well prepared." Dust caught at the back of his throat. "Pardon me," he said, turning his head in Reaper's direction and spitting some of the runway grit from his mouth. "One more thing you should know. I gave them ample opportunity to kill this piece of shit, and they didn't take it. For whatever reason, they wanted to take him alive." Two cops rushed in to scoop Reaper up from the ground. "Now," said Locke, "if you'll excuse me." Carrie was standing 10 yards away, in a knot of other media people with her cameraman. Locke looked at her as she brushed back a strand of blonde hair from her eyes, which were blue and earnest as she talked to another reporter. She turned and saw him. Her features softened as she made her way towards him. As she reached him, she raised an eyebrow. "Straightforward mission, huh?" Locke shrugged. "It was when I started." He reached out and placed his hands either side of her face, his thumbs stroking her cheeks. She smiled. "It always is with you." He leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. It felt fantastic. They walked slowly back to the minivan Carrie's network had provided. Locke took her through the whole story, starting with the conference room in San Francisco. She'd already heard about Ty and had good news for Locke. "They're moving him down to a hospital in San Francisco later today." Locke felt the slabs of tense muscle in his back and neck ease a little. "That's good." They both fell silent for a few seconds. Locke was anxious about what was coming next. He'd taken on what proved to be a near-suicide mission, but kept Carrie out of the loop. The guilt about it weighed on him all the while he'd been inside the prison, only outweighed by the dour determination he'd felt to bring the killers of Ken Prager and his family to justice. "Ken Prager was my friend," Locke said. I had to do what I could to help bring these guys to justice."
"Loyalty's a fine quality,"
Carrie said, avoiding eye contact. Locke's heart sank.
"I don't know, Ryan. I mean, if I had a great story to chase, I wouldn't want to have to ask your permission. That's one of the things I like about you. You're not threatened by my career. You respect my independence."
That much was true. In his downtime between jobs, Locke was quite content to walk Angel in Central Park, hit the gym, then shop for groceries and cook dinner. Carrie often teased him that, barring his adrenaline junkie tendencies, he'd make someone a great wife one of these days, and he laughed along with her. Maybe it was a generational thing, but he'd never bought into any macho bullshit about a woman's place being in the kitchen. He was happy to be with a woman who didn't take any crap and who'd built a life for herself. "I'm sensing a butt here somewhere," he said.
"I just don't know if this is working out between us,"
Carrie said. Locke sighed. He wasn't about to plead for another chance. Not because he was too proud, but because in his experience, once a woman had made a decision about a relationship, there was rarely any going back. They were harder than men in that respect. Yet he wasn't quite ready to give up on what they had. "Does it change anything if I say I don't think I ever missed anyone before like I missed you these past 5 days?" he asked. Carrie looked away again. He could sense her softening. "How do I make it up to you?"
"There is one thing,"
said Carrie, watching as Reaper was finally bundled from view by a phalanx of law enforcement. "Name it," said Locke.
"Help me get an interview with Reaper."
Chapter 32. The guard opened the holding cage and Reaper stepped out. Alicia nodded for him to free his shackles. Layers of body armor, some of it still slicked with the blood of dead U.S. Marshals, jutted out from his bulky frame. He looked, thought Alicia, like a cross between the Terminator and a Kevlar-encased Egyptian mummy.
"Get him out of that stuff,"
she said, holding up a black plastic Nordstrom suit carrier. She unzipped it and held it up for his inspection.
"A lot of people died to get you here, so you might want to make the effort to look presentable."
Knowing that an inmate in prison blues was already a couple of credibility points behind a witness who was dressed in civilian clothes, Alicia had brought Reaper the change of clothes. A single-breasted dark gray suit, a crisp white shirt still bearing the crease marks from its packaging, and a suitably conservative blue tie.
"Thank you,"
Reaper said, showing no after-effects of the events surrounding his transfer.
"I hope it fits you."
Reaper checked the label on the collar.
"Should be fine."
Alicia cleared her throat.
"Locke thinks those people back at the airfield were trying to free you from custody. He says this whole thing with you agreeing to testify is a sham."
Reaper ran his fingertips over the silk of the dark blue tie, then tilted his head down so that he was looking straight at Alicia.
"Locke thinks a lot of things,"
he said, sounding world-weary.
"Is it true? Once I get you on that stand out there, are you going to punk me, Frank?"
Judging by how his mouth folded in on itself, the use of his first name seemed to pinch Reaper. Maybe it was a long time since he'd heard it. His pupils shrank to pinpricks of black.
"I could tell you no, or I could tell you yes. But we all know that convicts lie, right? So the only way you're really going to know is when you start asking me questions in front of that jury."
Alicia stepped back, determined not to let him see that he was getting to her.
"That's not much of an answer," she said.
"It wasn't much of a question,"
he fired back.
"I'll see you on the stand. Remember to speak nice and clearly."
Alicia turned and walked out of the holding area. In the corridor, she leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and counted to 10 slowly. She was going to get through this, she told herself. This case was going to make her career. The voice of the Aryan brothers' lead defense attorney snapped her back into the present. "Are you praying, counsel?" Judging from his broad grin, he seemed to have recovered his composure after the bombing of the courthouse in San Francisco.
"What do you want, Gross?"
"I was going to offer you a final opportunity to save your blushes." He moved in closer. My clients are prepared to name the individuals who killed Agent Prager and his family." It was Alicia's turn to smile. "They could have done that right at the start and saved us a lot of grief, not to mention dead bodies." Gross shrugged. "It's how the game is played. You wait for the clock to run right down." "What are they looking for in return?" "You drop the death penalty," Gross stated. "Let me get this straight. First, your clients order the murder of a federal agent and his family. Then they bomb a federal courthouse to stop their trial. And finally, when they're out of chances to take out the main defense witness, all of a sudden they want me to show mercy. So they get to go back to what they were doing anyway, and all of this was for nothing?" She took a step forward herself so that she was inches from Gross's smug features. "No deal." "You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment," said Gross. He had a point, but Alicia wasn't willing to concede that to his face. Deals like this were the currency that kept the conveyor belt of what passed for justice in America oiled and operational. Of course, Gross had a reputation for using last-minute carrots like this to put prosecutors off balance, but she was minutes away from testimony that had the potential to bring the Aryan Brotherhood to its knees. No, this was too big a win for her. There would be time later to hunt down the people who pulled the trigger on Prager and his family. If Gross sensed her initial doubts, he was careful enough not to press too hard. "Think about it, counsel," he said. "You wouldn't want to pass up an opportunity you might regret later." Inside the courtroom, Locke, a protective hand on the small of Carey's back, found a couple of seats near the front. After the massive adrenaline rush from combat at the airfield, he was on the inevitable come-down. His concern about Reaper's true motive and a grilling by the FBI hadn't helped his mood much either. The only ray of light was that he seemed to have gone some way towards patching things up with Carey. As they took their seats, she touched his hand with hers. The tenderness of the gesture gave him reassurance that he hadn't blown it entirely. "You think he'll testify?" she whispered to him. "Oh, he'll take the stand. The guy's got an ego to make Simon Cowell blush. It's what he'll say that worries me." "You know, since the bombings in San Francisco, I've been doing some checking into these white supremacist prison gangs. Nazi lowriders, Aryan Brotherhood, Texas Circle." Locke had a sudden flashback to the prison yard at Pelican Bay and Ty lying in the middle of it, face down in the dirt. "And?" he asked her. "It's not quite as cut and dried as everyone would like to believe. Even within each gang there always seems to be two opposing forces pulling against each other." "Which are?" "Well, on the one hand you have the criminal enterprise part. Stick together for protection, then extend that to other inmates, and start bringing trade into the equation. Drugs, for instance. I'd call those guys the pragmatists." "Pragmatists? Now there's a $5 word." "You know what I mean, Ryan. These are the guys who tattoo on a swastika when it might as well be a dollar bill." Locke nodded, remembering Phileas, whose predatory business instincts and nose for a deal would, under different circumstances, have made him a fortune on Wall Street. "But then there's usually another side." "You got a $5 word for them as well?" "More of a $10 phrase. I'd call these guys true believers." "So where does that leave Reaper?" "I'd say he's a believer, but part of that is a whole code of honor thing." Locke did a bad job of hiding his cynicism, the smirk crawling across his face. Carey held up her hand. "Hear me out." "I'm a hearin'," said Locke in his worst pastiche of a Southern accent. "You said that guys like Reaper were into all those Louis L'Amour westerns?" "Ate 'em up." "That's where the Aryan Brotherhood take one of their oldest nicknames from, right? The Brand. They got that from a Louis L'Amour story." "Far as I know." "Well, the Brand, the original Brand, in those stories they lived by a code of honor which included no harming of women and children." Locke swiveled round so that he was facing Carey. "Can I talk to a reporter, Carey, rather than the love of my life, Carey?" Carey eye-lifted her consent. "I know what you're saying. But where does that leave Ken Prager and his family? The Aryan Brotherhood didn't seem to have a code when it came to them." "That's what I'm saying. The Aryan Brotherhood breached the code." On cue, the door at the back opened and Reaper shuffled in, his appearance transformed by the suit and tie. He nodded a series of polite hellos, first to the judge, then to Alicia and the prosecution, and finally to his former comrades, who glared at him from the dock. "So what is he then, Ryan?" Carrie asked. Locke studied Reaper as he settled himself into the dock, his eyes startlingly dark and unblinking, his head held high. "He's a chess player," he said. "And as far as he's concerned, you, me, Alicia, Coburn, his former buddies sitting on that dock, we're all just pieces on his board." Chapter 33. By the time Reaper was finally sworn in, it was gone 3 in the afternoon. Alicia's heels left a puncture trail in the thick brown carpet as she walked towards him. Compared to the courtroom in San Francisco, the one in Medford, with its brown-on-brown color scheme, felt claustrophobic and oppressive. "For the record," she began, "could you state your full name and place of residence?" Reaper showed his teeth, like a talent contestant who'd spent too much time practicing in front of the mirror for his TV debut.
Frank Hayes, but most folks call me Reaper. I live a little outside Crescent City, California."
He turned to the jury and gave them the same smile.
"More specifically, the Secure Housing Unit at Pelican Bay State Prison."
"Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Can you tell me, do you know any of the defendants? And if so, how do you know them?" Reaper glanced at the defendants, his former comrades, his expression not changing, although there seemed to be an extra twinkle in his eyes.
"I know all of them from doing time alongside them in prison."
"Which prisons, Mr. Hayes?"
"San Quentin, back in the day, Corcoran, Chino, bunch of other places."
Reaper replied, reeling off some of the grimmest prisons in California and beyond. He turned to the jury again.
"If it's got bars and a gun tower, I've probably seen it."
Alicia walked back to the prosecution table and shuffled through some papers, ready to signal a switch in gear. Time to get down to business. "Many inmates who've been accused of being a member of the Aryan Brotherhood have claimed that there is no such organization. In your experience, is that the case?"
"Lady, it's like that Brad Pitt movie. The first rule of the AB is you don't talk about the AB, least not with outsiders."
"So it does exist?" Reaper looked over to where the 6 defendants were watching him intently.
"Oh yeah, it exists."
"And you were a commissioner in the AB?" Reaper's head swiveled to the jury again.
"You just promoted me. There's only 3 commissioners, all sitting over there. I was what they call a shot caller."
"Thank you, Mr. Hayes. I stand corrected. But while incarcerated in Pelican Bay Supermax, you were the Aryan Brotherhood shot caller for that institution."
"Yeah, I called the shots."
"And what does that mean in reality?"
"It's like being one of the head honchos at one of those Fortune 500 companies. Any major decisions that had to be made went through me."
Alicia angled her body towards the jury. Predominantly white, with a sprinkling of blacks and Hispanics, they still looked drained by what had happened in San Francisco, but now they were all leaning forward slightly, taking in everything Reaper was saying. She turned back to him. "What kind of decisions? Could you give me a for instance?" Reaper studied the ceiling as if he were dredging up an example.
"Like, say, if someone wanted to attack one of the toads, by which I mean the blacks."
There was an audible shuffle of discomfort in the courtroom. Reaper looked at Locke. "They would have to be sanctioned by you first?" Alicia asked. Reaper smiled, still looking in Locke's direction.
"Exactly."
"And what about decisions made elsewhere in the organization? Would you be apprised of those?"
"The big ones, sure."
"Such as the decision to have someone killed?" Reaper shrugged, super nonchalant, like he and Alicia were discussing what to pick up from the store for dinner.
"I'd get to hear about it."
Alicia could feel the defense attorneys tense in anticipation of the next question. She took the decision to back off a little, go round the block one more time, make sure the jury was in no doubt about the nature of the Aryan Brotherhood. What was the term used by this organization for giving the go-ahead to have someone murdered?
Someone was going to get killed. They had to be greenlit.
Greenlit? Like the Hollywood term for deciding to put a movie into production?
Except we usually tried not to make a big production out of it.
Reaper smirked. And these killings would take place inside prisons?
Sure, and on the outside, too.
Alicia allowed her face to register a degree of surprise, even though she knew where this was leading. But how would that even be possible if the members of this gang, yourself included, were all incarcerated?
You don't have to actually pull the trigger yourself, you know. Ain't that what this whole deal's about?
Alicia took a breath and stepped towards him. If you could just answer the question.
Let me see how to explain this to you.
Reaper put the palms of his hands together, the tips of his fingers resting against his lips.
Okay, so say we decide someone who's on the outside needs some killing. We look at who's about to be paroled, or who we already have on the outside. We get a message to them, and that's how it's done.
And this would be a member of the organization or an associate?
Usually an associate.
And why would someone who had recently been released from prison commit murder in the first degree, risking further incarceration, possibly a capital or life sentence, merely on your say-so or on the say-so of the Aryan Brotherhood? Reaper clasped his hands together.
Real simple. One thing we can be sure of is that this person is headed back to prison at some point. If they haven't carried out their mission, then next time they step on the yard, we kill them.
Alicia wanted to hammer this one home, so that even the slowest member of the jury would be able to grasp it. So if they don't commit the murder, as soon as they step back inside a jail or penitentiary, you'll have them killed. Reaper looked over at the jury and smiled.
Yeah, that's about it.
The lights were dimmed in the courtroom as Alicia played the jury the DVD recording of Prager's forced mutilation at the hands of his son. She kept a close eye on them as they watched it. At certain points, a couple of the female jurors covered their eyes. In the dock, two of the AB members nudged each other and snickered. To Alicia's disappointment, the jury didn't catch it. When it had ended and the lights rose again, she got out of her chair and approached Reaper. As far as you're aware, Mr. Hayes, none of the men in the dock today were present during what we just saw?
Them being in prison, I guess not.
As we established before the recess, though, the Aryan Brotherhood have contracted out murders to people on the outside. That's correct, isn't it?
We outsource stuff like that, yeah.
Reaper replied. And is it your belief that the murder of Agent Kenneth Prager and his family was a task outsourced by the men here today? A misstep. Gross was on his feet before she hit the word task.
Objection! It's not a matter of what the witness believes. We're supposed to be dealing in facts here.
Before the judge could overrule, Alicia switched into damage limitation mode. Mr. Gross is quite correct. I withdraw the question. Gross looked deflated that she hadn't put up more of a fight.
Thank you, Miss Jones,
the judge said. Alicia stepped towards Reaper again, noticing how his dark gray eyes tracked her every move. Mr. Hayes, until you decided to testify in this case, you were a member in good standing of the Aryan Brotherhood. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was.
But when you heard about the death of Agent Prager and his family, you were sufficiently troubled by it to contact my office.
That's correct.
And why was that?
Listen, don't get me wrong. Prager was a federal agent, and he was undercover, which makes it 10 times worse. He was an enemy combatant. I believe that's the phrase these days, ain't it?
Reaper looked at the jury.
But his wife and their boy.
He turned back so that he was facing the public gallery, Locke included.
No one in this court might understand this, except maybe those 6 over there. But I joined the Aryan Brotherhood because we lived by a code. It wasn't much, but it was something. You folks out there, living your little suburban lives, paying your taxes, saving up for that big screen TV so you have even less excuse to talk to your wife or the miserable brats you've raised to be good little consumers. None of you might understand this, but to join the Aryan Brotherhood meant something. The code of the Aryan Brotherhood meant something.
Alicia could sense that Reaper was rapidly losing the sympathy of the jury. And that code included not harming women and children? She interrupted. Reaper shifted on his seat.
Excuse me, but I was speaking. Isn't that why I'm here?
I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Hayes, but if you could focus on the questions you're being asked. Reaper shifted his attention to the window, where sunlight streamed in.
Pretty day. Don't get to see much of the sun up in the bay. Good place for a prison, though. What's that saying? Out of sight, out of mind? You can't get much more out of sight than Crescent City.
Gross leaned over to one of his junior counsel and stage-whispered, loudly enough so that the jury could catch it. Or out of mind, apparently. You said in your deposition that there was a letter you received a few days after the murders. Alicia pressed on. You said that in that letter, Gross was on his feet again. Can someone remind Miss Jones that we are here to hear from her witness, not her? Before the judge could speak, Reaper interrupted, leaning as far forward in his chair as he could, lasering in on Alicia.
You asked me what I believe before that scum-sucking commie over there.
Reaper nodded at Gross.
Broke in. Well, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe with all my heart in the 14 words. The words spoken by a true American patriot before the Zionist occupation government murdered him. The words abandoned and forgotten by so-called comrades in arms in that dock.
Reaper was on his feet now, pointing at the 6 defendants. The 2 guards next to him struggled to get him to sit down, but it wasn't a fair match. They were both big guys, but Reaper had 10 years of 6 hours exercise a day on them.
The 14 words are, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children.
He bellowed, shoulders back, his torso military straight. He sat back down so hard that Alicia could feel the floor beneath her feet vibrate. Then he started to cough violently. His shoulders hunched. He waved for his glass of water. One of the guards handed it to him. As he raised the glass to his lips, it spilled from his grasp, bouncing off the edge of the dock and shattering on the floor. By now Reaper was doubled over, his right hand reaching up to massage his left shoulder, then moving across to his chest. Finally he keeled over, taking one of the guards down with him, still struggling for breath. Disbelieving silence gave way to whispers of confusion. As the noise level in the courtroom rose in volume, the judge banged his gavel.
Session adjourned. Clear the court.
The 6 members of the Aryan Brotherhood in the dock craned forward expectantly. Across the room, Carrie held on to Locke's arm. "What's wrong with him?" she whispered. Locke shrugged. When it came to Reaper, it was anyone's guess. Chapter 34. Streetlights flickered into life as Locke emerged from the front of the Medford courthouse. Looking up, he could see a police sniper on a nearby roof, framed by the fading sunset. Locke crossed to where Carrie was standing with her cameraman, a bearded woodsman type sporting a flannel shirt and dungarees, who'd been drafted in from a local affiliate station. Locke pulled her a safe distance from him and the other assembled members of America's media who clogged the sidewalk. "He's fine," he told her. "What was it? He looked like he was having a heart attack in there." Locke shook his head. "They ran an ECT. It wasn't a heart attack." "So what was it?" "Some kind of anxiety thing." "A panic attack?" Carrie asked, disbelieving. Locke shrugged. The excitement must have been too much for him. First time outside prison in 10 years. Half a dozen men across the court wishing him into the ground. Who knows? "You think he faked it?" Carrie asked. It was the first thing that had crossed Locke's mind, and he'd said as much to the paramedic who wanted to transfer Reaper to the nearest hospital for further tests. With Alicia's help, Locke had won the day, and they'd stabilized Reaper inside the court. But if Reaper had been faking it, it was an Oscar-worthy performance. "I don't know," he said. "So what happens now?" "There's nothing physically wrong with him, so 9 o'clock tomorrow morning he's back on the stand." "Where they going to keep him?" Locke lowered his voice a notch. He'd been asked by Alicia to advise on security until the Marshal Service could put in place proper replacements for their fallen comrades. "A holding cell inside. It's best not to move him, although that's not what your buddies are going to be told." He nodded in the direction of the press pack. "We're going to move a decoy out. Muddy the trail a little." "What about the 6 defendants?" "They're staying in a different part of the same building." "Isn't that risky?" Locke took a step back, another sniper coming into focus on a different rooftop. A police helicopter buzzed low, chasing off a couple of television news helicopters that were hovering above the courthouse, snatching some overhead footage before nightfall completely engulfed the scene. "Right now, everything's risky." Carrie sighed. "At least Alicia got through most of what she wanted." "Oh yeah," said Locke. "Tomorrow's about tying up some loose ends, and then the defense having their opportunity to pick it all apart. But as far as the jury's concerned, the damage is pretty much done." He looked at Carrie. "Which is just as well for you." She glanced up at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Well, it took one hell of a lot of persuasion, and I had to throw in my best friend almost being killed. But I got you the interview you wanted with Reaper." Carrie's mouth fell open. "No way! Alicia agreed?" "Reluctantly, but yes. Coburn, Ken's boss from the ATF, showed up when I was talking to her about it. He thought that Reaper on the tube might get the bigwigs in Washington to start paying some more attention to the threat white supremacists pose to domestic security, which would mean more money for his budget." "And 2 bombed federal buildings won't do that?" Carrie said. "Body count wasn't high enough. Plus, as far as the politicians are concerned, it ain't real unless it's on prime time, right?" Carrie smiled. "And what does Reaper think about this?" "Seems like he's turning into quite the attention whore. Now that he's started talking, no one can shut him up. He said that nothing's off limits. You can ask him anything." He paused. "There are some conditions, however. It can't be broadcast until after the verdict. In fact, Alicia and Coburn don't even want it mentioned that you've done it until the jury are back." "That's fairly standard. Anything else?" "You're not going to have a lot of time to prepare." "How come?" "Because it's scheduled for tonight at midnight." "That means I have less than 6 hours." "Don't worry," said Locke, leaning in to steal a kiss. "You're like me." "In what way?" He grinned. "You always do your best work under pressure." Chapter 35. It was 2 minutes to midnight in downtown Medford. With Locke behind him, Reaper walked into the blaze of TV lights, a prizefighter staking out his spot at the weigh-in. Still clad in his suit and tie, he looked more like an aging rock star than an avowed neo-Nazi psychopath. He settled into the chair opposite Carrie, as Locke and 2 U.S. Marshals took up a position directly behind him. Carrie flicked through her notes as the camera settled over her shoulder to capture Reaper's answers. While the interview was a major coup for Carrie, Locke had thought that it might also serve as a way of drawing out Reaper's true motives for betraying his former brothers-in-arms. But before they got to that, Carrie had told Locke she wanted the viewers at home to know exactly what kind of person Reaper really was. "Mr. Hayes, why are you currently serving 3 life sentences without possibility of parole?" Locke watched Reaper straighten in his chair, the muscles in his back tightening visibly as he did so.
"Like I said in court today, I was standing up for the most beaten-down minority in America today."
"And who would that be, Mr. Hayes?"
"White people."
"But you did commit a crime, several crimes in fact." Reaper opened his mouth to say something, but Carrie cut him off with a wave of her hand. Locke tensed. Reaper was a man used to being heard. "According to the record, Mr. Hayes, while serving as a Navy SEAL and with a once proud record of service to your country, you planted an explosive device in the vehicle of your commanding officer, which killed both him and his 2 young daughters. Your commanding officer was African American. Was that why you murdered him and his family?" Alicia had briefed Locke on some of this, but the details had been left sketchy. He'd known that Reaper had served in the Army, but not with such an elite unit. He'd also known about the murder of Reaper's commanding officer and his 2 daughters, and heard something about it being racially motivated. Reaper lowered his head.
"The 2 kids were collateral damage. They weren't supposed to be there."
But you did intend to kill Lloyd Thomas.
Lloyd Thomas was an incompetent who climbed the ranks because of positive discrimination, because of the color of his skin, and because of bleeding heart liberals like you. As a result, men died, good men.
Good white men? Carrie prompted.
Yeah, they were white. White men like the ones who built this country, with their own blood and sweat. And now it's being torn from us, swamped by the mud people who want everything for nothing.
There was a sudden cackle on the radio of a marshal standing behind Locke. Carrie looked up from her notes in irritation. Locke turned round to see what was happening. The marshal had his finger up to his earpiece, listening intently.
"We're going to have to finish this up later," the marshal said. "We have a situation in the street outside."
A sudden current of tension ran through the room. Everyone fell silent. Locke noticed Reaper's back straighten, as though he was getting ready for action.
"Kill the lights," Locke said.
The cameraman hesitated, glancing at Carrie for approval.
"Now," Locke ordered.
He did as he was told, reaching down to click off the 3 high-powered tungsten lights arranged in a triangle around Carrie and Reaper. Immediately the room was plunged into semi-darkness. Locke crossed to the door and flicked off the main light, reducing everyone in the room to shadows.
"If you move," he said to Reaper, "I'm going to shoot you."
Crossing to the windows, he peered out. There was a black van parked in the middle of the street, surrounded by several police cruisers. Hunched behind the doors of the cruisers were 4 police officers, their service weapons drawn and trained on the van. "What's going on, Ryan?" Carrie asked, stepping towards him. Locke reached back with his left arm, pushing her away.
"Stay away from the window. That goes for everyone."
He narrowed his eyes, trying to get a bead on the driver. It was difficult. The storm that had been building through the afternoon was now in full effect. Rain lashed the street, pummeling the sidewalks with heavy bullets of water, which shrapneled upwards in 1,000 fragments or dug themselves into rapidly expanding pools of water. The marshal in charge handed Locke a pair of binoculars. He put them up to his eyes and racked the focus wheel between the 2 lenses with the pad of his thumb. It looked like a woman was in the van. Dark hair, dark complexion. One of the cops was shouting instructions to her. Locke could just about guess from his body language and demeanor that he was ordering her to get out of the van with her hands up. But she wasn't moving. Locke turned back to the U.S. Marshal, who was right behind him, his fingers still at his earpiece.
"What's the situation down there?" "This van just ran the roadblock, then it stopped. Single occupant driving, as far as we can tell."
"Is it a woman?"
The marshal met Locke's gaze. His expression suggested he was holding something back.
"Who is it?"
"Raise your hands where we can see them. Toss the keys to the ground. Keep your hands up and exit the vehicle."
A litany of instructions, none of which she could follow. She looked down at her hands, which had been secured to the steering wheel with cuffs. Heavy-duty gaffer tape bound her tightly to the seat. After a hell of a struggle, she'd finally managed to extricate her feet from the tangle of tape securing them at an angle to the gas pedal. Thank God, or she would have plowed straight into the police cruisers racing towards her. Alicia's heart was pounding, and her skirt was soaked in sweat. She'd never been so terrified in her whole damn life. Locke watched the van from the window of the makeshift TV interview room, then turned back to the marshal and nodded in Reaper's direction.
"Let's get him back in his cell. Get on the radio and tell the people down there to fall back to the building. Also, get on your cell phone. We're going to need every single member of law enforcement we can round up down here. Tell them to bring every weapon they have, plus all their ammunition. I want every gun cabinet and rack within a 10-mile radius emptied."
"It's Alicia in the van, isn't it?" Carrie asked. "What's going to happen to her?"
Locke took Carrie's hand. "Dime to a dozen that van is rigged with explosives. There's nothing we can do for her. Not right now, anyway."
"But we can't just leave her," she said, defiant.
"We can and we will," Locke said grimly. "It's a come-on. The guys who've rigged the van plan on drawing everyone in. Then they'll blow it up. That gives them a window to get to their real target, which is this asshole here." He hauled Reaper to his feet.
"And if you're wrong?" Carey asked him, clearly unused to seeing this side of Locke, his ability to choose life for some and death for others.
If there are no explosives, then she'll be fine.
But what if they're on a timer? Carey pressed.
Listen to me, Locke said. These are classic terrorist tactics. It sucks, but we have to leave her. We don't leave her, a lot more people die.
Okay, Carey said reluctantly. God damn it! The marshal erupted, staring at his cell phone. I can't get a signal.
Same here, said one of the cops standing at the door. My radio won't work either. They're using a jammer.
Locke could see the beginnings of panic in Carey's eyes. They can do that? Before Locke could explain that pretty much anyone with a credit card and an internet connection could purchase the technology to block communications these days, he froze, aware of a sound beyond the keening of the wind and the splashing of the rain outside.
Listen,
he said, and the room fell silent. Locke concentrated hard, separating out first the atmosphere of the room, then the roar of the storm. What was left was a low, rhythmic thwump that was increasing in volume. Accompanying it in the skies above them was a point of light. The pinprick quickly expanded so that Locke was at first dazzled, then all but blinded by it. He narrowed his eyes and brought up a hand to shade them from the worst of the glare, which allowed him a clearer view of a black helicopter turning so that it was side-on to the building. A man was sitting in the floor of the cabin, his legs dangling out, his feet almost on the blade of the skid. He was clad in full body armor and holding an assault rifle. With his free hand he was feeding out ropes which twisted and dangled in the wind like tendrils of overcooked spaghetti. Locke twisted round so that he was staring into the saucer-wide eyes of the marshal, who joined him at the window.
"They're not our guys, are they?" Locke asked.
All the marshal could manage was a slow shake of his head. Mid-shake, the missile pod mounted at the front of the helicopter lit up with a fiery roar, punching out what Locke guessed had to be an RPG. It whistled downwards, leaving a ghostly yellow blaze burning across Locke's retina. Less than a second later, the van holding Alicia disintegrated in a fiery blaze of distended metal. The blast wave thumped so hard into Locke's chest that he and the others in the room were momentarily lifted off their feet and deposited ass first onto the floor. The walls of the courthouse vibrated. Ears ringing, Locke stood back up and went over to Carey.
"You okay?"
he asked her as she struggled into a sitting position. "What the hell was that?"
"RPG."
She gave him a reporter's stare. "In English, please, Ryan."
"A rocket-propelled grenade."
He looked back to the window. Down below, flames licked around the skeleton of the van, and he could see the charred outline of Alicia's corpse slumped over what was left of the steering column. He tore his eyes away. By the time he looked skywards again, the light was gone. But up above them, the thump of the helicopter's blade slashing through the storm grew louder, drowning out the sirens below. Chapter 36. Locke moved fast. Dragging Reaper towards the door with his left hand, he unholstered his Sig Sauer 226 with his right. Carey had kindly brought it to Medford for him, and it felt good in his hand, solid, reliable, deadly. He pointed forward with it, motioning for the others to follow. At the door he turned to one of the younger marshals who was toting an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle.
"Give me your sidearm."
The marshal hesitated.
"Son, unless you can fire both of your weapons simultaneously, hand it over."
The marshal in charge shrugged a go-ahead, and the younger man handed over his Glock 40 caliber. Locke took it, business end first, and palmed it off to Carey. "Thanks," she said.
"Hey, what about me?"
grumbled her cameraman.
"Just because you have a dick doesn't mean you can shoot for shit,"
Locke said, staring at him. Carey set about checking over the Glock with the grace and speed of a career soldier. Locke had always regarded the ability to defend yourself as a more crucial set of skills for women than men, seeing as women were more often prey than predator. Hours on the range with Carey had transformed her from merely competent to a crack shot who regularly scored higher than Ty, much to Ty's annoyance. But Locke cut the cameraman off.
She knows what she's doing, so do everyone a favor and get over yourself. Tell you what, you do your shooting with that camera you're toting. We come out of this alive, you might just snag yourself an Emmy." "What about me?" Reaper said. "I can shoot."
Locke yanked on Reaper's restraints, almost lifting the bigger man from the ground.
"No gun for you, but I'll give you a bullet any time you want one."
"So where are we going?" asked the marshal in charge. Locke poked at Reaper with the barrel of his gun.
"We're going to make sure that Elvis here ain't going to be leaving the building."
The SWAT team sniper posted on the roof tossed his styrofoam cup of lukewarm coffee to one side and peered into the blinding spotlight projecting from the front of the helicopter. He readied his weapon, all the while keeping his eyes on the powerful airborne spotlight bearing down on him, godlike from a storm-ridden night sky. He raised his assault rifle and leaned out from behind an air conditioning unit. Still the light kept coming, the thump of the rotor blades drowning out the chaos of noise from the street below. He sighted a point at the very center of the glare and fired off a round. Nothing. Just the light bearing down on him without mercy, the ever-increasing roar of the blades, and the chop of the air stinging his eyes. A moment later, there was another blast of fire from the helicopter, and he was blown off his feet, shrapnel pinballing around him, cutting him to ribbons. In the helicopter, Cowboy punched the air, as beneath them the sniper's position disintegrated and a big hole opened up on the roof. He keyed his mic, which looped round the side of his face, finishing a few inches from his mouth.
"He's second floor, right?"
"Roger that." Cowboy climbed a little, steadying the helicopter over the rooftop. Behind him, Chance, her weapon drawn, clipped onto the ropes that had been slung over the runners, swung out of the helicopter and rappelled the short distance to the roof. Trooper followed, ziplining at speed to join her. While he provided cover, Chance placed the first charge next to the locked door of the rooftop stairwell and ran back. Cowboy gained some more height. A second later the charge detonated, the shockwave buffeting the helicopter. Spinning the copter round 90 degrees, for a moment he just caught a glimpse of Chance before she disappeared into the building. Cowboy spun the helicopter back round and let loose a fusillade of 50 rounds towards a SWAT sniper position on the building opposite, which lay to his immediate right. That done, he took the helicopter down onto the roof. By the time they'd organized another effective firing position, he'd be long gone. He checked his watch. 10 minutes past midnight. At 17 minutes past midnight, he'd take off again. Anyone who wasn't on board by then was staying behind. That was the deal. Chance and Trooper clambered down the stairwell, a couple of the higher treads blown away by the charge she'd planted. Lights flickered overhead. A solitary jail guard ran towards them through the dust. "Stop where you are!" he shouted, with all the authority of someone used to dealing with the unarmed. Chance raised her M4, found his outline easily with her night sights, and dispatched him with a single round, his anti-stab vest no match for a subsonic CQB round. His chest opened up, his intestines spilling out over his utility belt. Locke and Reaper had reached the one-man cage where Reaper had been spending his downtime. 30 seconds earlier there had been another 2 explosions, both of which had sent plastered dust cascading down on them. One of the guards opened the door.
"I'm going to need at least 2 more pairs of cuffs and 2 more sets of leg restraints," Locke barked.
"But he's already double-cuffed."
"Just get me what I need."
Locke turned to the cameraman.
"You have gaffer tape on you, right?"
"Somewhere," the cameraman said, digging into a bag slung over his shoulder and pulling out a thick roll of silver insulating tape he normally used to secure cabling to the floor. Locke took the roll and tore off a strip, cutting it away with his Gerber. He smiled at Reaper.
"What the hell you doing with that?"
Reaper asked. "Giving you a taste of what Alicia Jones had to endure just before your buddies out there snuffed her."
"Paranoid, Locke,"
Reaper sneered.
"Why didn't they kill you back at the airfield when they had the chance? Answer me that."
Reaper clammed up. Then another explosion rocked the building, and light arms fire chattered above them.
"You can't leave me in here,"
he said, looking round him at the metal cage.
If they want you alive, they're going to have to work for it, said Locke, slapping some gaffer tape across Reaper's mouth and setting to work securing each of Reaper's hands to the top of the cage with the cuffs and his feet to the bottom with the leg restraints. Reaper kicked out at him, but Locke ducked out of the way. Still, Reaper's knee glanced at the side of his head. The marshal in charge pulled his baton. Locke grabbed it from him and swung back with it, bringing it down hard against Reaper's kneecap. Reaper's scream was muffled by the tape covering his mouth, but his eyes crinkled shut and he stopped fighting. A moment later, Locke slammed the gate shut and sealed it with a large padlock. He stepped back to admire his work. Reaper stood there, his arms splayed out from his body in a crucifix pattern. "You really think he's what they want?" Carrie asked. "I don't think," said Locke. "I know. Now let's get the hell out before Delta Force gets here." Dead bodies littered the corridor behind Chance and Trooper as they made their way to the secure holding area, alternating who took point, folding in front of each other at every doorway, working their way quickly but methodically towards their target. Anyone they saw, they shot, including a woman dressed in civilian clothes who had pleaded for her life on bended knee, old-school style. Chance, wishing to conserve ammunition, had cut her throat with a Bowie knife. "Let's hope they ain't moving him," she said to Trooper. She peered through a mesh-reinforced glass panel in a door that led into the holding area. The door was locked, but the room beyond looked empty. She placed a charge and scuttled back, her face kissing the floor as the charge detonated. A few seconds later, the door came to rest at a 45-degree angle on its sole remaining hinge. Chance pushed it aside and stepped into the anteroom. A desk ran the length of one wall, its end section lifted up to allow access to another door. This door was also locked. Chance checked her watch. The digital display was set to count down from 5 minutes, which was the time at which she'd estimated they'd have to start moving back to the RV point on the roof. 2 minutes of the 5 remained. She checked the door in front of them. Judging by the hinges, it opened inwards. She flicked her M4 onto fully automatic, hefted it to her shoulder, fell into a modified Weaver stance and let loose with a burst of gunfire aimed at the lock. Trooper stepped forward and each gave it a kick. The door flew open, and they walked into a much wider corridor. 3 doors faced them, one in the middle, one to their left, one to their right. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo." The left. Chance nodded at it. She moved off to one side as Trooper tried the handle. It was open. They stepped in. Reaper met her gaze. He was locked inside a steel-barreled holding cage, each of his limbs double-cuffed to the bars. His mouth was covered to prevent him speaking. On the front of the cage was an envelope secured in place with gaffer tape. Chance ripped it away with a gloved hand and tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper. On it, scrawled in black marker pen, was a message. "Good luck getting him out of here, assholes." It was signed Ryan Locke. Chapter 37. For a moment Chance just stood there, staring into the eyes of the man in the cage. He stared back at her. His expression was of a kind no one had seen in 10 years. A softness came into his features, and his eyes glistened with yearning. Chance felt a rock lodge in her throat, making swallowing painful. Disregarding the seconds ticking away on her wrist, Chance reached in at the top of the cage and touched his hand in a gesture of comfort. Then she stepped back, freezing the man out and focusing on the task in hand. She couldn't use explosives, that was for damn sure. Blow the lock on the door and she'd blow him up too. She sank down onto the floor and checked the bolts that anchored the cage to the floor. She wouldn't be able to shoot through them without a serious risk of catching a ricochet, but she had to weaken them somehow. She turned to Trooper, who was gazing at the cage and its occupant with a world-weary, "what the hell do we do now?" look of defeat, and pushed his shoulder, snapping him out of it. "Get back up on the roof.
Get the ropes, all the ropes, and tie them to the skids on the little bird. Then get up in the air." There was a slow dawning realization in his eyes.
"Are you crazy?"
he said to her. "Just do it. And tell Cowboy I'm going to need 2 more minutes." As Trooper ran out, Chance fired into the floor, exposing the joists beneath her feet. Then she jogged out of the room, working her way as fast as she could to the floor above. On the stairs she had to stop and catch her breath, as she felt a fluttering inside her. The embryonic life inside her was urging her on, she told herself, giving her the kick in the pants she needed to finish the job she'd started. She hauled herself up the stairs and tracked back, counting the same number of paces she'd taken on the floor below. She'd have to get the charge right. Get it wrong on the high side and Reaper would die. Use too little and there would be a mess but no hole. In the end, the decision was made for her. There was only one charge left. She placed it and hooked up the detonator. She spooled out several lengths of det cord, her thighs aching as she scuttled back in a permanent crouch. The clock was ticking, though, and they were stealing time they didn't have. Locke led the way out into the lobby, a marble-floored area with 2 banks of elevators. All the mayhem seemed to be contained above them. Explosions, gunfire, a regular riot. He crossed to the smoked glass windows that led out onto the street, where EMS ambulances and cop cars crowded and confusion reigned. Local law enforcement wasn't trained or prepared for an all-out airborne assault, especially somewhere like Medford. Looking over his shoulder, Locke glimpsed the marshal in charge in a heated discussion with a local cop sporting sergeant stripes. Locke ignored them and pushed past out onto the street. Carrie was on his heels, directing her cameraman to snatch some footage of the building as smoke billowed from the upper floors and flames spat from the windows. Locke could just about glimpse the tail fin of the helicopter rising above the roof. He strained to see how many people were inside the cabin. It looked like someone was getting out of the building, empty-handed, he guessed. He crossed his fingers. "Bye-bye, assholes," he said. From inside the building there was another massive boom, and the windows that hadn't already been blown surrendered the glass from their frames. Locke ducked under a car, taking Carrie with him, as crystal splinters rained down on them from above, rendered invisible by the rain. "You okay?" he asked her. She exhaled, her cheeks flushed with blood, her blonde hair pasted against her face by the downpour. "How come Katie Couric never has to deal with this shit?" Locke smiled. "Hey, it's not all rainbows and butterflies for her either. She had to interview Sarah Palin, remember?" "Fair point." Locke backed out from under the car. The helicopter was still there. For a second he thought there must be a problem with it, that maybe it had taken a hit from the couple of sheriff's deputies who, rather optimistically, were taking aim at it with handguns from the street. Then he noticed the ropes slinking their way down towards the roof. He backed away from the building, distance giving him a better angle. The ropes were breaking point tight, tighter, it seemed to Locke, than they would be with someone hanging from them. As the helicopter rose, inches at a time, they strained and twisted round on themselves, rolling the body of the helicopter from one side to the next. Any minute now, thought Locke, those ropes are going to snap, and the sudden loss of tension is going to bring the whole thing crashing down. The helicopter jolted. There was the sound of wood splintering, as if an old sailing ship were being wrenched from a weather-worn dock by the power of an angry sea. Then, rather than free fall down, the helicopter righted itself and started slowly to descend back onto the roof. Locke lost sight of it. He clenched his fists, torn between a desire to go back into the building and stay where he could see what was happening. He stayed put, and a few seconds later the blades of the helicopter rose again, more slowly than before. As it rose directly upwards, Locke could see people in the cabin. 3 of them, the same number he'd seen when it arrived. No Reaper, then. Not unless he'd switched places with one of them, which was unlikely given that he'd been left in the cage. The grinding gears of a truck's engine behind him prompted Locke to turn around. An olive-green canvas-covered military transport truck was rolling down the street. Locke wondered why the hell the marshals hadn't handed over this whole operation to the military in the first place. Alicia might still be here if they had. They were too proud, that was why, and it was institutional pride, which was the worst kind as far as he was concerned. Despite the mayhem and the local cops' best efforts, the street was still full of civilians. Their eyes were trained on the roof, on the departing helicopter. No more than 20 feet from Locke stood an overweight woman in a pink housecoat, mouth agape, her yellowing teeth a forceful rebuttal to the usual wonders of American dentistry. "Holy shit," she said. Locke spun around, following her gaze. Up above them, the metal cage, complete with Reaper still shackled inside it, dangled 20 feet beneath the chopper, secured by the ropes to the helicopter's skids. The cage inched into the night sky. The 4 ropes attached at either corner of the cage twisted in the wind, but Reaper kept rising into the storm-blackened Oregon sky. All around, people had stopped whatever they were doing and were staring. Cops, civilians, everyone. Locke felt a shiver of defeat run through them as the nose of the helicopter dipped and it started to coast smoothly away from the building. Locke shielded his eyes against the glare of the night sun spotlight mounted on the nose of the helicopter. He could make out Reaper, his arms still spread, Christ-like as he ascended into the heavens. A voice crept into Locke's mind. Reaper's voice, but not his words. The words belonged to Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese general. They were the words Reaper had recited from memory back in the cell they'd shared in Pelican Bay. Engage people with what they expect. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds while you wait for the extraordinary moment, that which they cannot anticipate. Then, like a cassette machine clicking off as it runs out of tape, the voice was gone, along with Reaper and the helicopter, which had traveled far enough that it had become just another distant point of light in a sky full of dead planets. The extraordinary moment. Locke repeated softly to himself, his hands tightening so hard round the grip of his cig that his knuckles turned white. Chapter 38. The cage inched towards the ground, pieces of wooden joist and chunks of plaster still attached to its base. The wait for the chopper to land had been interminable, worse than any time spent in solitary back at Pelican Bay, where seconds could stretch like an eternity. As it made contact with the earth, it toppled over. Reaper went with it, the tightness of the shackles that held him in place saving him from further injury. If Locke hadn't done his job so thoroughly, Reaper doubted he'd have a bone left unbroken by now. Above him he could see a couple of the ropes slacken and then fall back to earth as they were cut from the helicopter. Reaper closed his eyes, the downdraft from the helicopter still roaring around him. Then he heard the engine being cut, and the sound of the rotors fell away. There were voices, men's voices. "Let's get it upright." "I got bolt cutters in the truck." "Then go get 'em." "We're going to need more than bolt cutters. We're going to need a blowtorch to get into the cage." Kids these days, thought Reaper. He licked his lips.
"Blowtorch will just weld it together, boys," he said. "You're going to need a cutting torch, something that runs at a 90-degree angle. Oxyacetylene, either that or an angle grinder. You know, like people use for cutting off wheel clamps."
When it came to engineering technology, Reaper doubted that anyone had the edge on him. A federally mandated right to information had provided him with a wealth of material over the last 10 years, plus the kind of time not even tenured academics had to hone their knowledge. "I got one of those in the truck," said one of the disembodied voices.
"Then go get it,"
Reaper said, now firmly in charge, the alpha male. There was the sound of boots sloshing over soaking ground, and then the cage was maneuvered so that Reaper was upright. Reaper could see her properly now. Wow, she was beautiful. A knockout. and so strong, so commanding. He studied her face, searching out her features. Her deep gray eyes, so clear, so unswerving. Her delicate nose. Those high cheekbones which gave the rest of her face its nobility. Those who doubted that there was indeed a master race need only to look at her face to have their objections quelled. She smiled at him, that same look of shared understanding, then reached in again to touch his hand, pinching his palm between her thumb and index finger. "You okay?"
"I could be on fire, but seeing you would make it all okay," he replied, his voice as brittle as a 3-pack-a-day smoker.
"I should have visited," she said.
Reaper shook his head. "You did what was best."
His voice grew brittle again.
"You did good."
"We'll get you out of there real soon." Reaper closed his eyes in acknowledgment, and to hide the tears he felt forming. He stayed like that as the men set to work. Using the angle grinder, they had the cage door open in no time. Once they had one hand free from the cuffs, Reaper helped them with the rest, using a borrowed comb to spring the other cuffs. Then they set to work on the leg restraints. Half an hour later, he stepped uncertainly from his cage. Chance threw her arms around him, and he scooped her up, burying his face in her blonde hair. The men looked away, then busied themselves with other things. Finally, with the softest of kisses to her forehead, Reaper put her down. "Let me introduce you around," she said, suddenly formal. Cowboy stepped forward, snapping a salute. "An honor and a privilege, sir," he said. "Not many true patriots left."
"That was some damn impressive flying," Reaper said.
"I'm only glad I could be of true service."
Trooper shook Reaper's hand. "It's an honor, sir."
Chance tapped his arm. "Come on, we gotta go."
"Man, she's bossy, ain't she?"
Reaper grinned at Cowboy.
"You don't know the half of it, sir."
Reaper looked at her with pride.
"Half a dozen more of her in the movement, and we'd have cleaned all the filth out of this country by now." "So where now?"
he asked as they walked towards a pickup truck parked in the edge of the clearing they'd used to land. "Going to get you cleaned up. Then we have a private plane chartered tomorrow to get us out of the country." Reaper stopped in his tracks.
"Say what?"
"You don't think we should wait? I could try and move it up. We thought they'd be checking all the immediate private charters. Plus, we have a couple of loose ends to tie up."
"And where are we going to go? Mexico? Argentina? Some other South American shithole? Hell no. I didn't spend 10 years down to turn my back on my country."
"But if we stay here—" He put an arm around her.
"You don't just light a fuse and then stamp on it. And you don't turn your back on your country in its darkest hour."
"But the movement isn't strong enough yet."
"It was strong enough to get me out. We have an opportunity here. This should be the start, not the end."
"But—" He silenced her with a look.
"Every day our rights as Americans are getting taken away from us, one by one. We got millions of our people homeless and unemployed, getting kicked out of their homes and looking for some leadership. If we don't have the conditions for a revolution in this country now, then we'll never have 'em."
He opened the door of the pickup truck, then glanced back at the helicopter, where Cowboy was talking to the other men.
"You tell those men to remain on standby. I'm going to have work for them to do."
For the first time, he thought that she looked worried.
"All it's going to take is one big spark, and this country'll go up in flames, and this time no one will be able to stop it."
Chance looked up at him, her dark gray eyes wide. "I knew you were going to be like this."
"How'd you know?"
Reaper said, reaching out and putting his arm around her shoulders. "I'm my father's daughter, aren't I?" said Chance. Reaper smiled.
"You sure as hell are."
Chapter 39. Chance pulled the pickup truck into the driveway of the ranch house and waited for her father to get out the other side. He took his time doing it, peering over the top of new sunglasses at the stand of trees masking the front of the property.
"Nice and quiet. How long you been here?"
"Rented it last month."
"Landlord?"
"It's a woman. She spends most of her time down in Baja."
"Huh."
The pit bull started barking. Reaper walked over to its run and knelt down. It came over and licked at his hand through the wire mesh.
"I know how you feel, brother,"
he said to the dog. Then he turned back to Chance.
"Some guard dog."
Chance smiled. "Never seen him do that before." She turned towards the house. "We'll have to go in the back way." He glanced at the front door.
"You rigged it?"
She nodded. "There's an old fire road about 400 yards back. I have another truck parked back there. Keys are in the ignition." He smiled.
"Man, I taught you well."
"Fail to prepare, prepare to fail." They headed round to the back of the property. Chance opened the door and they walked straight into the kitchen. "If you want to get some rest, there's a bedroom through there." Reaper stretched out.
"No, I spent enough of my life sleeping."
Chance crossed to the refrigerator, reaching in, came up with a six-pack of Coors and tossed it over. He caught it one-handed, ripped off a can and held it up against his forehead, just like in a commercial.
"You know how long it's been since I had me a cold one?"
Chance frowned, her throat tight. 10 years, 3 months, and 14 days. Reaper studied the floor.
"I'm sorry, Freya."
She forced herself to perk up. Here was her father, a hero to the cause who'd sacrificed the best years of his life, and on his first day of freedom she was busting his balls. "You've got nothing to apologize for," she said.
"Wasn't a day went by that I didn't think of you."
Her father ripped the beer open and offered it to her. "I'd better not," she said.
"That's right, I forgot. You been getting sick yet?"
"First couple of months. I'm over it now." Reaper sat down at the small circular kitchen table. He took a sip.
"You have no idea how good that tastes. Listen, I ain't been around, and you're a grown woman, but the daddy—"
Chance could feel herself flush. "One-night stand. He was white. That's all you've got to worry about."
"I wasn't worried."
"Hang on there for a second." She walked into the living room, reappearing a moment or two later with a couple of Gap bags. "I got you some clothes. Everything you asked for." He started to empty them, laying out a selection of pants and underwear. He unfolded a couple of casual business shirts.
"Long-sleeved, perfect."
It was the same uniform the members of the AB had worn to court, dressed-down office casual, verging on the geeky. "And nothing blue," Chance added. "I figured you might be sick of blue." Reaper drained the last of his beer.
"You got that right. I'm going to jump in the shower. Then I'm going to try on some of these brand-new duds."
"I'll show you your room." In his room, the TV was on with the sound down. There was a live update from outside what was left of the Federal Building in Medford. The reporter was the blonde. It had to be that asshole Locke's girlfriend, Carrie something.
"Hey, turn it up."
Chance picked up the clicker, which was resting on the arm of a chair, and maxed out the volume. On screen, Locke's girlfriend was talking with someone back in the studio. "So far, authorities are staying tight-lipped, but it's believed that the group, which last night staged the most violent and audacious jailbreak in American history, are also the same people responsible for the death of ATF agent Kenneth Prager and 2 subsequent bombings of the federal buildings in Los Angeles and San Francisco." The guy in the studio cut in. "Let me interrupt you for a moment there, Carrie. Do the authorities have any idea who these people are?" Locke's girlfriend shook her head. "Not as yet, but they are saying that because of the tactics they deployed, they believe at least some of these individuals are well-equipped and highly dangerous, perhaps even former members of the military." Reaper clicked the mute button with relish.
"Big bang, helicopters, lots of guys with guns. That's all they've got."
He hit the button again. "It's now clear that what we face in the hours and days ahead will be the largest ever manhunt to take place on American soil." Reaper clicked off the TV.
"With what I've got planned, they're going to have bigger problems than finding little old me."
Chance frowned. "What you got in mind?"
"A holy war," he said solemnly. "Blood flowing through the streets. It's going to make 68 look like a picnic."
Part 2. Chapter 40. The van was gone, spirited away for forensic investigation. 4 pads of melted rubber from its tires marked out the rectangle where Alicia had died. Spent shell casings and shards of broken glass lay scattered among tree limbs torn away by the storm. The building itself was still standing, though showing visible scars from the events of the previous night. Blinds dangled from glassless windows and charred, sooty tongues licked up its external walls, where small fires had taken hold, discoloring the structure's normally white facade. The media were here too, in even greater numbers than the night before, their satellite vans, honey wagons, and production trucks making up a small village across from the Federal Building. Locke could see Carrie among them, delivering a piece to camera, still awake, running on the adrenaline of the night before. Accompanied by Coburn, he stepped back into the lobby. The morning light had offered up one final surprise from last night's events, and he wanted to see it for himself. They worked their way up the stairs toward the penultimate floor, which contained the prison's main holding area. Construction workers were already busy sifting through the debris and shoring up what was left of its roof and internal ceiling with heavy-duty props. Forensic techs flitted among them, or stood chatting in huddles, seemingly unsure of where the hell to start. This wasn't your typical crime scene, Locke reflected, where a single fiber or hair would offer up a debonair and otherwise flawless killer. This had been a bold, brazen, in-your-face massacre/hostage extraction, the tactics copycatted from similar jailbreaks staged by groups like the Taliban.
"They're in here,"
Coburn said, nodding towards a door on their left-hand side.
"I should warn you, it's pretty grisly."
Locke shrugged. Seeing Ty shot on the yard and Alicia's charred corpse sitting upright in the van hadn't exactly been a bundle of laughs. Grisly he was used to. Grisly he could cope with. It was losing that he struggled with. And that, sure as hell, was what this felt like. Reaper had played all of them, yet he was the one who'd sensed it coming, and chosen not to be more strident about his concerns. You could call it gut instinct or a sixth sense, but he knew that what it really was the mind putting everything together, but not in a clear enough way that you could articulate it. You just knew that things were off. And he had known this ever since Alicia showed him the footage of Prager, that they were all, her, Coburn, Ty, him, being drawn into a web. He had also sensed that Reaper's eventual escape wasn't an ending but more of a beginning, and that there was more to come.
"You ready?"
Coburn asked him, pushing open the bullet-pocked door.
"I'm ready,"
Locke said, stepping through into the blood-soaked area where the 6 members of the Aryan Brotherhood had been held for the trial.
"Guess Alicia got her wish in the end,"
Coburn said as Locke took in the carnage. Against the back wall of one single holding cell, the bodies of the Aryan Brotherhood lay piled up, their arms and legs entangled. The floor of the cell was slick with congealed blood. A forensic photographer hunkered down, clicking away with a digital SLR camera, capturing the scene for posterity. Even at this early stage, the bodies were starting to reek.
"Live by the sword, die by the sword,"
Coburn said, almost respectfully. Locke took his time, studying the heads, mouths gaping, eyes staring vacantly or with a measure of surprise. There was something off about this as well. Even raking the cell with an M4 would have eaten up precious seconds. Revenge seemed too slender a motive for someone associated with Reaper.
"And dead men tell no tales,"
added Locke, stepping in closer to the slaughter and counting off limbs.
"There are only 5 bodies."
"What?" said Coburn, startled.
"Count 'em if you don't believe me. Someone's missing."
The photographer maneuvered round Locke, the camera still to his face. "Yep, one of 'em made it," he said matter-of-factly. Coburn looked startled.
"No one told me. Where'd they take him?"
The photographer finally lowered the camera from his face. "Craziest thing I've ever seen," he said. "They must have fired a couple of 100 rounds into that cell, but one guy crawled in under the other bodies, played dead. There was barely a scratch on him. Freaky, right?" Coburn grabbed the photographer by the arm.
Where is he now?
The photographer looked down at Coburn's arm, clearly not appreciating the attention. Locke was spooked by it, too. Coburn was upset about Alicia. Hell, so was he, but there was no point taking it out on some forensic tech who was only doing his job. "The marshals took him."
Where?
spat Coburn. The photographer bristled. "Take your hand off me, buddy, and I might tell you." Locke put a hand on Coburn's shoulder.
Take it easy, huh?
Coburn seemed to snap out of it. He mumbled an apology. "They said something about shipping him back to the shoe at Pelican Bay, seeing as how it's the nearest Level 4 facility to here." Locke walked back downstairs with Coburn and sat out on the steps of the Federal Building with him. Coburn offered him a cigarette, which Locke declined. "What the hell's going on here, Coburn?" Locke asked. Coburn sighed.
I wish I knew.
"Bullshit. First, these people kill Ken Prager, a federal agent." The muscles in Coburn's face tightened.
He was undercover. What'd you think they were going to do to him? Throw him a party?
"They took his family, lured him out into the middle of nowhere so they could torture him and his family. Then they recorded the whole thing and mailed it to you. That seemed like normal behavior to you?"
There is no normal when you're dealing with people like this. Only levels of abnormal.
"So why send Alicia the footage?" Coburn struck a match off the step and lit up. His face was lined and haggard, the gray hairs at his temples seemingly more numerous than when Locke first met him. Locke guessed he was still trying to come to terms with what had happened to Alicia.
I guess they were trying to send a message,
he replied after blowing out his first lungful of smoke. And killing Prager and his family wasn't sufficient?
If a federal agent gets killed in the forest and no one hears it, did it really happen?
Coburn asked rhetorically. Locke sighed. It had been a hell of a 24 hours. They handed Alicia a case, and if that wasn't enough, Reaper got in touch to make sure it moved ahead.
And then he pulled the rug out from under us. See what I'm saying, Locke? You're looking for some master plan here, when there isn't one.
Locke thought it was time to voice something that had been nagging away at him since he'd first met with Coburn and Alicia. It had made no sense to him then, but it seemed not to trouble anyone else, even though it left a huge cartoon question mark above the entire investigation. Prager was feeding back information to you while he was with the Aryan Brotherhood. So what was he saying? I mean, he must have known who these people were.
You think they'd still be out there if he had?
Said Coburn. Locke was incredulous. An investigation that went on for months and you don't know the identities of any of the people involved?
They were super careful. Prager never visited their homes, never got their real names, nothing. Not up until the end, when he confided some of it to Alicia. We had a debrief planned for the night he was murdered. He was going to give us a lot of it then, and we were going to pull him out.
Locke wasn't convinced. He leaned in towards Coburn, trying for some kind of personal contact. Level with me here, Coburn. There's something you're not telling me. But Coburn turned away.
Listen, Locke, this isn't your problem. None of this is.
Locke thought of Alicia, burned alive in the truck. That's not how I see it.
Clearly.
So humor me.
You've been an investigator, right?
For a time.
And how did you like it when other people started interfering in one of your cases?
I didn't. But then this isn't your case either anymore, so we're kind of in the same boat.
You want to know what I think?
Coburn asked, looking at Locke properly for the first time since he'd lit his cigarette.
I think they killed Prager and his family because they're sick individuals who didn't like the idea that they'd been betrayed by someone they thought was on their side. I think Reaper used his testimony to get himself out of the bay so his buddies could try and spring him. Then when that was foiled, they knew they'd already crossed a line, so they gave it one more try to get him out. And I think that Alicia was killed because she went after them in the first place. And to make matters worse, she's black. Revenge is motive enough without us needing to go any deeper. Listen, Reaper and his buddies are probably halfway to Argentina by now. The whole thing's a mess, but there's no great mystery here, so take my advice and leave it alone.
Coburn ground out his cigarette with his boot, got up and walked away. Locke watched him go, more convinced now than ever that Reaper's jailbreak was the beginning of something, not the end. But what? Knowing Reaper, Locke could be sure about one thing. Whatever it was bad. Chapter 41. Cowboy and Trooper were eating a breakfast of pancakes and bacon at the small circular pine table in the kitchen when Reaper walked in sporting wrap-around sunglasses. His eyes were still getting used to long periods of natural sunlight. Chance drifted in a moment later, wearing white sweatpants and a fleece, the antithesis of the hellcat that had been on display the night before. Reaper snuck a piece of bacon from a plate set down on the counter and popped it into his mouth.
"Damn, it's good to be free,"
he said with a broad grin.
"Boys, I want to thank you. You've taken a lot of risks for me."
Cowboy forked a square of pancake into his mouth. "Shit, last night was fun."
"You know,"
Reaper said solemnly,
"there's money available if either of you want to get out."
"No way," Cowboy said, getting up to grab a beer from the refrigerator. "I'm already looking at life in Leavenworth as soon as I walk back on base."
"Screw it," added Trooper. "I've fought their goddamn war for 'em. Now I'm going to fight one that I believe in." "Okay then,"
Reaper said, taking a seat at the table, as Chance took a manila folder from under a cutlery tray in one of the drawers next to the stovetop and handed it to him. He opened it and pulled out a small bundle of paper.
"The material is a little flung together, but believe me, this has been a long time in the planning. I know you guys have already helped my daughter with locating our second target. We have 2 reconnaissance missions, both fairly straightforward, but our window of opportunity is slim."
Reaper selected a large glossy photograph of a scholarly-looking elderly white man and handed it to Trooper.
"Junius Holmes, member of the United States Supreme Court. Take a good look. He's famously a creature of habit. Right around now, he trades his townhouse in Georgetown for a family home not too far from here. We need his daily routine, weekdays and weekends."
"He carry a security detail?" Cowboy asked.
"That's one of the other things we need to figure. None of it's public domain. The marshals have a unit dedicated to judicial security, but it's stretched thin. Thinner since they've lost so many men here. But you and Trooper will have to assess that. Can I trust you to do that for me?"
Cowboy and Trooper nodded.
"Good,"
said Reaper, picking out a second photograph, also of a man but much younger, getting into the car outside a modest-looking suburban house. He was late 30s, early 40s at most, white with sandy blonde hair that ran to his collar.
"Glenn Love. He's a foreman at the San Francisco Department of Public Works, Bureau of Street and Sewer Repair."
Cowboy and Trooper traded a look of bewilderment.
"Bear with me,"
said Reaper, flicking to another picture, this time of the same house but with a woman packing 2 kids into a minivan.
"This is Glenn's wife, Amy, and their 2 kids. This should be a slam dunk, too. Families have a routine. We need to know what it is."
"And once we know?" Cowboy asked.
"Details to follow."
Reaper caught Trooper studying the floor.
"You got something to say, then say it, son."
"Both men are white. The second guy's got kids."
"Just to set everyone's mind at rest, we're not out to hurt any kids. It's their father who's the target, and I don't plan on hurting him either, unless he leaves me no choice."
"So when do we start?" Cowboy asked. Reaper smiled as he looked at his team, a team he was certain would do anything for him, whatever the circumstances.
"Now."
Chapter 42. Locke stood in the tiny wood-paneled reception of the motel just off North Riverside Avenue in Medford and slammed his hand down on the old-fashioned bell. The desk jockey, an overweight man in his early 30s with red hair, emerged from the back room. "Good morning, sir. And how may I help you?" he chirped, his sunny outlook verging on the Canadian. Jesus on a stick, thought Locke. The guy was acting like the town had just been awarded the Olympics, rather than having just stood witness to a jailbreak worthy of one of the shittier Afghan provinces. The desk jockey, his grin threatening to annex his jaw from the rest of his face, leaned forward, and Locke caught a whiff of day-old fried onions overlaid by breath mints. "Sir?" Locke propped his elbows on the desk and leaned in, too, mirroring the man's body language.
"Are you okay?"
The man's grin ebbed at the edges. The look in his eyes suggested that he thought this might be a trick question. "Yes, sir," he replied nervously. "Why do you ask?"
"Well," said Locke, "last night this town was lit up like downtown Basra, but you look happier than a pig in shit."
The man shook his head slowly. "I know. Terrible. And in Medford of all places. But life moves on," he added, perking up again.
"Sure," said Locke, thinking that for quite a few people it wouldn't. He stood up straight again. "Were you on duty last night?"
"Sure was."
"One of your guests, a Miss Jones." The man looked blank. "African-American woman, late 20s, tall, good-looking?"
"Oh, yes, very elegant lady. Very nice manners."
"Quite," said Locke. "I need to know when you last saw her."
The man stroked an imaginary beard. "Let me see now. She came back in around 9 o'clock to pick up her key, but after that, I don't know. I didn't see her leave."
"She was murdered last night. The van that exploded outside the courthouse, she was in it when it went up." The desk jockey went pale. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Evidently this isn't something covered in training, Locke thought. "So you didn't see her leave?"
"No, sir."
"Do you have CCTV cameras?"
"Just here in the office."
Locke looked up. A single camera was mounted in the corner of the far wall behind the desk to capture anyone coming in or leaving. "In that case, may I see the room she was staying in?" At this, the man looked serious.
"Sir, are you with the FBI or something?"
"I can't tell you who I'm with," said Locke, taking a chance. "But I need to see that room."
"Do you have some kind of identification?"
Locke leaned over the counter. "What's your name?" The man's eyes flitted beyond Locke to the door.
"Dale."
"Dale, do you love your country?"
"Yes, sir."
Locke made a show of pushing back his jacket so that the holster holding his cig was in plain sight. Not that he looked down, or even acknowledged that he'd done it, but Dale's eyes were growing wide. "I'm very glad to hear that, because there are people out there right now who definitely don't, and I need to find them fast. And you can help me, Dale. You can help me by showing me that room." Dale still looked unsure, so Locke pressed on, his right hand on the handle of his cig. "Now, Dale, are you going to be a true American patriot and help me out here?" "Absolutely, sir," said Dale. Visibly shaking, he reached beneath the counter for a key attached to a black fob with a room number etched on it in white, which he slid towards Locke. Seeing that Dale was going to be on the phone to the local cops as soon as he was out of sight, Locke took the key and walked quickly towards the elevator. Alicia's room was tucked away at the back of the main motel building along with half a dozen other rooms, all of which ran at a 90-degree angle to the rest of the hotel, which faced out onto the main avenue. The room's position would have made Alicia hard to spot as she came and went, Locke thought. Perhaps she'd chosen it for that very reason, thinking that the lower a profile she kept, the safer she would be. He opened the door and stepped inside. The room itself was basic. A double bed dominated the small space. It was still made up, although Locke noticed that the sheet stretched over the red-patterned comforter was wrinkled at the bottom right-hand corner, as if someone had sat on that part of it. Opposite the bed was a desk. Next to the desk was a wardrobe and a chest of drawers. A small portable television was perched atop the wardrobe. Locke closed the door behind him, crossed to the desk, and opened the first of 3 drawers. A Bible. In the second drawer were a couple of leaflets on local tourist attractions. Nothing looked like it had been moved. Locke couldn't imagine that Alicia would even have glanced at the leaflets. Thinking about it now, he couldn't even imagine Alicia outside work. She must have a family, he thought. Did they know she was dead? He opened and closed the final drawer, which was empty, thinking of the bitter blow it would be for them. From what little he knew, Alicia had clawed her way up from a disadvantaged background. He could only imagine the sacrifices both she and they must have made.
Locke stood there for a moment, allowing his anger at the injustice of it all to settle, cold and hard, at the base of his stomach. Then he took a few steps and opened the wardrobe. Her clothes were still on the hangers. He'd never really registered her perfume when he met Alicia, but he could smell it now. It was feminine, but understated. You wouldn't have been aware of it unless you were up close, which he guessed not many men had been. He quickly rifled through her clothes, then ran his fingertips along the bottom of the wardrobe, although he wasn't sure exactly what he was hoping to find. Closing the wardrobe door, he moved to the chest of drawers. The top drawer contained Alicia's underwear, which was mostly black and lace-edged. For the first time since he'd walked into the room, he felt like he was being intrusive. He closed the drawer and went quickly through the others. Everything was folded neatly. Finally, he moved into the small bathroom. A makeup bag lay open on the counter, and the shower curtain was pulled back. A vaguely damp towel was folded neatly over a rail. He walked back out of the bathroom and stood next to the bed. Nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. The room told at least part of the story. Alicia had left of her own accord. Locke exited the room and stood outside the motel, his back to the wall. Alicia's car was a pale blue Volkswagen Jetta. He was sure he'd seen her get into it after Reaper's testimony had come to an abrupt end. He walked to the front of the motel but couldn't see it. He retraced his steps back to Alicia's room and beyond, to an area at the back of the motel. There it was, parked in a row of 5 lined spaces that were marked out next to 2 huge commercial trash containers. But her keys hadn't been in her room, and neither was her handbag. She must have left with them, Locke thought, but not used her car. So, she would have walked out of the room some time after 9 but never made it as far as her car, a distance of maybe 20 yards. Yet there were rooms all around, and people in them. If there had been a struggle, surely someone would have heard something. Of course, maybe they had. Locke walked towards the middle of the parking lot and turned to face the building. It was a low-rent motel late at night. If Alicia had made a noise, the other guests might have put it down to any number of things. Even with all that, he couldn't imagine Alicia being abducted without putting up a hell of a struggle. She was a fighter. That was her nature. He walked slowly towards her car, hunkering down, looking for something, anything, a speck of blood, something dropped from her bag. But there was nothing. He stood back, his hands still on his knees, his head down. From close by came the trill of a cell phone. Not from a room, but outside, just feet away. Locke looked around to see if there was anyone to whom it might belong. Maybe Dale, the desk jockey, had come to check on him. But no, Locke was still alone. It kept ringing. It was coming from one of the big trash containers. Locke grabbed at the top of the first container, hauled himself up and looked down into it, spotting the flashing display almost immediately. He let go, stepped back, and this time took a running jump, almost falling into the container head first. His elbows over the lip, he swung over a leg, reached down, and managed to pluck out the cell phone just as it stopped ringing. Extricating his leg, he dropped back down to the ground and jammed the phone into the back pocket of his denims as 2 Medford Police Department cops rounded the corner.
"Sir, place your hands where we could see them, and do not make any sudden movements."
Chapter 43. For a full 5 minutes, Locke argued with the cops that they didn't have probable cause to search him. But they did, they both knew it, and they took the cell phone before he had the chance to confirm that it was Alicia's, never mind run through it properly. They also took back the borrowed key. That done, they let him go with a warning not to interfere any further in what was now a federal investigation. Locke assured them that he wouldn't, and he might have actually meant it, too, if it wasn't for the fact that the more Coburn and the cops told him to back off, that it wasn't his problem, the more determined he became to find out what the hell was really going on. Plus, Locke had a problem with authority. It was a personality trait that made for a bad soldier but a great military cop. It was also, Locke had grown to realize, a piece of his character inherited directly from his father, which inevitably had brought them into so much conflict over the years that they rarely spoke. Locke's father had, like so many parents, held to the dictum, "Do as I say, not as I do." But Locke was incapable of that. Once he got hold of something, he worried at it like a dog with a bone. The cops stood in the parking lot and watched him get into the car he had rented that morning from the Avis representative at the Rogue Valley Airport. He waved them a friendly goodbye and headed back in the direction of Carrie's hotel. When he got there, Carrie was perched on the bed in her room, wrapped in a white cotton robe, wet hair up in a towel, answering her cell phone. She looked exhausted, having been on air pretty much all night, reporting live from the scene almost hourly, the entire nation rising from East Coast to West and tuning in to see a reporter who was still several steps ahead of the competition. Meanwhile, her newsroom back in New York had been working their law enforcement contacts hard, filling in the gaps for both her and, by extension, Locke. She waved at Locke as he walked in, held the phone away from her ear, and mouthed, "Ty."
"Ty?" Locke asked, taking it from her. "How are you?"
Ty's voice came through loud and clear.
"I'm watching the news is how I am. What the hell happened?"
"Ask him how he is," Carrie said, fighting back a yawn.
"I already did." Locke tapped her bare knee. "Get some sleep."
Carrie swatted at him. "Then ask him again."
Locke cradled his cell phone between his ear and shoulder. "Carrie wants to know how you are."
"Stronger by the day, and just as good-looking as before."
Locke looked at Carrie and sighed. "Seems that being shot has left Ty suffering from delusions of adequacy."
"I heard that," Ty protested. "Any news on Reaper?"
"Thin air."
"What about the guys who sprung him?"
"Nada."
"That helicopter they were using was military," Ty said.
"That's what I thought, too."
"Hard to pick one of those up on eBay."
Carrie was scribbling something on a piece of paper which she shoved under Locke's nose. He read it, then relayed the information to Ty. "One of Carrie's sources has had word that a Little Bird assault helicopter went missing from a base in San Diego 3 days ago."
"They know who took it?"
"If they do, they're not saying. You know what the Army's like."
"You gonna try to talk to him?" Ty asked.
"Be wasting my time, but Carrie's going to keep digging."
"So what are you gonna do? And don't tell me nothing, Locke, because I know you must have a hot-on for Reaper a foot long now."
"I wish," muttered Carrie, lying back, her eyes closed, head propped up on the pillows. On the other end of the line, Ty laughed. Locke shot her a fake injured look, then lowered his voice.
"I'm heading back to the Bay. One of the AB leaders survived the attack. If he doesn't have a clue what Reaper's up to, then nobody does. Listen, once I've spoken to him, I'm coming down to San Francisco to see you." "Look forward to it," said Ty before hanging up.
"You sure you really want to go back in there, Ryan?" Carrie asked, sitting up.
"I'll be fine. I know the territory."
Carrie gave him an even look.
You mean like Ty did?
Chapter 44. Locke headed out of Medford on Interstate 5. He'd have to drive north first, towards a place called Grant's Pass, before the highway would drop him back south and west to Pelican Bay. To his right, trees had been planted at regular intervals along the highway. The storm clouds were being sucked back out towards the Pacific, revealing a powder blue sky. The smell of rental car air freshener combined with his lack of sleep was soon making him woozy. He lowered all four windows a notch. As he drove, the traffic fell away to a trickle of pickup trucks and lumbering semis, and the giant redwood trees closed in around his tiny car. Looking at a map he'd picked up at a gas station before he left, he wondered at some of the names. Rattlesnake Rapids, Wolf Creek, Starvation Heights. It was a landscape that could eat a man up whole, that was for sure. Locke wondered if Reaper was near one of those places now, maybe shooting the rapids with his band of fellow psychopaths, the water swallowing their trail, or camped out on top of Starvation Heights, surveying the land below, planning a desperate last stand against the minions of what Reaper saw as an occupying government. What was the phrase he'd used? Oh yeah, the Zionist occupation government. Blaming the government, Locke reflected, was an easy way out for the white inmates inside America's prisons. They had been incarcerated not because they'd peddled amphetamine to school kids or shot some unfortunate first-generation immigrant minding the till of a convenience store, or because they'd drowned someone in their own hot tub after staging a home invasion robbery. No, it was always other people's fault, part of a wider plan to do them down, all engineered by dark forces skulking in the shadows and plotting a new world order. With Reaper's messianic tendencies, Locke had a strong hunch that his former cellie wasn't about to go quietly. He wasn't about to do a disappearing act. No, Reaper had something else in mind. Locke was sure of it. Aware that his eyelids were getting heavier by the minute, Locke reached down and jammed on the radio. There wasn't much choice. A couple of country music stations and something that billed itself as Rogue Valley's top-rated 24-hour evangelical station. Locke would have welcomed some divine inspiration, but doubted it was going to come via this particular source. He clicked the radio back off. 10 miles further on, Locke hit a line of traffic. It came up on him fast, and he had to slam on the brakes to avoid rear-ending a black pickup sporting a National Rifle Association decal and a Palin for President 2012 sticker. The jolt as the car lurched to a halt convinced him that he'd have to take a nap before he got to Pelican Bay. The local cops had set up a roadblock and were checking vehicles, and he was aware that his rental car and dragged-through-a-bush backwards appearance would single him out for special attention. He stayed in his car as he was approached, immediately declaring his firearm. Thankfully, one of the cops recognized him. "Any sign of him?" Locke asked him, with a show of forced politeness. "Not a one," said the cop, disconsolate. No shit, Sherlock. They left in a helicopter, Locke thought. Well, good luck. The cop waved him through, and Locke continued on his way. 50 miles down the road, he pulled in at a rest stop. Seconds after he'd switched off the engine, pulled on his parking brake, and set the alarm on his cell phone, he was dead asleep, the doors locked and his cig close by. Locke rarely dreamt, and when he did, he shrugged his dreams off pretty much as soon as he'd taken a leak and had his first sip of coffee. But the nightmare images that came to him now would be less easily shed, based as they were on the realities of the previous days. At first he was tumbling down a black slide that deposited him in a heap in the middle of the yard at Pelican Bay. As he looked up and got his bearings, he saw Ty, surrounded by bare-chested white inmates, their bodies a continuous mosaic of swastikas and lightning bolts. As they closed in on Ty, knives glistening in the early morning sun, Locke glanced up toward the gun tower. The guard's face melted into Reaper's as one of the inmates slashed at Ty, and he went down. There was a screech of tires behind Locke as a black van careered across the yard, throwing up clouds of dust. Locke felt a burst of relief, which faded almost immediately when he spotted the driver, her hands taped to the wheel. It was Carrie, a swastika carved Manson-like into her forehead. The living corpse of Ken Prager rode shotgun alongside her, helping to guide the wheel. Locke sank to his knees, letting rip with a primal scream. Then a black tunnel was all around him, sucking him back into the sky and away from being able to help either Carrie or Ty. Locke woke to the sound of his cell phone's alarm, the gun still by his side, the steering wheel in front of him. Disoriented by the images of his nightmare, he peered out of the windshield and both side windows, a thin sheen of sweat coating his face. He wiped the worst of it away with his sleeve, opened the door of the car and stepped out into the fresh air, shaking out the cramp from his legs. He took a walk round the rest stop area, then got back in the car, took a sip of water, wishing it were coffee, started the engine and continued his journey. It was dusk by the time Locke drove past the unmanned security booth and into the parking lot that fronted the administration building of the prison. Coming in this way, a visitor would have little idea of the security that lay beyond. He pushed open the main door, stepped onto the sparkling linoleum that covered the lobby floor, then took a left towards the warden's office. The two middle-aged women who served as administrators were packing up, ready to go home. Lieutenant Williams stepped from his office next to the warden's. He didn't look particularly pleased to see Locke.
"Warden Marquez still here?" Locke asked him. "It won't take long." Williams hitched up his equipment belt. "Thought you might have had enough of this place for a lifetime," he observed, turning into the warden's office. Marquez emerged a few moments later.
"It's not a good time, Locke," he said.
"The timing isn't of my choosing. I guess you heard about events in Medford." Marquez rubbed his prosthetic eye.
"We got the shoe and main line on lockdown because of it."
"Problem?"
"Soon as word came that the AB leadership had been wiped out, the Nazi lowriders made their move."
"What kind of move?"
"Told all the white inmates that anyone that was AB could either switch to the NLR or die."
"What about the AB leader who survived? I heard he was shipped back here. You still have him?"
"He was smart. He PC'd up," said Marquez.
PC, Locke knew, stood for protective custody. There was a separate part of solitary reserved for these prisoners. "I'd like to speak to him if I may." Locke waited for a speech about how his request breached protocol. Instead, Marquez glanced at Williams with his good eye, while his other eye stayed on Locke. Williams shrugged. "He might not want to speak to you. And Phileas, I'd like a moment with him, too." Williams' mustache curled up at its tips as he smiled. "I bet you would. If anyone here knows what Reaper's next move is, he does." Warden Marquez crossed to a desk and lifted the phone.
"I'm not making any promises, Locke."
"Fine by me. I've had enough promises to last me a lifetime." Chapter 45. The tension was plain in the faces of the guards as Williams escorted Locke across the vast expanse of no man's land towards the shoe. They passed through a second control point, then swung a left into the part of the shoe known as the Transitional Housing Unit. This was where the lone AB leader, William Young, Williams had told Locke, though he went by the moniker Pinky, was being held. Locke tried to conjure the man's face from the trial, but with their facial hair the AB leaders had looked more or less broadly alike. Pinky was waiting for Locke in a small anteroom off one of the main spurs. For someone who'd recently cheated death, he looked calm, although Locke knew better than most that appearance in this environment was essential to a person's survival. Even giving the impression of being weak, or worse, scared, was a good way to get yourself killed. He was glad he had this at the front of his mind, because Williams wasn't for hanging around. "I'm going to look into your other request, if that's okay with you," Williams said. "I'll be fine. Would you mind if your officer here stands outside?" Williams nodded to the guard, and they both left the room. Locke settled into a chair opposite Pinky. "Miracle we both got out of there alive." Pinky stared at Locke, stony-faced.
"Build rapport. I like it."
"Just making an observation."
"You're the crazy man they brought in to keep Reaper alive, ain't you?"
"The one and only."
"Maybe if you hadn't done as good a job, my brothers would still be alive,"
Pinky said, eyes narrowing. "If you want me to pretend I have sympathy," Locke said, holding his palms open. "Sorry, I'm all out. But I think we can agree on one thing."
"And what's that?"
"We both got played by Reaper." Pinky tugged at his mustache with a cuffed hand.
"Nah, brother. You got played. We knew all along what Reaper was about."
"And what was that?" Pinky seemed to study Locke.
"Let's just say we had ideological differences."
"He claimed you were all about the green, and he was all about the white," said Locke, referencing the color of money. Pinky smiled.
"Man, you're nothing but a tourist. You don't know our world."
Locke put his hands up, conceding the point. "Then explain it to me." Pinky seemed to mull it over. His foot tapped out a military cadence, and he stared at it as if it wasn't under his control. "You're looking at the death sentence anyway, Pinky. The NLR is going to run things now, and they'll be looking to mop up someone like you. Maybe I can speak to someone, get you shipped somewhere safer."
"My attorneys are already working on that."
"So what are you going to do when the cash from selling drugs starts to dry up? The AB's a busted flush now. You know it, and so do I. The people who sprang Reaper, they're the same people who killed Prager, aren't they?" Locke leaned towards him, trying to establish eye contact. "The woman, Pinky. Who is she?"
"I got about as much of an idea about that as you," Pinky said.
Then he, too, leaned in so that there were maybe 3 feet between his face and Locke's.
"You want to know the funny part of this whole deal?"
"Go on," said Locke. "I could use a chuckle or two."
"We didn't greenlight Prager."
"So who did?"
"Reaper."
Locke sat back. "So why didn't you just tell that to Alicia Jones?" Pinky gave Locke a broad grin.
"We were about to, but Jones wouldn't deal. She had the version of events she wanted."
Locke thought this through. Alicia had certainly been obsessed with getting a conviction against the AB, so what Pinky was saying made sense in a weird sort of way. It still left a lot of unanswered questions, though. Why'd you wait so long? Why let it go as far as a trial? Pinky glanced from one corner of the box-like room to another.
"Hell, we wasn't about to miss the change of scenery."
From there on in, Pinky clammed up. He didn't know who Reaper's people on the outside were. He didn't know who the woman was, or whether they were planning to flee the country. What's more, he was past caring. They'd all been suckered according to Pinky, and now Reaper had what he wanted. The AB was finished, and he was out of Pelican Bay. When Locke stepped out of the room, Lieutenant Williams was waiting for him in the short stretch of corridor. His arms were folded across his chest. "I spoke to Phileas." "And?" "He says you can go to hell." Locke sighed. He hadn't expected anything else. "But there's more," said Williams. "We just decoded a kite that's been going out to all Nazi lowrider members." "What did it say?" Williams' eyes fell away from Locke's. "You and your buddy Ty." "What about us?" Locke asked, tensing, not liking Williams' refusal to meet his eye. "They've greenlit you both. Any Nazi lowrider or associate either here or on the outside is under orders to kill you on sight." Chapter 46. Cell phone coverage was patchy this far north, whatever the main carriers claimed, so Locke used the phone in Warden Marquez's office to call Coburn and alert him to the NLR threat.
"I have someone calling San Francisco Police Department right now," Coburn said. "We'll make sure they get someone over to Ty's hospital room. I'm back in the city now anyway. You get anything out of the Aryan Brotherhood survivor?"
"He said Reaper ordered Prager's execution."
"So why didn't his side tell Alicia that?"
Coburn asked. "My first question, too. He said they tried to, but Alicia turned it down."
"That I can believe. Once she got something in her head."
There was silence, followed by a click as Coburn ended the call. Warden Marquez sent Locke off to San Francisco with a cup of coffee strong enough to negate narcolepsy, and a word of caution.
"Be careful out there,"
he said, punching Locke in the arm.
"The NLR don't screw about, and their tails are up right now."
Locke shook his hand and left him to get back to his job. It wasn't one that he envied.
"Good luck,"
said Marquez.
"You too,"
Locke shouted back as he jogged to his car, keen to get to Ty to see with his own eyes that he was safe. If the NLR was serious about their threat, they'd probably know that Ty was the easiest target of all right now, a stationary one. Locke sipped at his coffee, the windows down, the Pacific roaring away on his right as he navigated the single-lane road out of Crescent City. On a sunny day it was a breathtaking drive, but night was closing in and his sole focus was getting to San Francisco. The rental car didn't help matters, its tires losing traction as Locke threw the vehicle into tight bends and pulled back out onto the straights. He hunched over the wheel, fatigue ingrained in his bones. Signs flashed by outside at irregular intervals. An invitation to view the world's tallest tree, to drive through a hollowed-out redwood, to view an exhibit dedicated to Sasquatch, the legendary California Bigfoot, half man, half beast. The miles ticked down, every minute bringing him closer to the place where it had all started nearly a week ago now, when he met Ty in San Francisco. As he got within striking distance, he started to relax a little. Even the place names of the small towns he passed through seemed more genteel, less threatening. Cloverdale, Windsor, Roseland. He stopped for gas at a Chevron station on the outskirts of Santa Rosa, aware of the figures in the shadows as he filled up. A couple of bikers pulled in behind him, and he ducked back in the car, tucking the cig into his jeans and covering it with his jacket. He didn't want to be ambushed, but equally he didn't want to take a bullet from an overly paranoid gas station attendant who'd spotted the gun and thought he was going to rob them. But the bikers didn't even glance in his direction as they grabbed a couple of six-packs from the fridge and made their way out. The traffic thickened as he neared the city, and soon he was pulling up to a toll booth on the Golden Gate Bridge. He'd made it into the city without incident. 15 minutes later, as he rounded the corridor in the hospital, heading for Ty's room, Locke guessed that things weren't about to stay that way. 4 cops and a couple of medical staff were clustered round what Locke guessed was the door leading into Ty's room. For a moment Locke froze, fearing the worst. Then he saw Ty's head above the melee. He was fully dressed and engaged in a heated discussion with one of the cops. "Sir, we're under orders to make sure that you stay safe," the cop was saying.
"You think I can't take care of myself? Is that what you're saying?"
came Ty's belligerent reply. Like Locke, Ty had what the Marine Corps had designated a problem with authority, which had only deepened now that he'd entered civilian life. At least Coburn had been as good as his word, thought Locke, as Ty spotted him.
"Hey, Ryan, can you explain to these good people that I'd like to leave now?"
Ty said, pushing his way through the cluster of bodies. Locke felt a rush of relief at seeing his friend, one of the few people he was able to trust without question. "Are you sure you're well enough to leave?" he asked Ty.
"Man, have you looked at your own damn self in the mirror?"
One of the medical staff, a young resident in his mid-20s, touched Locke's arm. "You don't look great." He smiled. "I've had about 4 hours sleep in the last 24. "I can relate to that," said the resident. "And how do you cope?" "Coffee and, if it's really bad, a shot of B12. "Then hook me up," Locke said. He nodded at Ty. "Is he really well enough to leave?" "As long as he's at home taking it easy, he should be fine." Locke clasped Ty's good shoulder. "I'll make sure of it," he said. Together they had a fighting chance of finding Reaper and his posse, but to do that Locke knew they had to go back to the source. Chapter 47. After a long drive and a few more snatched hours of sleep in the car, Locke and Ty pulled up next to the former Prager residence out in Lancaster. It lay in a street of foreclosed houses with yellowing, weed-infested lawns and boarded-up windows. Even amid such generalized misery and misfortune, the house gave a vibe all of its own. Locke, however, was more concerned with the fact that Ty had insisted on them taking his car. Given that a place like Lancaster was prime territory for white supremacist skinhead gangs, and therefore, by extension, for the Nazi lowriders, a purple classic car was not an ideal choice. On the drive there, they had debated their next move. Locke had admitted to Ty that although there were a lot of threads, nothing pulled them all together. He therefore felt it was best to go back to the beginning, back to Prager's investigation. Ty wasn't sure it was the right thing to be doing, but equally he wasn't sure what else they could do, so he agreed to go with Locke's hazy outline. Next door to where the Pragers lived, a woman was packing her kids into the car. She kept on glancing over at their car. "I'll go talk to her," said Locke. "You keep the pimp-mobile running in case she thinks you're a white slaver." Ty flipped him the bird as the woman slammed the rear passenger door on the 2 kids and hurried to get in herself. "Ma'am, excuse me. Locke jogged the last few yards towards her. "Ma'am?"
"Why can't you people just leave us alone?" she shouted. "We don't have any money."
Clearly, the much-vaunted economic recovery had not made it as far as Lancaster just yet. Locke noticed the lack of a for-sale sign in her yard. He put up his hands. "Ma'am, I just wanted to ask you about your former neighbors."
"Even better," she said, rolling her eyes. "A reporter."
"No, ma'am. I'm trying to understand a few things about what happened to them."
"You're a private investigator?"
Locke stopped, deciding to tell the truth. "Aaron was my godson. I hadn't seen his mom or dad for a few years after they moved out west." The woman reached in and turned on the engine so the kids could get the benefit of the air con. Then she took a step towards Locke.
"I'm sorry. I thought—"
"It's okay. I'd be suspicious under the circumstances as well."
"I'm not sure how I can help you, though."
"You live next door to them."
"Yes, but that's kind of it."
"I heard that Aaron fell in with a bad crowd."
"Not exactly difficult round here," she sighed.
"Kids at school?"
"Maybe a few of them. There's a couple of those skinhead gangs round here. I think he started hanging out with one of them."
"You know which one?"
"I don't know the names, but I could tell you where they like to hang out. There's a McDonald's down on Challenger Way. I've seen 'em there."
"What about Mrs. Prager? Janet?"
"Oh, I only really got to know her before. They said her husband was an undercover agent."
"That's right, for the ATF." The woman looked away, then spoke again.
"You know, it's so weird."
"What is?" The woman worried at her wedding band, twisting and turning it on her finger.
"I'm not sure I should be telling you this."
Locke moved closer. "Listen, it's okay. No one can hurt them now." He clasped his hands together, mirroring the woman's body language. "I really need some closure," he added. The woman studied her driveway and nodded silently.
"The last time I saw her, she was hammered."
"Janet? Drunk?" Locke was surprised. Ken's wife had never been a drinker.
"Yeah, as a skunk. I took her in, tried to get some coffee into her. I didn't want her son seeing her in that state."
"Something had upset her?"
"She told me that she thought her husband was having an affair. I didn't know he was undercover. All she said was that it was someone he'd met through work."
Locke took in a quick breath, glancing back over his shoulder at the Prager's old house, the paint peeling from the eaves, the gutters choked with leaves. This changed everything. Inside the car, the woman's kids were starting to squabble, and Locke knew his time was about up. "She mention a name?" he asked. The woman sighed.
"Not unless that blonde bitch is a name. She said that Ken had gotten her pregnant."
Chapter 48. Chance sat in the back of a Toyota Camry rented the previous evening at San Francisco International Airport and watched as Glenn Love emerged, yawning, from his house, clambered into his work truck and backed out of his driveway. She noted the time, the make and model of the truck, the reg and the decal. An hour later his wife, Amy, opened the blinds at the front of the house. 3/4 of an hour after that she emerged with their 2 children. Chance grabbed her handheld video camera and taped them getting into their car and driving off. If they had to take the kids at the school, she didn't want any cases of mistaken identity. Killing someone was relatively straightforward. A kidnapping, however, well, a myriad of things could go wrong. 5 minutes after Amy Love drove past them, Chance got out of the car and approached the house. She rang the bell, feigned surprise when no one answered, and wandered round the back. There was no alarm system and no cameras. She noticed a plant pot near the back door. It was empty save an inch or two of moldy compost. Lifting it up revealed a key, an unexpected bonus. It suddenly occurred to Chance that the key could cut out most of the risk if they were clever about how they approached this part of the operation. The key fitted the rear door, and she stepped inside. Breakfast dishes lay stacked in the dishwasher. A copy of the San Francisco Examiner was spread out on the table. She moved quickly through the ground floor and entered the children's shared bedroom. She took several items of clothing and moved into a study-cum-office area in the hall with a desk and a filing cabinet. She jotted down Glenn and Amy's cell numbers from old bills, along with a number for the house landline. She also noted their Social Security numbers and a couple of other pieces of information. All this would come in handy, too. Satisfied she'd gathered everything they'd need, she exited the house, placed the key back under the plant pot, and walked casually back to the car. This time she got in the front and drove off. She'd return later when it was time to move on to the next stage of the plan.
"Damn, man, does this guy ever leave the house?"
Cowboy drummed his fingers on the steering column. Next to him, Trooper kept his head in his copy of Sports Illustrated.
"He's probably not even awake yet."
"It's 9:30,
Cowboy said, staring across the road at the ivy-clad New England colonial which was the boyhood home and California residence of Supreme Court Justice Junius Holmes.
"So? He's old. He's probably in bed by 9.
"Which means he should be up early. Old people need less sleep, don't they?"
"How the hell should I know?"
Cowboy started to open his door.
"I'm going to take a peek."
Just then a figure appeared at the gates. A man wearing tennis shorts, sneakers, and a Harvard alumni T-shirt.
"See?" said Trooper. "Patience."
The man broke into a slow jog on spindly legs that looked barely able to support the rest of him.
"Holy shit, he might not live long enough for us to kill him."
Trooper studied him from behind his magazine.
"You think he jogs this time every morning?"
"Guess so. Why, what are you thinking?"
"Well, we were planning on shooting him, right?"
Cowboy shrugged.
"That's usually the quickest, most efficient way of killing someone."
"Draws a lot of attention, too, which, if you think about it, is something we don't necessarily need."
"Where are you taking this?"
Trooper grinned.
"You'll see."
Chapter 49.
"Hey, I've heard about deep cover, but that's something else. You sure?"
Ty asked, maneuvering the Lincoln down another street of shattered subprime dreams.
"That's what she said Janet told her."
Locke was finding it hard to reconcile the neighbor's revelation with what he remembered about Ken and Janet's marriage. They'd always seemed like such a solid couple. He guessed you never really knew what went on behind closed doors.
"Kind of explains one thing," Ty said.
"What's that?"
"Why there's no mention of this chick in any of Prager's reports back to his bosses. I mean, you go undercover and fall into bed with a suspect, that's one thing. Might even be taken that you're taking the job seriously. But when you go and get her pregnant, damn. You imagine the kind of fun a defense attorney would have with that?"
"You'd be lucky to keep your badge," Locke said.
"And your pension."
Locke stared out of the window. By the looks of where Aaron's friends were living, they were surrounded by people clinging on by their fingernails.
"That's not the full explanation, though. It can't be," said Locke.
Something about the whole scenario was chewing away at him. Ty pulled onto a wider street, this one with more commercial property. On their left was a gas station, on the right a couple of fast food joints. One of them was the one mentioned by the neighbor as a favorite hangout for one of the local skinhead gangs. They'd head back there after visiting the school. Locke rubbed his eyes, wishing that his lack of sleep wasn't making it so hard for him to think clearly.
"You know, at Pelican Bay, I got a glimpse of how seductive the whole white supremacist rap could be."
Ty sideway glanced at Locke as he drove.
"You got something you want to tell me?"
A pickup truck pulled up alongside with two middle-aged white guys in it. They stared menacingly at Ty until Locke glared over at them.
"It's almost like a cult," he continued. "They have a way of seeing the world. They have a purpose, an ideology, and it's a powerful one. Otherwise, how would a whole country have been sucked in back in the 1930s, so much so that they were prepared to slaughter millions of innocent people, women and children, pack them into gas chambers?
You don't think Ken went over to the dark side, do you?"
"No. Otherwise, why would they have killed him?
An inside man with the ATF would have been a wet dream for them. But what if he was conflicted about the whole deal? So he was giving his bosses some of it, but not all of it, Ty said slowly. Maybe. I still don't buy it, Ryan. Locke looked out at the down-at-heel blue-collar neighborhood. Even with crisp blue California skies overhead, there was something depressing about it. Ken was a veteran agent, right? Ty nodded. Yet here he was, still out in the field, while his bosses were all cozy back at base. Ken was taking all the risks and getting what in return? Yeah, said Ty slowly. You're reaching. The Aryan Brotherhood are great at telling people that they deserve better, that somehow they're being cheated. All it needed was for a couple of seeds to be planted. Then Ken falls for this woman, hard. Locke rubbed at his face again, closing his eyes for a second. I'd say that's all any man would need to start questioning where his loyalties lie. They pulled into the entrance of the local high school. Kids were streaming out, the older ones heading to their cars. A few were checking out the Lincoln 66. A fat white kid sporting a do-rag and a soul patch stopped in his tracks as Ty lowered the window. "Sweet ride," he said. Ty beamed. "Kid's got taste." "See what I mean about people getting confused?" Locke said. "He's white, but he thinks he's Snoop Dogg. We have a more interesting culture, that's all." Ty leaned out of the window towards the stranger. "Yo, where's the principal's office?" The kid pointed to a side entrance. Over in a corner of the parking lot, Locke spotted a bunch of other youths. Hair cut short and wearing English Doc Marten boots, they were scowling at the car, and in particular, Ty. Chapter 50. They stood outside the principal's office, unable to escape that sense of being back in high school themselves. "Bet this takes you back," Locke said to Ty. "Deja vu all over again, baby." "Me too. I spent more time here than in class." The door opened, and a severe-looking African-American woman in female school principal uniform of long, heavy skirt and ruffled blouse stepped out. A brief thought crossed Locke's mind that he'd rather go back to the shoe at Pelican Bay than spend too much time in her office. Her opening line didn't exactly fill them with joy either. "I have 3,500 young people to look after, so would you gentlemen kindly explain what you want?" "May we step into your office, ma'am?" Locke asked. Ty shot him one of his trademark, "Are you out of your freaking mind?" looks. The principal stood aside. "Nice move," Ty whispered as they stepped inside. "Who knows if we'll ever get out alive again?" She gestured for them to sit. They did. She didn't say anything, just stared at them, a tactic beloved of salesmen, interrogators, and school principals. When neither Locke nor Ty said anything, she looked at her watch. Locke swallowed. Yep, definitely worse than the shoe at Pelican Bay. "Aaron Prager was a student at your school," he said at last. She didn't give any of the standard responses, or at least any of the responses Locke had anticipated. She didn't say, "I can't discuss current or former students." She didn't say, "What's your interest in Aaron Prager?" She didn't even say, "Yes, it was a terrible tragedy. He was a fine young man." What she did first was stare at Locke's right hip, where his .226 bulged under his jacket. Then she picked up her phone. "Yes, Jessica, could you call 911 and ask them to respond to the school?" Then she calmly put the receiver down. "Now, unless you gentlemen could show me some bona fide credentials, which doesn't mean some private investigator's certificate you scammed off the internet, I'd like you to not only leave my office, but to leave school property immediately and never return. Nor should you contact either me or anyone else at this school by any other means. Do you understand me?" Locke nodded. Ty nodded. They both rose and almost in a daze walked swiftly out of her office, down several corridors and out of the school gates. Back in her office, the principal lifted her phone once more. "Jessica, you may call the police back and assure them that it was a false alarm." Out in the parking lot, Ty turned to Locke. "What was that?" "I don't know, But if I ever land a job which requires the ability to garner total cooperation, I'm kicking you to the curb and hiring her." Ty opened the driver's door, then stopped. "God damn it!" "What is it?" Ty hunkered down and rubbed at the paintwork. Someone had taken something sharp, keys probably, down the side of the Continental, leaving a thin gray scar. Ty looked up to see the white Snoop wannabe staring at them. "It was some of those Hammerskin kids," he told them. "They give everyone a hard time." "You saw them?" Locke asked. The boy shrugged. "Wasn't like they were trying to hide doing it." "The cops are on their way," Locke said. "Will you tell them what you told us?" The boy smiled. "Are you out of your mind? I like having my teeth in my head. Listen, bro, I got 3 more years in this dump, then I'm out of here. Anyways, what are the cops going to do when the Hammerskins are their own kids?" The boy looked beyond Locke to the school. "What did the principal say?" "Nada." "That figures. She's scared of 'em, too. She tried to make a stand a few years back, and they put a pipe bomb under her car." Locke saw Ty perk up to the extent that he lost interest in the damage to his car. He stepped towards the boy. "The cops investigate?" "What did I just say? No one wants any trouble." The boy air-quoted the last 3 words. "So the skinheads do what they want?" "If you don't mess with them, they leave you alone, for the most part." "What grade you in?" "9th." Same as Aaron. Even in a school with such a large number of students, Locke knew that they'd just caught a break. Rather than go the direct route, he took a different approach. "I guess some of the kids hang out with those skinhead gangs to stop themselves getting picked on." "Some, yeah." "You friends with any of those kids?" "Not once they join up," the boy said, spitting on the ground and jamming his hands into his pockets. "Man, why don't you just ask me what you want to ask me?" "We're trying to find out what happened to Aaron Prager." The boy choked back a grin. "I can't help you with that. Bitch got shot." Ty moved in on the boy. "Have a little bit of respect. You want to be ghetto, you'd better understand. You step to us wrong, and you know what's going to happen." The kid's eyes fell back to the sidewalk. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it." Locke could see that what the boy aspired to, Ty simply was, with all that entailed. He decided to let Ty handle him. "Did you ever speak to Aaron after he hooked up with this gang?" Ty asked. The boy's smirk was back, but there was a touch of something else there, too. Locke guessed at a creeping understanding of how people could change, and not always for the better. "The only time he spoke to me was to call me a wigger." The boy kicked at the ground. "He used to be a nice guy." "Do they have a leader?" "Roach, I guess." "What's he look like?" "Big sucker, shaves twice a day. You'll know him when you see him." "He a student here, too?" "No, he got kicked out last year." "Where can we find him?" The boy gave Ty the name of the same fast-food restaurant as the one provided by the Prager's neighbor. "Thanks for your help, bro," Ty said, bumping fists with the boy. "Just don't mention my name, okay?" Locke and Ty got back into the Lincoln, leaving the kid on the sidewalk. Locke waved a thanks, but the kid was too busy jamming his headphones into his ears. Locke didn't blame him. If he'd grown up here, he'd have wanted to shut out the world, too. As they pulled away from the school, Ty sideways glanced at Locke. "This Roach kid sounds like a real charmer." Locke puffed out his cheeks. "Big fish in a small pond. Maybe if we drain the water a little, we can get him flapping." "You think he's caught up in this?" Ty asked. "I can definitely see him giving up Aaron. I'm not so sure about anything else. Although if he wanted to make a name for himself, then who knows?" Locke fell silent for a moment, his jaw clenched tight. "I'll promise you one thing, though, Tyrone." "What's that, brother?" "He's going to tell us everything he knows about what went down." Chapter 51. The boy they'd spoken to at the school was right. Roach was hard to miss. 6 foot plus and maybe 180 pounds. He wasn't up there with Reaper or the other members of the AB, but he would hold his own in most prisons, which in Locke's view was exactly where he was heading.
He greeted Tyrone with a faux menacing, "What you looking at, nigger?" Tyrone's expression read mock offended, but he kept his hands at his side as Roach's compatriots snickered. He and Locke hadn't exactly expected a ticker-tape parade, and they weren't going to be disappointed. "I get it," said Ty. "This is the part where I say, 'Who you callin' a nigger?' and then you say, 'I'm calling you a nigger, nigger.' And then I throw a punch at you, and that gives you and your cronies here the perfect excuse to triple-team me and beat me to a pulp." Ty's speech seemed to throw Roach. He looked to his fellow skinheads for a reaction, but they seemed equally perplexed. "Except," Ty went on, "there's a couple of problems. One, I've been called all kinds of names, and you know that saying about sticks and stones." He pulled down his T-shirt to expose the fresh wound on his shoulder. "And I've been shot, too. Recently. You ever been shot?" Roach looked at his cheerleaders. "Nigger's crazy." Locke eyeballed Roach. "Answer the man's question." He parted his jacket just enough that the butt of his .226 was on view. "You ever been shot?" Roach backed up a step. "Screw you, nigger lover." Before anyone had a chance to react, Locke's gun was in Roach's face. Roach's mouth shaped to say something, but he changed his mind. "Get in the car," Locke whispered to him. Roach's bravado was very slowly ebbing away. Easy to be top dog in a town like this, thought Locke, especially when you were big and stupid.
"You're playing in the big leagues now, Roach."
Roach reacted to hearing his name. "Who are you?" The longer the delay, the more chance someone would call the cops, Locke knew, smashing his gun into the side of Roach's face. His buddies did some sidewalk dancing and shouting, but none of them made a move to help their fallen leader. Ty grabbed Roach, dug both thumbs under his jaw, and propelled him towards the Lincoln. Together he and Locke bundled him into the back. Locke climbed in with him, giving Roach a few digs of his elbow for good measure. "You guys are dead!" Roach shouted. Ty caught Locke's eye. This was going to be fun. They drove for more than an hour in total, heading due east towards the desert. The longer they drove, the more Roach's self-confidence peeled away in layers. He quickly moved from threats to a sullen silence, finally settling on a couple of half-hearted pleas for leniency, all of which were met with studied silence by Locke and Ty. As the traffic on the highway thinned out, Locke finally spoke.
"You bring the shovel?"
Ty glanced in the rear view for the briefest of seconds.
"In the trunk with the quicklime."
5 minutes later, Ty pulled the Lincoln off the road and they hauled an unwilling Roach out. They walked him for 10 minutes, hitting a rise and putting them all out of sight of the highway. Every time Roach tried to look over his shoulder, Locke prodded him with the gun.
"This looks as good a spot as any,"
Ty said.
"Get down on your knees," Locke ordered.
Roach was crying now, big mucus-filled sobs, just like Aaron Prager. Locke contemplated starting out by cutting off one of Roach's many Nazi-themed tattoos. He jammed his gun into the back of Roach's neck. "This is bullshit, man. You're going to kill me because I called someone a name?"
"Oh, I'm sure you've done a lot worse. Sure, there've been more than a few blacks or Hispanics or gay folk or people who just look different who've run into you and your little jerk-off crew, haven't there?"
The SIG was ready to fire. He withdrew it from Roach's neck.
"I'm going to use this, but I don't want any contact burns. It makes the gun easier to trace if they find you."
Taking a step back, Locke aimed the SIG 6 feet to Roach's right, then pulled the trigger. Roach let out a choked scream, and, judging by the smell, emptied his bladder and bowels simultaneously.
"Damn, that's rank. You want to get a bit more variety into your diet there, son," Ty said.
Roach turned to them, tears streaming down his face. "Hey, if you're going to do this, just do it, okay?"
"Why shouldn't we torture you a little bit first, like your friends did with Aaron?" Ty said. "Eyes front, cockroach."
Roach complied. Locke raised the SIG again.
"Now, you have one chance, and one chance only, to tell us who you ratted Aaron out to."
Roach sucked some snot back up his nose. He shuddered a sob. "He never told us his real name."
"He must have called himself something."
"Cowboy."
"What did he look like?"
Like 6'2", bigger than average, real fit. He was in the military."
Another look between Locke and Ty.
"Ex-military?" "No, still serving. He was trying to get us to sign up, too. He said that was the best shot the movement had, for as many of us as possible to join up, get the training, and then use it when the time came."
"What unit was he in?"
"He never said."
"Infantry, Air Force, Navy, what?"
Locke pressed the cig into Roach's back. "He just said something about special forces."
Locke noticed Ty's wry grin. Every wannabe Walter Mitty character, and the white supremacists had plenty of those, claimed some kind of connection to special forces.
"Did he say where he was based?" "He said they came from all over, but he was down in Coronado."
"You got the SEALs down there, as far as I remember anyway," said Ty.
Locke jabbed the gun into Roach's flesh.
"That ring a bell?" "No, I swear."
"So this cowboy guy came down and hung out round here?"
"Yeah."
"After you told him about Aaron and who his father was?"
"No, I met him before that."
So much for Aaron dicking about on the wrong internet forums. The feds had called that one wrong. Locke could see Ty thinking the same thing.
"He come on his own?" "Apart from one time, there was a woman with him."
"Catch her name?" Locke asked, his attention sharpening.
"Chance,"
said Roach. Locke sighed. Another street name.
"What was she like?" "Like maybe 25, 26. Blonde. Super hot. Nice rack."
"She military as well?"
"No, but her father had been. She talked about him some. He was a martyr to the cause. You know, like David Lane and those guys in the Order."
"He was in the Order?"
"No, he came after those guys. She said he was up in Pelican Bay."
Locke breathed in sharply.
"She have a name for him?" "No."
"Think hard, Roach," Locke said, pushing so hard into Roach's neck with his gun that he could see a welt starting to form.
"Cowboy called him something. It was kind of cool."
"Reaper?"
"Yeah," said Roach. "That was it."
Chapter 52. Cowboy woke with a start. The engine was idling, and he was in the passenger seat. He started to sit up.
"What the hell's going on?"
Before he could get an answer, Trooper floored it, and Cowboy was flung backwards.
"He's up ahead."
"Jogging?"
"Taking a walk. You know that little rise we came over when we got here?"
"Yeah,"
said Cowboy, hauling himself up so he could see through the front of the windshield.
"Well, right now he should be just about over that."
The speedometer of their SUV crept past 50, then 60. Either side of the road was grass and trees. They had to make sure they stayed on the road, and so did the man up ahead of them.
"Keep the speed up, but the rev's down," Cowboy said. "He hears the engine, he'll jump out of the way."
"Okay, but he's probably going to think it's kids, not someone who's aiming for him."
Junius Holmes heard the car behind him as he crested the hill. There was the road and then 3 feet of asphalt beyond the white line where it was safe to walk. Anyone passing him and recognizing him might have guessed he was thinking about weighty matters. A case the Supreme Court had before it, or what he was going to say at a seminar he was to give shortly at Harvard about law and philosophy. In fact, he was thinking about what he was going to have for dinner. Even a justice of the highest court in the land had to eat, he told himself. He was thinking chicken with mashed potato and broccoli. Ahead of him there was a low roar, a big rig struggling to get up the sharp gradient. It wasn't a road ideally suited to such a wide vehicle, but there was rarely much traffic here, and it would be on the opposite side to where he was walking, so he didn't deviate from his path. The SUV was up to 70 now. They couldn't see Holmes, so unless he had ducked into the woods to take a leak, he was just ahead of them over the hill.
"Okay,"
Cowboy said to Trooper.
"Keep that speed."
"Dude, you're worse than my ex-wife. Shut the hell up and let me do this."
Junius glanced round and saw an SUV behind him. Life didn't go into slow motion.
Instead, he froze like a rabbit for a second as the big rig which had climbed the hill shifted up a gear. Cowboy could see Junius Holmes, but he could also see the driver of the big rig, who was shifting the path of his vehicle to avoid the pedestrian.
"Do it then, man!"
he shouted at Trooper.
"Do it now!"
Chapter 53. They left Roach in the desert, naked and bleeding. A less than fitting punishment for him, thought Locke, but it would have to suffice. Ty had argued the merits of throwing him into a cactus bush, but Locke had countered by pointing out that most of the cacti out here were endangered species, which didn't deserve having a lowlife such as Roach thrown at them. They had thought about taking Roach up to San Francisco themselves, where Locke wanted to talk to Coburn, and handing him over to the feds there, but they wanted away from this part of the state as fast as they could. No, Locke decided. Once they had some distance, they would put a call in to the authorities. If they got lucky with the timing, by the time Roach found his way back home, he would have someone from federal law enforcement there to take him in for questioning about his role in the death of the Praegers. But at least Roach had been useful, Locke thought. He'd established the identity and parentage of the woman who was almost certainly Ken's killer. They pulled into an off-site lot next to LAX, parked the Lincoln at the back, and caught a shuttle bus to the terminal, where Locke used his credit card to get them 2 seats on the next flight up to San Francisco. Because they would have to check their firearms at the check-in desk, Locke made sure to wipe off any residue of the SIG's contact with Roach's head before he stowed it in its lockable carry case. Inside the terminal, they headed to the Virgin America counter, filled in the appropriate paperwork, and checked their bags. Then, boarding passes in hand, they made for security, both thankfully passing through the detector without incident. A swipe might well have showed positive for cordite, and that wasn't a conversation they wanted to have with a member of the Transport Security Administration, whom Locke regarded with an informed contempt. Instead, they watched as a 90-year-old woman in a wheelchair was led into the Perspex search box and asked repeatedly to stand so that they could wand her. Locke, who was gathering his wallet and belt from the end of the conveyor, quickly lost his patience. The door leading out of the Perspex box was ajar, so he turned in the direction of the female TSA officer as she said for a third time, "Ma'am, do you think you could stand up just for a few seconds?" and said, "Miss," taking a leaf from the TSA officer's book and being an asshole politely with a smile on his face. Ty nudged Locke.
"What about the gray, man?"
he said, referring to Locke's belief that a good close protection operative had a duty not to call attention to himself. Locke ignored him. The TSA officer looked over.
"Can I help you, sir?"
"Does she look like she can stand?" Locke asked, still polite.
"Are you traveling with her?"
The elderly woman opened her mouth. "She's my aunt," he said firmly. "Now, we have several hours until our plane actually departs, so I'd like to see your supervisor and register a formal complaint regarding your behavior towards an elderly, not to mention disabled, passenger." The TSA officer flushed under the 2 inches of makeup she'd plastered over her face.
"There's really no need."
"I'd say asking someone in a wheelchair to stand 3 times means there's every need. Now, will you call your supervisor, or shall I?" Locke kept his tone even and low, like a parent explaining to a toddler why they shouldn't run with scissors.
"I'll just run the wand, and then you can both be on your way,"
said the officer hurriedly. Locke sighed. The TSA had caught a lot of flack since their formation. They had some good people, ex-law enforcement and military, but they also had more than their fair share of people who couldn't read a leaflet without moving their lips, and who confused brusqueness with thoroughness. The officer waved her wand vaguely in the elderly woman's direction.
"Thank you, ma'am."
Locke stepped forward, took the woman's wheelchair by its handles, and pushed it out of the box as the female officer went to look for someone else to give a hard time to. Maybe a nun, he thought, or a Boy Scout. Someone who fitted the profile of crazed terrorist bent on bringing the Western world to its knees. Once they were well clear of the security area, the elderly woman craned her neck back to get a view of her rescuer.
"Thank you, young man."
she said sweetly. "Those people are such assholes." At their gate, a knot of passengers and ground crew were standing in front of a plasma screen tuned to a 24-hour news station. Locke and Ty shuffled to a halt, hoping that they weren't the main feature, but no one gave them a second glance. Instead, everyone stared intently at the screen as a news update rolled along the bottom. Supreme Court Justice Junius Holmes killed in multiple vehicle auto smash. Locke edged closer to a middle-aged cleaning woman holding a mop. "When this happen?" he asked her. She shrugged, grabbed her mop and bucket, and shuffled away. Locke was reaching for his cell as it rang. Carrie. "You see the news?" she asked him. "Just now." "Well, we're getting early word that it wasn't an accident." This didn't make sense to Locke. These kinds of incidents usually took days of piecing together. For law enforcement to be hitting at foul play so early in an auto smash was almost unheard of. Even if it did involve someone like Junius Holmes, who despite his waspy name had made his reputation getting down and dirty in the trenches as a prosecutor in the Department of Justice before being appointed by the new president to serve on the Supreme Court. "Why did they think that?" he asked. "Because of reports from the scene. A truck driver who got tangled up in it said there was an SUV containing 2 white males who'd aimed straight for Holmes." "Maybe the driver lost control of the car." "Oh, he lost control, okay." "So why did the authorities think it was deliberate?" Locke asked, taking a few more steps away from the throng staring up at the screen. Ty edged away with him. "Carrie says they don't think it was an accident," Locke said to him. "Ryan, you still there?" "Yeah, I'm here." "The 2 white guys in the SUV. One died at the scene. The other fled. The one who died was sporting a swastika tattoo." "Neither of them female?" "No. Why?" "Well, it turns out that the woman who pulled the trigger on Prager was almost certainly Reaper's daughter." Carrie made a low whistling noise down the phone. "That would explain a few things. But how did she persuade everyone else to get involved in taking that kind of risk to spring him?" "I'd guess, judging from something else I found out about Ken, that she had her methods." "What?" "Well, there's no way of knowing for sure. But we think she was sleeping with Ken, even though we think she knew who he was right from the get-go." Carrie was quiet for a moment as she digested this. "Poor Janet," she said at last. "Yeah," Locke agreed. "Can you see what you can get on Reaper's daughter for us?" "I'm on it. Anything else?" "Do we know if Junius Holmes ever went after any of the white supremacist groups?" "Better than that. He helped put away Reaper in the first place." Locke could hear someone speaking to Carrie. "Ryan, hang on." Locke's eyes tracked back to the TV screen and the carnage at the scene of the accident. Then Carrie came back on the line. "Got one more thing for you. When Halisha was coming up through the ranks at the DOJ, guess who her mentor was?" On screen, a body was being loaded into the back of an ambulance. "Junius Holmes," said Locke. Chapter 54. Glenn Love waved the truck into the rear of the Bureau of Street and Sewer Repair Depot on Cesar Chavez Street. The driver climbed down along with 2 other members of the crew, and Glenn slapped them each on the back. He went into the tiny office and started filling out the paperwork. People called up to report a pothole or some other piece of sidewalk or road that needed to be fixed. It went into the system. Someone was sent out to take a look, and within 48 hours it had to be repaired. Like the mail, cracks in the asphalt and holes in the road kept appearing. It was an unending task, like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. Same shit, different day. All that said, there were parts of the job Glenn enjoyed. Getting to work outside rather than in an office, at least when the weather was halfway decent. The camaraderie he had with the rest of the guys, the feeling that, even though no one really ever came up and thanked him for holding up the traffic while they did their work, he did actually do something that improved life for people in the city. Not like some of the assholes in BMWs or Mercedes or Lexi who gave his crew the finger as they drove past, annoyed that they'd lost a full 60 seconds waiting in traffic. No, Glenn felt like he made a difference. Paperwork done, he left the depot and clambered into his 5-year-old car for the 30-minute commute back home. He drove past the Presidio, then took the Golden Gate Bridge. The bay was clear of fog, and the air felt warm. Having grown up in this area, Glenn still got a jolt of excitement from the city, especially on a day like today. As he cleared the bridge, a couple of Hell's Angels cut round his car, both riding fat boy Harleys with ape-hanger handlebars. A regular enough sight. They sped off, driving in and out of traffic. Then they were gone from sight. Glenn didn't notice the vehicle that had followed him all the way from the depot. Nor did he see the occupants. After all, who would possibly want to follow Glenn Love? But the car kept trailing him all the way home. As he turned into his driveway, it kept on going. He didn't notice it then either. He was too busy gathering up his stuff from the front passenger seat. He took off his boots and put them in the trunk. Then he walked up the driveway and through into his house by the back door. His wife Amy had her back to him, washing her hands in the sink. He crept up on her and slid his hands around her waist. She jumped. "Glenn, you frightened the life out of me. Got your heart racing a little faster, didn't I?" "You're such an ass," she said, but with a smile on her face. His hand slipped down her waist a little. "I was thinking maybe we could get away this weekend. Leave the kids with your mother?" She turned, kissed him on the lips. "We have that thing at the Spicers. Then Patrick has soccer on Saturday, and Rebecca has a play date over at the Myers on Sunday. Maybe another weekend." "Sure." "Oh, come here," she said, pulling him towards her for another kiss. Patrick, their 8-year-old, came in, bouncing his soccer ball. "Hi, Tiger," Glenn said, breaking away from his wife and tousling his son's hair. "Now, what did Mom say about having the ball in the house?" Patrick sighed, 8 going on 18. "I'll take it outside." Glenn made his way to the refrigerator and pulled out a beer. "Where's Becky?" "Up in her room." Glenn popped open his beer. "Now Patrick's out in the yard." Amy turned round and dried off her hands. "What is up with you?" "Must be the weather." Outside, the car circled the block and parked a few houses down from the Love's house. A cell phone rang.
"I have a date for you,"
said a voice. "When?" Chance asked.
"The 5th.
Today was the evening of the 1st. The 5th was about as fast as they could hope for. "What's the venue?"
The one you'd expect."
This was good news. It also meant that they would have to act fast. Chance ended the call, then dialed another number. "We got 3 days," she said, leaning forward and eyeing the house. The family inside was blissfully unaware of the storm gathering less than 100 yards away. Unaware of how life could be changed forever by one single event, like Chance had been when Reaper went to prison for his beliefs.
"Tonight?"
Reaper asked her. "Yes, tonight."
"Means we're going to have to keep him for 3 days and 4 nights. That's a long time."
Chance kept her eyes on the house as a soccer ball rolled down the drive and a little boy chased after it, followed by Glenn Love, who scooped up his son and then the ball. "Maybe we won't keep him," she said. Chapter 55. A sea of blue uniforms greeted Locke and Ty outside San Francisco International Airport. The last time Locke had seen such a show of strength by law enforcement was in the weeks following 9/11. Cars, limos, and taxis lingering for more than a few moments at the curbside were being swiftly dealt with. Amid the crush of stressed-out passengers, Locke spotted Carrie piloting the minivan towards them. He and Ty forced their way through the crowd. They clambered inside, and Carrie edged out into the traffic. She leaned over and touched Locke's hand. "You want me to drive?" he offered. "Relax, Ryan," Carrie said, picking her way past a cab with its trunk open, the driver loading luggage as a burly cop screamed at him to pick up the pace. "I got it. How did you get on?" "Nothing we can use to find Reaper. But you know how you wanted me not to keep things from you?" "Yeah," said Carrie. "Well, the Nazi lowriders have a contract out on me and Ty."
Carrie hit the brakes and honked her horn as a pickup truck cut her off. Locke put his hands on the windscreen and braced. Carrie behind the wheel was only marginally less stressful than babysitting Reaper.
"Then maybe we should go back to New York," she said. "The network can get someone else to cover the funeral."
Locke closed his eyes, trying to let go of some of the tension of the last 48 hours. "It's gone too far for that now. Reaper's my responsibility." Soon they were out of the worst of the airport tangle of traffic and onto the Bay Shore Freeway, which would take them into San Francisco. There was a low fog rising from the water, but up above the sky was clear. Locke sat back, allowing himself to relax a little.
"So, do you want to know what I dug up on Reaper's daughter?"
Carrie asked as they rolled along.
"Chance is a street name. Her real name is Freya Vaden."
Locke opened his eyes. "Not Hayes?"
"Mom didn't want anything to do with Frank Hayes after he went to jail. She moved herself and little Freya to the Inland Empire."
"What's that exactly?"
Los Angeles, right where we just were,"
Ty said. "So how'd she hook back up with Dad?" Locke asked. Carrie shook her head.
"No idea. But clearly she got curious. It wouldn't take much digging to find out he was in jail."
"So Chance grew up in California?"
"Until she was about 12, when Mom died of a drugs overdose. No grandparents around, so she went into foster care, ended up with a family called the Grisaldis."
"You shitting me, right?"
Ty said.
"What?"
asked Locke.
"You never heard about the Grisaldi case? They fostered dozens of kids, molested them too. Papa Grisaldi was convicted about 4 years ago and sent to Corcoran."
Locke knew that Corcoran was one of California's heavy-duty prisons, not as hardcore as Pelican Bay, but still pretty tough. "How long did he last there?" he asked Carrie.
"Less than a week," she said. "He was murdered by a 2-man Aryan Brotherhood hit squad."
Ty leaned forward from the back seat.
"And here's the kicker, Ryan. Papa Grisaldi was a black man."
"And her long-lost father's a race warrior. Perfect," said Locke, pinching at the bridge of his nose. "So we got her psychology, but how do we find her?"
"I'm not so sure that we will. All the regular checks seem to indicate that she dropped off the grid sometime last year."
Her eyes still on the road, Carrie dug into her bag and tossed over a wad of printouts.
"This is everything I have."
Locke quickly riffled through the papers. He stopped at one particular page and held it up to Carrie. It was a crumpled color printout of a young woman in her mid-20s. "This her?"
"Only picture I could find. Of course, it was taken a few years back, so she might have changed her appearance since."
Ty leaned forward and studied the picture of Chance.
"You could see how Prager got drawn in."
Carrie laughed.
"Don't get your hopes up, Ty. Somehow I don't think you'd be her type."
"No shit,"
Ty said.
"You passed this on to the FBI?"
Locke asked her.
"Via Coburn,"
Carrie said. "He's speaking to you?" Locke asked. "He seems kind of pissed at me." Carrie's cell phone trilled.
"Speak of the devil,"
she said, plucking it from her bag on the dash. She flipped it open and listened for a moment.
"Okay, where?"
she asked. There was another pause.
"What else?"
she said, before killing the call and turning to Locke.
"They've had a sighting of Reaper, traveling north on PCH about 50 south of us. California Highway Patrol stopped a vehicle he was traveling in. At least they think that's who it was."
"North?" Ty said. Carrie nodded. "So why don't they have him in custody?" Locke demanded.
"He came out shooting," Coburn says, "destroyed the patrol car and shot the 2 officers inside."
Locke slammed the palm of his hand against the dash in frustration.
"He killed them?"
Carrie nodded.
"One of them. The other's pretty badly injured."
Locke sighed. This sounded more like the Reaper he knew. Whatever he was planning, he clearly had no intention of going back to prison, even if it meant killing anyone who got in his way. And there was something that worried Locke even more. Any fugitive looking to flee justice should have been heading south, but Reaper was heading north, straight towards them. Chapter 56. Carrie had a suite for her and Locke, and a room for Ty booked at the Argonaut Hotel on Fisherman's Wharf. Pulling up on the street outside, she handed the keys to the valet, then headed up to the suite. The hotel itself was beautiful.
with a hell of a view out across the bay to Alcatraz. These days, reflected Locke, he couldn't seem to avoid prisons. As Carrie ordered some coffee and sandwiches to be sent up, Locke laid out the pictures Carrie had amassed of the key players on the nautically themed king-size bed that dominated the room. There was one of Reaper, one of his daughter, Freya, a.k.a. Chance, one of Ken Prager, one of Alicia Jones, and finally one of Junius Holmes. 3 of them were dead, 2 on the run. Ty put his cup of coffee down on the nightstand next to the bed. "You getting anything?" he asked Locke, rubbing his injured shoulder. "Not apart from the obvious." "Which is?" Junius Holmes had a track record of going after these guys. That's 1 score settled right there for Reaper. Ken, that's a slam dunk too. And Alicia, revenge works as a motive for her as well, just like Coburn said. Locke picked up the picture of Reaper, tapped the edge of the paper against the desk. So why the hell is he heading north, when anyone in their right mind would either be staying put or moving south or east? He shuffled the pictures round like he was playing 3-card Monte, then looked up to see Carrie filtering back into the room from the bathroom. She tapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, Ryan. You need to get some rest." "I think we all do," Ty said, with a grimace. Locke knew that his injured shoulder was playing him up. He glanced back at the pictures. The clue to what was going on lay in front of him, but why couldn't he see it? "You can play detective tomorrow," said Carrie. Locke stood up, gathered the faces into a pile, and put them on the desk. Carrie was right. He was exhausted. Maybe some rest would clear his mind a little. Carrie's cell rang again, Coburn's name flashing up. "He wants to speak to you," she said. Locke took the phone from her. "Reaper?" he asked.
"Maybe," Coburn said. "We got a tip-off a few minutes ago that someone saw an individual matching his description entering a building in the Tenderloin."
"Credible witness?"
"Little old Vietnamese lady."
"The Tenderloin would make sense," said Locke slowly. The Tenderloin had originally gained its name because cops patrolling its streets were paid more for the privilege, thus being able to afford a better cut of meat than their colleagues who patrolled more salubrious parts of the city. It was the kind of place where the mice wiped their feet on the way out of the apartment buildings. Now a haven for the destitute, deranged, and the desperate, as well as a burgeoning influx of Vietnamese, most San Franciscans gave the relatively small area a wide berth, unless they had people visiting who wanted to pack in some gritty reality, as well as a tour of Alcatraz and a snap of the Golden Gate. Given how paranoid the majority of residents were, not to mention the dim view they took of law enforcement, it was a place where a raid had the potential to go badly wrong. Locke frowned as he worked through the implications. If they went in heavy, especially with racial tensions running high in the city and beyond, it could be the spark that provoked a riot. Even if they didn't go in heavy, these things had a habit of getting out of hand rapidly. Anyone in their right mind wouldn't want anything to do with such an operation unless they were being paid to do it.
"So, you want to tag along?"
Coburn asked him. "I didn't think you wanted me involved in this anymore." There was a chuckle on the other end of the line.
"Like that's going to happen. At least this way I know where you are and what you're doing. Plus, you're good at sneaking around. That's the kind of expertise we could use right now."
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line.
"Hey, it's up to you,"
Coburn said. "Don't worry. I'll be there," Locke said, reaching for his gun. Chapter 57. Glenn Love woke to a dog barking next door. He rolled over and threw an arm over his wife, pulling her towards him, enjoying the warmth of her body. She cuddled into him and he closed his eyes. A few seconds later he heard a noise downstairs like someone tapping against one of the windows. He disentangled himself from his wife. "What is it?" she asked sleepily. "Nothing, honey," he said, getting out of bed. She rolled over, grabbed a pillow from his side and snuggled into it as the sound came again, more distinct this time. Glenn grabbed his pants from the laundry basket and put them on as his wife sat up. "Glenn?" "It's probably a bird or something. Go back to sleep, Amy." Downstairs there was another sound, different from the tapping, like wood splintering. "Should I call 911?" Amy asked. Glenn sighed. His heart rate had elevated a little, but he was more curious than scared. He was a big guy, and he was in his house. The last thing he needed was the cops turning out, because something had worked its way inside the house and was trying to get back out. "Let me see what it is first." Amy was wide awake now. The phone was next to her on the nightstand, waiting there should they need it. Glenn got down on his knees next to the bed. "Just in case," he said, retrieving the baseball bat from underneath the bed. Glenn had bought it from one of the guys on his crew. It was lead-weighted. The heft of it in his hands felt reassuring. He held it now with his right hand and tapped it onto the palm of his left, like some old-school Irish cop with a nightstick. "Relax," he said to Amy, slipping into a bad impersonation of a Boston accent. "If it's a raccoon, he's going to regret he was ever born." Amy's smile faded as another sound came from somewhere downstairs. The creak of a floorboard? A footstep? Glenn's heart rate was picking up pace now. He was hyper-alert. But when you're hyper-alert, don't noises you might otherwise not register take on more sinister connotations? Amy seemed to have fewer doubts. She reached over for the phone. "Listen," Glenn said. "I holler, then you call 911, okay?" He walked slowly out of the bedroom, carrying the bat. Out in the hallway, he wondered why he was trying to be so quiet. If there was someone in the house, I should be making some noise to let them know they've been rumbled, maybe even spook them. Then he passed the doors leading into the kids' bedrooms. No point in me screaming like a madman, swinging a bat around and terrifying the life out of them if it is indeed nothing. He listened again. Nothing. He thought about reaching over and flipping on the light in the upstairs hallway, then noticed that his son's bedroom door was ajar. The light might wake him, so he started down the stairs in the dark. The handrail was on the right, so he switched the bat to his left hand and took the steps one at a time. He didn't stomp down them, but he didn't tiptoe either. If there was someone in the house, he'd let them have a chance to do the right thing and get the hell out. He'd seen a talk show once where this guy who'd been a serial burglar had said that the last thing these guys wanted, the professionals anyway, was to confront a householder. Glenn took the last step and turned right into the long, narrow hallway. Ahead of him was the front door, closed, locked. That was good. Glenn turned the other way, towards the back of the house and the kitchen, where he thought the noise was coming from. With each step he felt himself relax a tiny amount. Even the deafest intruder would have heard him by now. In case they hadn't, he switched the bat back to his right hand. He walked into the kitchen. Nothing out of place. Nothing at all. The clicker for Amy's car was hung up in its place. So was the clicker for his truck. Her handbag was still on the counter where he'd seen it as he turned out the lights and went up to bed. He crossed to the sink and filled a glass of water. He glugged it down, then checked the back door. Locked, with the chain on. Then he heard them. 2 sets of heavy boots hammering up the stairs. Sheer panic coursed through him. He raced out of the room. They were at the top of the stairs now, 2 figures. Then the thing that he most dreaded, Amy racing out of the bedroom straight into one of them. The door opened and Patrick stumbled out in his PJs, rubbing his eyes. "Hey, leave my mom alone!" he shouted. Glenn froze 5 steps from the top. The intruder had a knife to Amy's throat. Not a switchblade, a big hunting knife, like the kind you'd use to gut a deer. "Okay, take it easy," Glenn said. He tore his eyes away from the knife to his son. "Patrick, it's okay." His daughter was out of her room now. "Honey, it's fine," he told her. One of the intruders stepped forward. He was a huge guy with a shaved head, big walrus mustache, and lots of tattoos. He put his hand out and said,
Give me the bat, Glenn.
How does he know my name? Who are these people? What do they want? The man appeared to be reading Glenn's mind.
Glenn, we're here because we need your help.
The way he said it, it sounded like the most reasonable request in the world, but it wasn't. For the first time since he'd woken up, it occurred to Glenn that maybe he was having a nightmare. No way could someone who looked like this man be so calm, so rational. There was nothing else he could do. His wife and children's lives were at stake here, so he flipped the bat round and reached out with it. The intruder took it.
Thank you, Glenn. Now, Amy, why don't you try to settle the children somewhere? Don't put any lights on.
He nodded to his accomplice to release her. Amy seemed to Glenn as though she was in complete shock. Only when the knife was moved from her throat and sheathed did she nod that she understood. The man, who still seemed like a giant, turned his attention back to Glenn.
I'll need all your cell phones. Then I want you to get dressed for work. We have a job for you. A very important job. Do it well, and everything will be fine.
Chapter 58. In any other area of the city, they would have arrived to a sleepy neighborhood of empty streets. But the Tenderloin existed in an inverse state to the rest of San Francisco, like the negative image of an old photograph. At 3 a.m, every sidewalk was crowded. It was like walking onto the set of a B-rated horror movie with junkies filling the role of the living dead. On the way there, Locke and Ty had driven past the bombed-out federal courthouse, a reminder of not only where this whole crazy journey had started, but also of how far Reaper and his daughter were prepared to go to achieve their aims. The cab driver had dropped them, at Locke's request, next to a weed-infested lot 2 blocks away from the address Coburn had given them. A crack-ridden prostitute sporting a battered blonde wig and an Adam's apple the size of a grapefruit tottered over towards them on clear plastic stiletto heels.
"How you boys doing tonight?"
he asked Ty.
Beat it,
Ty said gruffly, as Locke did his best not to laugh. The prostitute put a hand on his hip and waved a finger at Ty with his other hand.
"Beatin' it's $10.
"Thanks, ma'am," Locke said, "but we'll take a rain check."
"You're lost, baby,"
the prostitute said, tottering back again towards a small knot of co-workers, all of them sporting short skirts, ample cleavage, and biceps like longshoremen. As they exited the lot, Locke glanced over at Ty.
Don't know why you didn't get her number.
"Dude, that was a chick with a dick. You know what one of those is?"
Do I know? Sounds like my dad's second wife.
"How's your old man doing anyway? Still in God's waiting room?"
Ty asked.
Down in the Florida Keys, making out like he's Humphrey Bogart.
Ty jerked his head up the streets toward the address Coburn had given them. Locke followed Ty's gaze. There was no sign of the promised U.S. Marshal's arrest response team, which they'd been informed would be handling this.
"Could use him now,"
Ty said. Damn straight, thought Locke. Locke's father, even though he was now in his 60s and had lived in America for most of his adult life, had lost none of his Scottish toughness. He was a good man to have in your corner, especially when, like now, your corner was next to empty. Locke took another look around for signs of support, but there was none in sight. He got on his cell phone to Coburn.
"Where the hell are you?"
"There's been a delay in getting the search warrant,"
Coburn told him. Locke kicked out at the edge of the sidewalk in frustration.
"Are you there?"
Coburn asked him.
"Yeah,"
Locke answered.
"Okay then, sit tight. Whatever you do, do not go into that building until we get there."
Locke didn't say anything.
"You hear me, Locke?"
Coburn said.
"I hear you,"
Locke said, hanging up and looking at Ty.
"No harm in at least taking a look."
"Nothing illegal about it either,"
Ty agreed.
"Just 2 private citizens checking on someone."
"Right."
Locke nodded, jamming a fresh clip into his .226. The apartment block where Reaper had been sighted was next door to a homeless shelter and directly opposite a brightly painted Vietnamese restaurant. A group of 3 men were stretched out on the sidewalk, their backs against the building. The youngest of them looked up at Locke and Ty, his eyes yellow and vacant, a line of drool running from the corner of his mouth down his jaw and onto the collar of his jacket. He put out his hand. "Help me out, man?" Locke made eye contact with him. Peel away the beard and the crack-pocked skin, and the man was early 20s, no more than a kid, really. Locke wondered what had happened to him to bring him here. He dug into his back pocket and pulled out a $10 bill, bending down so that he was at eye level with the young man.
"I'm looking for someone we think lives here,"
Locke said, with a nod towards the apartment block. The young man's eyes flitted from the 10 spot to Locke and back again.
"He's white, real big, shaved head, lots of ink, Nazi shit."
Locke spotted a flicker of recognition, and then fear.
"Relax," he said to the young man. "If we find him, he's not coming back here."
2G, the young man said, his hand shooting out towards the 10 spot. Locke kept the money pinched between his thumb and forefinger.
"You're sure?"
The young man nodded.
"You'd better be,"
Locke said, relinquishing the $10 bill.
"Because if you're jerking me around, I'll be back to put you out of your misery."
Locke got back up, and with Ty stepped towards the building entrance. There was an entry system. Ty pushed a button for an apartment on the top floor. A few seconds later, a woman's voice, sleepy and disconnected, answered. "Who is it?"
"Got something for you,"
said Ty, slurring his words slightly. It worked. There was another silence. Then the lock clicked open with a buzz, and Locke and Ty stepped into the grubby, dimly lit foyer. The building reeked of urine, sweat, and stale food. The smell took Locke back to Pelican Bay. He sucked it through his nostrils, more convinced than ever that Reaper had to be here for a reason. Why else would he have traded one fetid hellhole for another, when there was a whole country full of fresh air and wide-open spaces out there? Locke and Ty split up, Ty taking the elevator, while Locke took the stairs. As Locke pushed through into the stairwell, he took out his cig, holding it down by his hip. He didn't want to be caught cold if he met Reaper on the way down. If Reaper was here, he'd be armed. Of that there was no doubt. Up on the second floor, Locke pushed open the door and stepped out into a corridor. He didn't have to do any more searching for apartment 2G. It was right in front of him. The door was closed. Set into it was a peephole. Locke skirted it, hugging the wall to one side of the door as he waited for Ty. There was a loud clank as the elevator shuddered to a halt and Ty stepped out. They both moved slowly towards the door. A shadow fell over the young man slumped outside the apartment building that Locke had entered a few moments before. He looked up from the $10 bill Locke had given him to see a woman standing beside him. "What you tell him?" she asked. "What you told me to tell him," the young man replied. "Apartment 2G. "Good," the woman said, peeling off a 50 from a roll of bills and handing it over. "Now, get out of here." The young man scrambled to his feet as Chance crossed the street and climbed into a white San Francisco Works truck, which pulled away from the curb and disappeared from view along Leavenworth Street. Locke waved Ty back towards the stairwell, all the while keeping one eye on the door.
"I don't like it," he said.
"How come?"
Ty asked. "It's too easy."
Locke frowned, rubbing at the scar that still ran round his scalp, a memento of walking through a door rigged with a shotgun. Fool me once, he thought, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. "So what do you want to do?" Ty said.
"Let's wait. You go downstairs, see if there's a fire escape he can climb down. I'll stay here."
Ty nodded. Then he was gone, his movements awkward as he jogged down the stairs, his shoulder clearly still troubling him. Locke set his phone to silent and texted Coburn, letting him know he was there. Coburn texted back within a minute, saying that he finally had the warrant and to stay where he was. The minutes passed slowly. There were no sirens, but then a low roar of commotion rose from the street outside, alerting Locke to the arrival of the arrest response team, which was deployed for high-risk fugitive raids. Locke tensed, waiting for the door of the apartment to burst open, but it remained resolutely shut. Soon the sounds of toilets being flushed and water running into sinks could be heard from behind the other apartment doors, as the building's occupants flushed away anything they shouldn't have. But all that emanated from behind the door of 2G was a heavy silence. Footsteps echoed in the stairwell below Locke. Then 3 stormtrooper-esque U.S. Marshals came into view, one of them wielding a mini battering ram, one a shotgun, all of them clad in black body armor and sporting Kevlar helmets with visors. Locke pointed them towards the door, then moved away. The marshal with the battering ram hefted it against the handle of the apartment door. It flew open. From where Locke was hunkered down, in the door of the stairwell, weapon drawn, he could see a short length of corridor on the other side of the apartment door. Directly facing it was the apartment's bathroom. The door was ajar. It opened inwards, although it didn't look like there was enough room to conceal a man as big as Reaper. Then Locke saw it. A thin coil of wire stretched across the bathroom door. The marshal holding the battering ram stepped towards it, as his 2 colleagues sidestepped the bathroom, moving towards the tiny living area beyond.
"Bomb!"
Locke screamed, diving towards the stairs. The marshal with the battering ram half-turned, taking another step at the same time and stumbling across the wire, which broke, coiling on the floor. There was no explosion. Nothing. He flipped up his visor and turned to remonstrate with Locke, who had his head below the top tread of the stairwell.
"Relax, it's clear."
Then there was a dull boom from the bathroom, and the marshal was lifted off his feet by the waves of the blast, his face splitting against the edge of the door, the flesh at the back of both his thighs parting to reveal splintered femur. Pieces of wood from the apartment door sailed over Locke's head, one shard embedding itself in the plaster of the wall behind him. Locke called out to the other 2 marshals to get the hell out of there. When he got no reply, he got slowly to his feet. His heart was pounding out of his chest. As the dust settled, he saw the 2 marshals emerge from the apartment, one of them supporting his buddy. Locke rushed over to help the injured man. Between them, they got him down the stairs and onto the first floor, where they helped him off with his helmet. Blood was seeping from his ears and nose. Locke looked behind him to see Ty heading up the stairs with a couple of paramedics.
"You okay?"
Ty asked. Locke nodded. As the paramedics set to work, Locke headed back out onto Leavenworth Street. He looked around for the young man who'd given him the apartment number, but like Reaper, he was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 59. 4 San Francisco Fire Department engines screamed past them as they headed up California Street. They had heard the explosion, and Glenn had noted the utter lack of surprise on the face of the man sitting next to him. Back at the house, it had taken Glenn a few minutes to calm down enough to realize that he knew who the man sitting next to him was. He'd seen his picture on the front page of the newspaper and on the TV news. It was the guy who'd escaped from that trial up north in a helicopter. He was some kind of Nazi or something. He hadn't caught the guy's name, only that he was armed and considered highly dangerous, and that members of the public were not to approach him under any circumstances. Okay, so you weren't supposed to approach the guy. But what if the guy broke into your house and threatened to kill your wife and kids? What were you supposed to do then? Glenn had decided that the best thing, the only thing he could do, was exactly what they told him to do. Right now, with his wife and kids back at the house with the other intruder, if they asked him to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and into the freezing cold waters of San Francisco Bay, he'd do it.
"Okay, pull up here,"
the guy said, directing him to a spot opposite the front entrance of Grace Cathedral. He'd put on a John Deere tractor ball cap, pulling the brim down so low that it was almost touching his eyes. He told Glenn to get out, and as he joined him on the sidewalk, said,
"Now remember, if we don't call in every 10 minutes, you know what happens."
Glenn did. Unless the woman back at the house heard from him at regular intervals, his family would be killed.
But what if your cell phone runs out of power, or there's a network problem? Glenn asked, trying to keep the gut-churning fear out of his voice.
Over here. I'm going to show you something,
the man said, ignoring his question and leading Glenn across the wide street. They stopped short of the sidewalk by a few feet.
Right here,
he said, looking down. Glenn was more confused now than ever.
You don't see that?
The man asked. All Glenn could see was asphalt on the street. What am I looking for here?
You mean you don't see that huge goddamn pothole right there?
There was no pothole. The road surface was cracked, but nothing out of the ordinary. Glenn caught on. Oh, yeah, that. The man tilted his head slightly so that Glenn could see the light from a nearby store glinting in his dark gray eyes.
Needs repairing, don't you think?
Glenn fought the urge to laugh. Is this what this is about? They broke into my house, scared me and my family half to death because they want a goddamn pothole that doesn't even exist repaired? He tried to keep his voice even. You know, you can just call this in. We have a phone number. The city promises to make a repair within 48 hours.
Yeah,
the man said.
We did that already. Someone came out, said they couldn't see anything.
Maybe that's because there is no pothole, you psychopath. That was what Glenn felt like saying, but instead he said, Well, I can see it needs fixing. I can get my crew on it first thing.
Good,
said the man. He paused and looked at Glenn, and once again Glenn felt a stab of pure terror.
So what are you going to say to him?
What do you mean?
Well,
said the man,
there ain't no pothole here. Even a blind man can see that. So what are you going to say to him?
Glenn thought fast. I'll just say that we've had a burst water pipe underneath. That's what has caused these cracks. He kicked the toe of his right boot at where the top layer of asphalt had puckered into two ridges. Better to fix it now than let it get worse. It was a bunch of baloney, but it sounded plausible. Plus, his guys wouldn't really care too much anyway. They fixed roads. It really didn't matter to them where or why.
Good,
said the man, patting Glenn on the shoulder.
Now, I don't want a patch job. I'm going to need you to go down a ways. And remember, you breathe a word of this and you'll never see your family again.
Chapter 60.
What's the matter, man?
Glenn stared at his supervisor, jolted by the question. What?
You're an hour early.
His supervisor seemed to study him for a moment. I had some paperwork to catch up on.
Uh-huh,
said his supervisor, clearly not buying it, which was bad news, because the kidnappers had been as good as their word, ensuring he would do what he was told by wiring him with a tiny microphone. Glenn searched for a more plausible excuse for showing up early. Listen, don't say anything to anyone, but I needed to get out of the house. Me and the wife have been going through a rough patch recently. The supervisor, who'd only been on the job a few months, having transferred from a different city department, wiped at a dried mustard stain on his tie.
Been there.
He then wandered back to his office, leaving Glenn on his own. Glenn quickly grabbed his list of jobs and set to work. He'd have to fill in the repair request form himself, so he pulled one out and set to work. He inserted the address, the nature of the repair. In the section where the name of the person who'd requested the repair went, Glenn wrote what they'd told him to write, with one slight adjustment. Once the form was completed, he lowered his head so that his chin was on his chest and his mouth was close to the microphone. Okay. Paperwork's all done. He tore off his copy and took the original back to his supervisor. The supervisor took it without a word, then looked at it. Glenn's heart jumped. Problem? He asked.
Nah, it's just with it being outside Grace Cathedral.
What about it? Glenn's heart was racing.
Well, they got that big funeral there on Tuesday.
They've always got funerals, ain't they? Glenn said, knowing this wasn't true. Funerals at the cathedral were a rare event, reserved only for the great and the good.
It's the one for that judge. You know, Junius Holmes,
said the supervisor.
So just make sure you get to this today."
Glenn exhaled with relief. "Don't worry, I will." An hour later, Glenn and his crew had signs set up, traffic diverted, and were busy at work excavating the road outside Grace Cathedral. He took comfort in the familiar routine, although his mind kept slipping back to his home and his wife and children, and what might happen to them if something went wrong. There had been a couple of questions from one of the guys in the crew when they set to work, but Glenn passed it off easily enough. Yes, the cracks didn't look too bad, but their job was to repair what they were asked to repair. The guys on the crew had shrugged and got on with it, using a mini excavator to tear up the existing road surface and deposit the contents into the back of a dumper truck. Glenn's heart leapt when a couple of cops on mountain bikes cruised to a stop next to him. He knew them both, not well, but in his job it was impossible not to get to know at least some of the cops. The older of them, a guy in his late 50s with graying hair, propped his bike against the truck and sauntered over.
"Didn't know you guys were working here today," he said.
Glenn could feel his face flush. "Kind of a last-minute thing."
"No surprise," said the cop, hands on hips. "Lots of bigwigs will be here for the funeral. Guess they'll want everything looking good."
"That must be it," said Glenn.
"Okay, man. See you later."
The cop took his leave and Glenn got back to work. About 2 hours later, all the prep work having been completed, Glenn looked up to see a man striding towards him wearing jeans, a sweatshirt, and a high-visibility vest. A construction worker's hard hat rested on the man's head, and a red bandana shielded his mouth and nose from the dust. When the man pulled the bandana down, Glenn saw it was Reaper. He headed him off, worried that one of the guys on his crew might see him, but none of them even looked up, nor did any of the 100 or so passers-by in the immediate area around the cathedral. But then, he reflected, guys doing their kind of jobs were pretty much invisible to the rest of the population.
"Tell your guys to move on to the job you were supposed to be doing today,"
Reaper told him. "What?"
"Just do it."
Reaper stood in close to Glenn, who suddenly remembered the knife at Amy's throat and her look of horror.
"We'll start working again at midnight."
"But the guys go home at 6.
"You and me are going to finish this job together,"
Reaper said.
"You don't mind doing some overtime, do you?"
Chapter 61. Ty held the piece of paper up to his mouth and kissed it. Then he lowered it and studied the amount. They were waiting in line at the bank to deposit the checks that had come through for services rendered to Uncle Sam. "That's one hell of a lot of zeros," Ty said. "Yeah," said Locke. Before she was killed, Halisha must have pushed hard to make sure they got paid. Standing here now, with Reaper still on the loose, it felt like blood money. Ty must have caught him staring somberly at the piece of paper. "Man, shouldn't you be happy?" "Why, because I got a lot of money?" "Well, yeah." Locke shifted his body so he was facing Ty. "Sometimes there are more important things in life than dollar bills." "I'll pretend I never heard you say that," Ty huffed, reaching over and grabbing a pen to endorse the check. "Look, I was shot and almost died for this, so way I see it, I reckon I deserve every penny. I'm going to take that vacation I've been talking about. You should see if Carrie can get some more time off work, extend the romantic weekend you guys been having." "She's busy covering the Junius Holmes funeral," Locke said, his eyes flickering to a TV in the corner of the bank, where the ticker was announcing that the president would be in attendance. "When is it?" "Tomorrow." "Then we could fly on Friday. Listen, Ryan, you need to chill the hell out." Locke squared his shoulders. "Not until I find Reaper." Back on the TV, there was footage of the president at a press conference, the rolling banner reporting that he was making a statement about events in Asia and a new terrorist outrage in Pakistan. Ty stepped up to the teller, a huge smile plastered over his face as he slid the deposit slip and check over the counter towards her. "Want to come to Cancun this weekend?" he asked her. "You are such an asshole," said Locke as the teller smiled. "Hey, but at least I'm not a miserable asshole." Ty said, throwing the comment over his shoulder, then fixing his attention back on the teller. My business partner thinks that somehow being unhappy all the time makes him deep. Sighing, Locke stepped up to the next teller and slid over the money he'd received. Something was nagging at him, though, as he glanced back at the TV screen to see the president departing the podium. Okay, I'll speak to Carrie and see if she can take some time off, after the funeral. That's more like it, said Ty. What about you, baby? Thanks, but I'm engaged, the teller said sternly. So you got one last chance to have some real fun, Ty protested, before Locke dragged him away. They stood on the sidewalk outside the bank. It was a perfect day, mid-70s, no fog, just clear blue skies. On either side of them, office blocks sparkled in the late fall sunshine. Ty? Yeah? Reaper might not have been in that apartment, but he's still here in the city. Ty put his hand over his eyes and made a show of looking around. Where? Locke raised his hand to silence Ty. What do you think it would take to really start a race war in this country? Right now? You refusing to shut the hell up. You kill a member of the Supreme Court. Who cares, right? Locke said. But you kill the president, our first black president. Well, that's like JFK and Martin Luther King all rolled into one. Ty turned to Locke, shock etched on his face. Holy shit, man. Are you crazy? He stepped back and spread his hands. See, Reaper really does want to kill the president. There's a world of difference between wanting to do something and being able to do it. That's true, Locke conceded. But say you want to assassinate someone specific. What's the first thing you have to know? Ty shrugged and, I don't know. First you have to know where he's going to be. And tomorrow the president's going to be right here at Grace Cathedral with his family. Ty was silent as he thought it through. Okay, he said reluctantly. But how they going to do it? You know what security's like around the president. He carries the biggest, most advanced security detail in the world. Killing a federal prosecutor, that's one thing. Running over some little old judge who's already a bazillion years old, that's something else. But taking out the president? He clapped Locke on the shoulder. Maybe you don't need a vacation. You already tripping. Chapter 62. Do you know how many threats against his life a President of the United States receives on a weekly basis? Coburn asked, kneeling down to tie an errant shoelace, as Locke took in the ongoing work to the federal building where he had first met Alicia. A couple hundred, said Locke. Times that by 10 and you're getting close. Now you want to take a stab at how many threats this president gets on a weekly basis? Times that by 10. You want me to go on? Sure, said Locke. This is an education. Coburn sighed. Ever since we got our first black president, gun ownership has gone through the roof. So have sales of ammunition. The Secret Service and other federal agencies have identified over 300 domestic groups who would love to take a shot at him. Plots have been uncovered and thwarted to kill not only him, but the First Lady and their daughters. There have also been threats to kidnap the kids and execute them. The Secret Service deal with this shit every day. What makes tomorrow so different? You gonna allow me to write a reply? Sure, but as soon as I hear the word hunch or feeling or any other guesswork bullshit, this conversation is done. Locke took a breath. There are threats, and then there are credible threats from individuals and groups who can action them. You with me so far? You gonna keep stating the obvious? Coburn asked. Maybe someone should. Now, Reaper and the people who sprang him, at least one of them is dead, Coburn interrupted. Locke gave him a, yeah, I kinda know that, look before continuing. This group is not only highly motivated and determined, as proved by not one but 2 attempts to free their de facto leader, they are also highly trained, not to mention ingenious. They appear to have the resources required. And here's the kicker. Their leader is still at large and active. Agreed, said Coburn, not exactly softening, but finally seeming to listen to what Locke was trying to say. We know Reaper is in town, and it's a fair guess that he... Guess? You're getting close to saying you have a hunch here, Locke, Locke changed tack, a trick he'd picked up from Alicia. He wished she was here with them now. Why would Reaper and his buddies go to the trouble of killing Junius Holmes? Isn't it obvious? Not to me. Then go back and read the files. He went up against them. This was payback. Not good enough, Coburn. If I'm guessing here, then so are you. Okay, so let's say for the sake of argument that you're right, that Reaper is here in San Francisco lying in wait to kill the president. How's he going to do it? Locke scuffed a shoe against the sidewalk. That I don't know, but I think you should have some people there as well. Oh, you mean in addition to the 200 or so Secret Service men and half the San Francisco Police Department? What about the route? Where's he coming in from? Listen, Locke, I'm going to be nice about this, because although you're a major pain in the ass, you're either crazier than a crackhead or you've just got way bigger balls than anyone I've ever met. Take your money and go take that long vacation. We'll catch up with Reaper, and the president will be just fine. We don't need you. At least pass on my concerns to the Secret Service, Locke said, walking away. Coburn cupped his hands in a cone to his mouth. Take that vacation, Locke. You hear me? Still feeling uneasy, Locke walked back to his car, pulled out onto Golden Gate Avenue, and headed east towards Grace Cathedral. Traffic was already being diverted ahead of the funeral, so he had to park 5 blocks away. Heading back towards the cathedral, he tried to approach it as Reaper would. The first thing he noticed was that all the mailboxes and trash cans had been removed, manhole covers had been sealed. All standard practice for a presidential visit. As was the case protecting any other VIP, there were certain points where they were more vulnerable than others. Locke looked around him. The cathedral would have undergone a detailed search. Once this was completed, those who could gain access would be strictly controlled. The same went for the guest list. The route from the airport or the helipad that was being used might normally be a worry, but Locke reckoned that the presidential limousine removed much of that risk. Nicknamed the Beast by the Secret Service, it was an up-armored Cadillac, with run-flat tires, and, if rumors were to be believed, its own air supply. A new one was usually rolled out for every inauguration, and the latest incarnation was said to weigh in at close to 8 tons. All this meant that the main threat would lie between the Beast and entry to the cathedral. Given that the authorities would have taken every sniper position for themselves, that left a rush from the crowd. Or, if Reaper and his accomplices stayed true to form, a full-on armed assault. Locke looked around again, then crossed the street, trying to get a sense of the place from Reaper's perspective. Where would he make his move from? What would be his best entry point? Standing there, he noticed a freshly laid patch of asphalt. A truck with crash barriers loaded onto the back rolled over it. Once it had passed, Locke recrossed the street to take a better look. Absence of the normal. Presence of the abnormal. In and of itself, there was nothing abnormal about a patch of road having been repaired. Locke didn't know much about road repair either, but a couple of things did stand out to him. The first was that the road surface around the newly laid area was immaculate. No cracks, no damage. Locke guessed it could have been a pothole, but why would the city go to all the trouble of resurfacing the whole area? He looked back at the cathedral. The repaired area was directly parallel to the entrance, exactly where the disembarkation point would be for the president. Locke kicked away at where the new surface met the curb with his boot. He kept kicking until he had chipped away the top layer of asphalt. Underneath that layer the filler looked fresh as well. He knelt down, pulled out his Gerber knife and dug into it, as far as the blade of the knife would go. Nothing. He bit down on his lip. Ty, Coburn, hell, even Carey, would tell him he was being paranoid. Of course, the disembarkation point would have to be freshly repaired, just like the steps would be freshly swept. It was said that the Queen of England must think the world smells of fresh paint, because everywhere she goes, there's some poor bastard 12 feet in front of her with a pot of paint. The same probably went for the president. Locke resheathed his knife and stood up, feeling the warmth of the sun on his back. Across the street, people strolled through Huntington Park, enjoying the weather. He'd get Carrie to swing them an invite, just in case. Chapter 63. Tuesday morning, 11 a.m., snipers dotted the rooftops. A San Francisco Police Department helicopter buzzed low over Grace Cathedral. On the ground there were plenty of uniforms. The streets immediately surrounding the cathedral were closed to all but official traffic. At a perimeter barrier formed by half a dozen sawhorses, Locke showed his invitation along with identification, and was checked off a list. He stepped through and waited for Ty to go through the same rigmarole. Carrie had come through, as Locke knew she would, securing them seats inside the cathedral. "Where do you think we'll be sitting, huh?" Ty asked, excited at the prospect of seeing the first African-American president in the flesh. Locke shrugged, his mind on Reaper and the threat he posed. "How should I know?" Ty stopped walking, forcing Locke to look back. "Will you just chill the hell out? Look around. No one's going to be making any moves against the president with all this security. And even if they do, they got America's top bodyguard in attendance." Ty smirked. "So where do you think we're sitting?" "I'm sure you'll be front and center, right in between the president and the first lady." "Sweet. So when's this thing supposed to start?" "You make it sound like a concert." Ty craned his neck to check out the queue of guests in front of them. Here and there, Locke recognized a senator or some other major political figure. There were even a couple of high-profile actors and media types, presumably drawn by the presence of the president. As people chatted excitedly, Locke wondered how many of them had ever even met Junius Holmes. The vibe was definitely not that of a funeral. Instead, the whole thing came off like the funeral was the hottest ticket in town. Locke reflected that it made for one huge upside. A rampaging gang of white supremacists making for the president was definitely going to stand out. Leaving the crowds already gathering behind the barriers on the streets outside, Locke and Ty slowly headed up the steps of the cathedral. At the entrance, the funeral-goers were being searched. There was an airport-style metal detector and a separate X-ray machine for bags. By the way they were fumbling with belts and shoes, Locke guessed that most of this crowd flew private jets. A sinewy brunette who was accompanying a Republican senator was in hushed conversation with a female Secret Service agent as Locke stepped up to take his turn. The machine had gone off, and she was being asked to remove anything metal that she had on her person. "I have a piercing that can't be removed," she was saying, her New York accent loud and pronounced. "Not here, anyway." Ty was already through the detector and standing on the other side. "Come on, man," he said to Locke while peering towards the altar. "I can see a couple of good seats down the front." "Yup, like we're going to be allowed to sit there," thought Locke, knowing that most of the pews in that part of the cathedral would be reserved for the president and his entourage. The detector beeped as Locke stepped through. "Sir, could you remove your belt?" asked one of the agents. Locke stepped back and, hitching up his lightweight jacket, saw that he still had his Gerber hanging from it. Stupid. He'd remembered to leave his .226 back at the hotel, but the Gerber he'd forgotten about. It was a new knife, too, a gift from Carrie, an LMF2 infantry knife with a 4.8-inch blade, not easily missed. Ty was still hopping up and down on the other side, watching as the New Yorker with the secret piercing and her septuagenarian date walked past him in the direction of the two seats he'd scoped out. Locke made no attempt to hide the knife. One of the security people by the scanner had already seen it. "Sorry, forgot I had it on me. Can I leave it with you?" Two agents were heading towards him now at speed. No big deal, thought Locke. "Sir, can you step over here?" said one of them, ushering Locke off to one side. The other agent picked up the knife, still in its sheath, from the plastic tray. Locke could see in his eyes that this was going to take a lot of explaining. Rather than dive in and offer up a mea culpa, he waited to take a cue from the two agents. He glanced around, hoping to spot Coburn or one of the other local guys, but there was no one he recognized apart from Ty, and he had given up waiting and was hustling to take a seat. "You usually bring a knife to a funeral?" one of the agents asked as he palmed the Gerber off to his colleague. Locke suppressed the urge to fire back with a wisecrack, or to tell them that he had, in fact, at one funeral, snapped the wrist of a suspect in a child abduction. "I had it on my belt, forgot it was there. Confiscate it if you like, or give it back to me later." The agent who had been handed the knife had disappeared with it behind the scanner. He was running a swab over the blade. The agent who was with Locke said nothing. Locke joined him in staying silent. "Could I see some identification, sir?" the agent said at last. Slowly, Locke dug his wallet from his pants pocket and flipped it open. If the agent recognized his name, he showed no hint. Instead, he took the wallet and headed over to join his colleague by the scanner. "Stay right there," he said. Locke checked his watch, feeling self-conscious as guests streamed past and the place began to fill up. Then the two agents were back, their demeanor different. There was a tightness to their features, even more pronounced than before, and they'd been joined by a couple of San Francisco Police Department uniforms. One of them had his hand on his gun. His partner was unclipping her cuffs. Locke turned towards her, squaring his shoulders as she approached. "Sir," she said, "can you explain why the knife you're carrying just tested positive for explosives?" Chapter 64. They called it living in the bubble. You couldn't really understand it until you had experienced it. Even something as simple as going for a walk had to be cleared with the Secret Service. Together, he and the First Lady had tried to keep things as normal as possible, especially for the kids. But no matter how hard you tried, the fact remained, when you were president, life was no longer normal. The motorcade was whipping through the outskirts of San Francisco on the way from the airport to Grace Cathedral. He leaned towards the window, caught sight of the Golden Gate Bridge. "Hey, girls," he said to his two daughters, pointing it out. They unbuckled their seatbelts. His wife rolled her eyes. "Let them take a look, honey," he said with a smile. Then he turned to the agent sitting next to him. "Can I put the window down so they can take a look?" "I'd really prefer if you didn't, sir," the agent said. The president let it go. He could overrule the guy, but he tried his best not to. The Secret Service people were there to protect him and his family, to lay down their own lives if they had to. Under those circumstances, it didn't seem fair to make their job any more difficult. "Sorry, girls." They sank back into their seats, and his youngest daughter stuck out her tongue at the agent. "Ashley!" the wife scolded. "I'm sorry," Ashley sing-songed. The agent managed a smile. "That's okay. We're a big bunch of spoil-sports, right?" "Worse than Dad," said Ashley. "And that's saying something, right?" the president joked. It was tough on the kids, though. He tried to keep to a minimum the number of official engagements they went to, but sometimes it was the only opportunity he had to see them. He turned to the agent. "How long until we get there?" "About 12 minutes, sir." "You know," said the president, addressing his two daughters, "if you're real good, maybe there's a surprise later." "Ghirardelli?" they both asked wide-eyed. The Ghirardelli soda fountain on North Point Street near Fisherman's Wharf was a San Francisco institution, famous for its chocolate and ice cream sundaes. You could gain 20 pounds just looking at one of them. "Depends if you're good," he nudged the agent. "I might even get you one too, Mike." "Not sure my wife would thank you, sir," said the agent. The president winked. "Then don't tell her." The First Lady rolled her eyes again, but kept a smile on her face. It was part of their marriage shtick. He'd misbehave, she'd scold him. "So, what do you say, kids? Sundays?" The two little girls bounced up and down in their seats with anticipation as the beast rolled inexorably ahead, freeway rolling under its run flats, two motorcycle outriders sweeping the first family towards the cathedral. Chapter 65. The Secret Service had hustled Locke and Ty out onto the back steps of the cathedral, away from the assembled dignitaries. Over the crush, Locke spotted Coburn walking towards the cathedral. His head was down. He looked troubled. Locke shouted out to him, but Coburn didn't react. "Ask that guy," said Locke, pointing towards Coburn,
as a burly Secret Service agent stepped in front of him.
"He's ATF. He can vouch for me."
The Secret Service agents gathered round them didn't move.
"Okay, I'll ask him," said Locke, stepping round them. "The hell you will," said the burly agent. "You still haven't explained how you came to have explosives residue on a deadly weapon you were carrying in here."
Coburn was heading up the steps toward them.
"Coburn!" Locke shouted. "Coburn!"
He turned to one of the agents.
"Just ask him, would you?"
Coburn pulled out his ATF badge and showed it to someone standing halfway down the stairs. The agent checked it and let him pass. He was just feet away from Locke and Ty now.
"Hey," said the burly agent. "You know these guys?"
Coburn stopped, looked straight at Locke and Ty, and smiled.
"Never seen them before in my life," he said,
then ducked past the group and into the body of the cathedral. Locke and Ty exchanged a look of disbelief.
"Hey, Coburn!"
Locke shouted. He went to push past the agent, which only signaled to the cops to move in to cuff him.
"Get this guy the hell out of here before POTUS gets here." Okay, Locke said, giving up.
"Him too," said the Secret Service agent, nodding at Ty.
"What the hell did I do?"
Ty protested. The second Secret Service agent hitched his thumbs into his belt.
"We need you both out of here. If everything checks out, you'll be released later in the day." "Place your hands behind your back," said one of the cops to Locke.
"Fine," said Locke, doing exactly as he was told.
"You have any needles, any sharp objects in your pocket?"
a female cop asked.
"No."
She came up with a comb in the right front pocket of his jeans and his wallet, which she left where they were. Once they were satisfied that they posed no threat, Locke and Ty were perp-walked down the steps of the cathedral. Ty twisted his head round.
"Hey, take it easy. I got a bad shoulder."
His plea was met with a growled,
"And if you don't keep moving, it's going to get a lot worse."
The crowd gathered at the crash barriers jeered as Locke walked down the stairs and across the sidewalk, propelled towards a patrol car parked directly across the street next to the park. He watched as Ty was given the same treatment, the only difference being that Ty wasn't going quietly. He couldn't make out the words, but he guessed they weren't pretty. Locke's head was forced down, and he was placed into the back seat of the cruiser. He checked out the crowd once more, hard faces peering in his direction. The locks on the rear doors thunked shut, and then they were inching forward, away from the cathedral. From his position on the back seat, he scanned the faces of those gathered at the front entrance, but didn't see Carrie. In a way, he was relieved. He'd go to the station, follow procedure like he'd been asked, and be out again in a couple of hours. As they inched away from the curb, he thought frantically about the explosive residue on the tip of his knife. Had it been near his cig? That way it might have picked up a few specks of cordite. No, the closest the Gerber had been to either live rounds or his cig was being in the same room. No way that would have been enough to leave a trace. He glanced back at the cathedral through the cruiser window, across the freshly repaired patch of asphalt and up the steps. Shit. The road. It had to be. He'd bent down and used the knife to dig a hole into the newly laid road surface.
"Stop the car!"
he shouted, leaning forward. The female cop riding up front bumped the brakes, the momentum propelling him forward, so that he smacked his head against the hard perspex divider which separated him from her, then accelerated again. Unless he acted fast, his next stop was the station house, and the president's next stop would be the morgue.
Chapter 66.
Chance sat astride a purloined Ducati and watched the San Francisco Police Department motorcycle outriders whip past her along the Embarcadero, followed by half a dozen other vehicles in the presidential motorcade. She clicked on the intercom headset, which was Bluetooth to her cell phone.
"They just went past."
"How fast they moving?"
Reaper asked.
"They're booking it. I'd say we've got under 3 minutes until we can RV."
"Freya?"
"Yeah?"
"Just don't move in too fast, okay? We need the dust settled before we hit."
"Got you."
Chance hitched up the straps of her backpack full of goodies, towed up the kickstand on the bike, and slipped back down the street, away from the route the presidential convoy was taking. The plan was to run parallel, then after initial detonation move in to mop up. The objective was straightforward in terms of those inside the beast, and she was looking forward to it. Leave no survivors. Locke slumped back on the bench seat of the cruiser. No amount of pleading was getting the driver to stop.
"At least patch me through to someone who can check it out."
The female cop eyed him in the rearview mirror with a jaundiced look that spoke of having to endure too many crazies. "Listen, buddy. The Secret Service know what they're doing. If there was a bomb, they'd have found it already. There were sniffer dogs there just this morning. I saw them. But the dogs, no matter how refined their sense of smell, might not have been able to detect anything apart from the overpowering whiff of fresh tar. He had to get out of the car, and fast. As the driver turned her attention back to the road, Locke slipped his right hand into the front pocket of his jeans and pulled out the comb with his fingertips. Without looking, he felt for the final thickest tooth of the comb, and again by feel used the tooth to press down on the pawl of the right-hand cuff in an attempt to disengage the swing arm from the ratchet. The cuff on his right hand clicked open. He waited a second to see if the cop had noticed anything, but her eyes were fixed on the road ahead.
"Listen,"
he said, leaning forward again.
"I gotta pee."
"Hold it."
"I can't. Can you at least pull over so I don't make a mess of your back seat here?"
"Forget it."
It was the answer he'd been expecting. Keeping his hands low, he opened the zip of his jeans. "I'm sorry about this, officer, but I ain't wetting my jeans." She squinted in the rearview mirror.
"Aw, Jesus. Okay, wait." She pulled sharply over to the curb and got out. As she opened the rear passenger door, Locke kept his hands low, figuring that her eyes would be everywhere but waist level or below. He guessed right. He had a second, maybe two. As she began to usher him to a patch of barren ground which doubled as a street-side parking lot, he hit her hard in the face just below her nose, sending her tumbling to the ground. As she fell, he was on her, freeing her service weapon from its holster. Next, he ripped her radio from her belt. Picking her up under one shoulder, he tossed her into the still-open rear door and slammed it, then climbed in the front, jammed the cruiser back into drive and spun it round in a thick 180 turn that drew honks from oncoming cars as he cut directly across their paths. He glanced back at the female cop in the back seat. She was sitting up now, trying to staunch the blood from her nose.
"Lady, I'm sorry, but we're short on time, so buckle up."
She glared at him. He could hardly blame her. Finding the switch that engaged the lights and sirens, he flicked the toggle and jammed his foot down on the accelerator, weaving through traffic, scattering pedestrians and other vehicles behind him as he raced to the cathedral, praying it wasn't already too late. Chapter 67. The motorcycle outriders slowed as they edged within a block of the cathedral. People crowded every sidewalk, children hoisted onto aching parental shoulders, while others craned their necks over police sawhorses, everyone eager for a glimpse of the president and his family. Then from a side street came screams, the roar of a car engine at full throttle, and the whip crack of gunshots. The needle of the cruiser's speedometer hit 70 miles an hour as Locke's mantra played out in real time. Fast. A patrol officer, set in a weaver's stance, his gun pointed straight at Locke, dived for the sidewalk as the patrol car Locke was piloting bore down on him. Aggressive. In front of him, 3 blue San Francisco Police Department sawhorses disintegrated, splittering under the wheel as the road opened out in front of him, shots pouring in, the presidential limousine in plain sight. Locke spun the wheel so that the limousine's trajectory matched his own. Action. As the heavily up-armored SUV to the rear of the beast spun out, the tailgate dropped to reveal 2 Secret Service agents sporting M4s. As they opened fire on him, Locke's hand slipped down to grip the bottom of the steering wheel. His foot lifted from the accelerator as he wedged himself as tight as he could into the floor well. With determination. Seconds before the beast moved onto the fresh asphalt in front of the cathedral, the front of Locke's patrol car concertinaed into it at the driver's side front wheel arch. Locke's shoulder rammed into the base of the steering column, sending a screaming pain through his body. A few more shots poured in, shattering what was left of the windshield. There was a fresh whimper from the officer in the back. Locke closed his eyes and didn't move. The engine block was directly in front of him, which was about all he had in his favor. Voices, panicked and urgent, emanated from outside the vehicle.
"Officer inside! Officer inside!"
"Cease fire!"
"Stop firing, you assholes! We got a cop in back!"
Locke stayed still. Any movement could get him killed. The preferred method of dealing with a suicide bomber, which was what they might safely assume he was to fill him full of lots of holes, quickly and without mercy. The rear door was flung open first, then his door.
"Do not move, you asshole!"
Big hands rushed in and scooped him out, dumping him face down on the street. A gun was pressed into the back of his neck. Not a good sign. More gunshots, then the rip of a single motorbike engine. The cold metal tickle of the gun lifted from his neck, and he could hear the man holding it say,
"Holy Mother of God!"
Locke opened his eyes, lifted his head from his prone position, and caught sight of a man mounted on a fat boy Harley with a teenage boy, presumably plucked from the crowd to serve as a human shield in front of him. He was dropping flares behind and to either side of him, creating a thick, acid-trip, surreal soup of multicolored fog around him. It took a second for Locke to shift from looking to seeing, a second before he recognized the lone gunman as Reaper. Locke grabbed for the sill of the driver's door, pulling himself back inside the patrol car. The female officer's service weapon had fallen into the passenger side footwell. He reached in and grabbed it, aware of the screams of panic and confusion from the crowd. Just in time, Locke emerged to see Reaper toss the M4 he'd been spraying in all directions to the ground and reach back into the saddlebags of the Harley. Locke took a quick breath in. He knew what was coming next. There it was, an RPG launcher. Reaper pushed his temporary hostage off the bike and took aim. And there was Chance, her blonde hair marking her out in the crowd, hunkered down at ground level among the terrified onlookers. Locke could see her hands working the zip of a large designer leather backpack that lay on the sidewalk in front of her. Her knees and elbows were pumping as she slithered forward, unnoticed by those around her. Could any of the police snipers positioned on the rooftops around the cathedral see Reaper? Locke assumed not. The smoke from the flares was still far too thick. He crawled back out, belly on the ground, aimed his SIG towards Reaper, and fired a quick shot. It was enough to distract him. Locke fired again, this time finding his target. Reaper was blown backwards from the bike, the leather jacket he was wearing shredding into pieces to reveal Kevlar body armor as Reaper scrambled back to his feet. Locke took his chance, punching out another round which caught Reaper at the very top edge of his nose. Reaper's forehead opened up. Blood and chunks of his brain spattered across the sidewalk. He fell with a thump backwards onto the sidewalk, his arms splayed out at his sides. Locke's focus snapped back to Chance as she opened her backpack and pulled out a matching compact RPG launcher. Most women carried mace, or at most a taser, but Chance wasn't most women. Moving on to one knee, the RPG launcher slung over her shoulder, she took aim. So did Locke. Aiming for her chest, he began to squeeze down on the trigger. Then he froze. The hard swell of her belly, made visible by her t-shirt riding up as she hefted the RPG launcher, stopped him cold. Something primal, or maybe something hardwired from years of protecting life, kicked in. He shook his head. She was every bit as dangerous as her father, he told himself, reciting and moving his hands up less than half a foot so that now it would be a headshot. But the 2-second hesitation was enough. There was a zip, then a bang, and finally the roar of an impact as the grenade tore into the hood of the beast. The front of the beast arched up. Then 100 yards in front of it, the newly repaired patch of road erupted, sending earth and debris high into the air and twisting the beast in the other direction. When Locke looked up, his mouth, nose, and eyes clogged with dust, the beast had come to rest on its side. The windows and the inner core looked intact, but what about the people inside? There was a moment of stunned silence. Then the screams began again, but where exactly they were coming from was anyone's guess. Through the smoke, what was left of the Secret Service detail poured towards the beast, fanning out to surround it, while others worked to prise open the doors that lay air side up. Locke got to his feet, the muscles of his legs shaking as he tucked the Glock into the waistband of his trousers. Ty suddenly appeared through the murk. Locke was as surprised as he guessed Ty was to see him out of custody, but there was no time to dwell on that now. Already the limp body of a child was being lifted carefully from the wreckage of the beast.
Chapter 68. As Locke stared at the scene before him, through the fog emerged the President and the First Lady, their arms around each other and their eldest daughter. Locke put a hand on the cruiser to steady himself, wiped the dust from his mouth, and took a big gulp of fresh air. They were safe. Ty clamped a hand on his shoulder.
Good shooting, brother.
Locke glanced round.
Thanks.
They stayed there for a few more minutes, until they heard the first emergency medical service ambulances approaching. Locke straightened up.
Let's go see if we can find her.
Together they roamed the streets for close to an hour. There was no sign of Chance, and the shocked state of most people didn't help matters. Rounding the corner onto California Street, Locke caught sight of Carrie reporting live to a camera. He waited for her to finish, admiring her quiet composure in the middle of all the chaos. She threw her arms around his neck when she saw him.
"You okay?"
Yeah, but one of them got away.
"Jesus, Ryan, will you switch off for 2 seconds? That's not what I asked you."
I'll switch off when she's found. I had her right in my sights, too. I just couldn't pull the trigger.
Because she was a woman?
Locke looked straight into Carrie's eyes.
Because she was pregnant. I was aiming dead center.
Carrie smoothed her hands across his face and kissed him softly on the lips.
"You did the right thing."
But if I'd taken the shot, everyone inside the car would have been okay. Have you had any word on how they are yet?
"Shaken up real bad, but okay. No word yet on the daughter."
She hesitated.
"We've also had a report of a multiple homicide over in Oakland. Mom, Dad, 2 kids. All with their throats cut. Think that had anything to do with Reaper and his daughter?"
Sounds like their work.
Locke took a deep breath and turned towards Ty.
Let's keep looking.
As he leaned in to kiss Carrie, he swayed, his legs almost folding beneath them. Carrie and Ty caught him between them.
I'm fine,
he said, brushing off their help. Carrie pointed behind them where an EMS ambulance was parked, the 2-man crew taking a brief water break.
"I got it,"
said Ty, jogging towards them.
"You need to take care of yourself, Ryan," Carrie said. "Please, for my sake."
"Okay,"
Locke said, sighing.
"But if they give me the all-clear, we keep looking for Chance. We're not safe yet."
One of the paramedics headed back over with Ty. "Sit down on the curb for me, sir?" Locke sat, his head in his hands. He was dog-tired. The paramedic began to run through the usual checks.
"We're looking for someone who got lost in the crowd,"
Locke said. "Open your eyes for me," said the paramedic, checking out Locke's pupil dilation.
"White woman, mid-20s, blonde hair. She was wearing jeans and a white T-shirt, sneakers. They were white as well."
"Could you look up for me?" the paramedic said.
"And she was pregnant. Maybe, I don't know, about 4 months. Not huge, but enough of a bump to be noticeable."
"Couple of tattoos? Kind of messed up ones?" Locke made eye contact.
"Yeah. Where'd you see her?"
"See her? We just dropped her off at St. Francis. She said she was having a miscarriage.
I tried to take a look at her, but she freaked out. I think she might have just been in shock. Better to be safe than sorry with someone in that condition, right?" Elbowing the paramedic aside, Locke jumped to his feet. Carrie was standing by the minivan, Ty at her side. Exhaustion forgotten, he ran over to them. "Quick, where'd they take the president and his family?" Carrie thought for a moment. "St. Francis, why?" "Because we have to get over there, now."
Chapter 69. The hospital was chaotic. Cops, doctors, nurses, and the walking wounded from the blast filled the waiting area. Chance had been handed a stack of forms and then left to her own devices. No one gave her a second look. She flagged down a passing nurse. "Is there a ladies' room?" "Down there, honey," the nurse said, gesturing further down a corridor that led towards the treatment rooms. Chance had dumped her backpack back at the scene. All she had now were the clothes she was standing in, and her knife, but that was hidden, which was why she'd freaked out when the paramedic had tried to examine her. She slipped into the relative cool of the ladies' room and locked herself in one of the stalls. With the knife retrieved, she walked back out, using the pretext of getting cleaned up to wait at the sinks without arousing suspicion. She didn't have long to wait for what she needed. A harassed-looking resident ran towards a stall, firing a "can't even get the time to have a pee in this place," before stepping inside. With 3 quick steps, Chance was at the stall door before the woman could lock it. "What the—" Chance pushed her back and held the knife to her throat. "One more word and you die. Not if you understand me. Now get undressed." The resident stripped out of her scrubs. Chance took off her own jeans and T-shirt and donned the scrubs. Then she slashed a strip from her jeans and did the same with the T-shirt. She jammed a piece of T-shirt into the resident's mouth and tied the young woman's hands behind her back with the denim strip. "Okay, turn round." The resident banged her shins against the toilet bowl as she did so, her cry of pain and then her screams muffled as Chance reached round and slashed her throat, making sure to slice the carotid artery. One good thing about what she was wearing, Chance thought as she left the ladies' room. No one was going to notice a little blood. Chapter 70. St. Francis Hospital was 4 blocks away, and the roads were crammed with bumper-to-bumper traffic. Locke and Ty ran, as best they could, towards it, as Carrie tried to get word to the hospital, a task complicated by the fact that the cell phone network was seriously overloaded, as was the hospital's switchboard. There was no sign of the civil unrest or the race war Reaper had been aiming for. From what Carrie had gleaned, the country was still in shock, but, so far at least, people were being drawn together by their collective fear rather than divided by it. Locke, however, knew that this might not hold if Chance got to finish her mission. He was forced to stop to catch his breath, hands on knees. He could see the entrance to the hospital up ahead.
"We're going to have to clear people out of the way," he told Ty. "If she's in there and about to make a move, she's going to be relying on hiding in the crowd." "Okay, I'll see you up there," said Ty, moving off, his long legs carrying him faster than Locke could manage. Locke straightened up and broke into a semi-run, pushing himself through the pain. He turned left onto Pine Street, the doors of the emergency room in plain view. It was chaos, far beyond a normal big-city emergency room. Triage had spilled out onto the sidewalk. Locke managed to walk straight in, past Ty, who was engaged in a heated argument with a couple of security guards. In the main foyer, he spotted a couple of Secret Service agents having a vehement discussion of their own with a guy in his suit and a St. Francis Hospital badge that identified him as some sort of manager. "We need this whole front area clear," they were yelling. "The president's going to make a statement."
"Then book a goddamn hotel," the manager yelled back. "This is a hospital." Locke left them to it, walking on up a long corridor with rooms off it. 10 doors ahead he saw a phalanx of Secret Service personnel, some in suits, some in T-shirts or windbreakers. He jogged towards them. Chance stood in a private room, her back pressed against the door.
The patient occupying the room was too far gone to offer any resistance. Rather than stab him, she had cut his oxygen line and let nature take its course. Further down the corridor was where she guessed the president was holding vigil with his family. There were too many people there, so she'd waited. There was chatter about a press conference out front. She had heard a couple of yuppie types talking about it just before she elected to duck in here. All she had to do now was bide her time. The president held his youngest daughter's hand, watched her heart monitor, and prayed. Right here, right now, the weight of parenthood was making him feel like the most impotent man in the world, rather than the most powerful. The door opened. A staffer tiptoed in and bent down next to him. "Sir, they're ready for you out front." He nodded and got to his feet. "Give me a second here, Rob. Then I'll be right out." "Yes, Mr. President." He bent down and softly kissed his daughter's forehead. "I'll be right back, sweetheart. Okay? And I still haven't forgotten about that Sunday I owe you and your sister." He straightened up, sliding on his game face at the same time as the door opened again and the head of his personal escort section walked in. "Sir, we've had a change of plan. The woman involved in the attack, we have credible evidence that she's inside the hospital." The president blanched. "Ashley can't be moved." "I understand that. We want you and the family to stay exactly where you are." "And where is the woman who tried to kill us?" "We're trying to locate her right now." Locke nudged Ty's elbow. "Come on, you have to get dressed." Ty broke off from his argument with the hospital security guards. "What you talking about?" Locke was joined by one of the Secret Service agents. "Come with us." The agent led Locke and Ty back out the front entrance and around the side of the building. A fire exit door opened and a suited Secret Service agent ushered them inside. They were led down another short stretch of corridor and into a side room. A woman handed Ty a suit carrier, brushing off some dust from the vinyl covering. "Here, put this on. The quicker we get this done, the quicker the president can address the nation." Someone else flung Ty a lightweight vest. "You'll want this on under your shirt." "Someone mind telling me what the hell's going on?" Ty protested. "Remember how everyone thought we were nuts trying to stop someone killing Reaper?" Locke asked him, stripping off himself. "Uh-huh. We're about to prove to them that they were right. We really are nuts." Chapter 71. The door at the far end of the corridor opened, and the president strode out. 4 Secret Service agents immediately falling into a diamond formation around him. His head was bowed in thought as he studied his speech. 6 steps further along, where the corridor widened another foot, 4 more suited agents fell into step, filling the gaps in the diamond so that the president was almost completely obscured. Locke, who was now sporting a suit similar to the other members of the personal escort section, took the rear point of the diamond, which gave him the best eyes-on in the narrow corridor. He'd never had much time for the Secret Service before, disliking their whole frat boy, shade-wearing, talk-into-their-sleeves shtick. But he had to hand it to them. When it came to walking drills, they had their shit down cold. Up ahead, a man on a gurney was being propelled towards them by a 3-person medical team. The man had an oxygen mask over his mouth, and his chest was shredded with shrapnel wounds. They shifted as far as they could to try to let him pass before the president raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. "Wait, I want to see how this guy's doing." "I think you can see how he's doing, sir," Locke snapped from the back. "What we really need to do is to keep moving." Yeah, he definitely wasn't cut out for the Secret Service, Locke thought. The president did as he was told, and the medical team squeezed the wounded man past them on their right, as a door on the left-hand side of the corridor opened, and a woman in blood-stained medical scrubs stepped out parallel to the front member of the president's personal escort. She had a mask pulled over her face, but seemed startled because she flattened herself against the closed door to allow them past, with a deferential, "Excuse me." As she straightened out against the door, Locke saw the hard swell of her belly. This time there was no hesitation. "Threat! Left!" he screamed. As the personal escort pivoted round and the president was propelled out of the way, Chance made her move. The knife, which had been down by her side, came up in a slashing arc, cutting the throat of the agent closest to her. From the corner of his eye, Locke saw a flash of hand as the next closest agent reached for his weapon. A gun might be handy in a knife fight, but only if you had some distance, and not when you were dealing with fractions of a second. Locke threw himself forward at Chance as she lunged past the stricken agent and sprang towards the president, her knife held in a hammer grip. Rather than move, though, the president shrugged off his designated bodyguard and, stepping back, bent low so that the arc of the knife caught air rather than flesh. As Chance fell, the president punched back his elbow, catching her in the throat, hard. The knife tumbled from her hand, and there was a scramble to retrieve it. Locke caught her feet, his arms wrapping her ankles as she kicked back, catching him in the face. The president followed Chance and Locke to the floor. She landed on her face, the president on her back. The president grabbed for her wrist, levering it up, bringing her arm with it, twisting the joint and breaking it with an audible snap. Chance gasped with pain, her eyes closed. When she opened them, she found herself staring up at Tyrone.
"What's the matter?"
Ty asked her, his teeth bared, his eyes narrow with fury.
"We all look alike to you people?"
Chapter 72. "Wait, I want to see how this guy's doing," Locke said, parodying Ty's only line as president.
"Hey, I get into the role a little too much. Sue me."
Treble coughed. Chance was being loaded into the back of a patrol car at the rear of the hospital, having been checked over by the medical staff to make sure that both she and her unborn baby were fine. The knife was already gone for forensic examination, but it looked eerily like the one that had been used on Ken Prager. Locke hadn't stopped to count the total dead, but with the family over in Oakland and the bombings added in, it was well into double figures. Even if Reaper hadn't achieved what he'd set out to, a lot of people had been sacrificed to his unholy war. A voice from behind them. "Mr. Johnson, Mr. Locke." They turned to see the president. He had a cigarette in one hand. He took a puff, waved it in the air at them. "I think I'm allowed just this once," he said. He switched the cigarette to his left hand and extended his right hand to each of them in turn. "Thank you, both." Locke shook his hand first. In his line of work he was used to encountering celebrities, but this was a little different. This president had a movie star halo with none of the accompanying ego. "How's your family?" The president closed his eyes for the briefest of moments, and Locke got a rare glimpse of a man who already had the weight of the world's problems on his shoulders. "My wife and our eldest are both fine. The doctors just told me that Ashley's off the critical list and she's going to be fine." "That's great news, sir," Locke said. "Gentlemen, thanks again." And then he was gone, his regular security detail falling in behind as he walked back into the hospital to resume his private vigil over his daughter. A small phalanx of FBI agents was making its way across the parking lot towards Locke and Ty. This was going to be one hell of a debrief, thought Locke as they closed in. The agent in front put out his hand. "FBI Agent Breedlove, we'd like to talk to you." "And I'd like to talk to you," Locke said. "But I haven't slept in 100 years, so it's going to have to wait." "This can't wait," said Breedlove, lifting his sunglasses as if somehow this gesture conveyed the gravity of the situation. Locke looked at him. "You can either arrest me or you can wait. If you arrest me, I won't be cooperating. If you let me get some sleep, you can have everything my scrambled brain contains." Breedlove hesitated. His cell phone sounded. A James Bond ringtone. "Hey, 007, you want to get that?" Locke said. Breedlove killed the call, then turned to his colleagues. "We'll speak to him in the morning," he said, trying to make it sound like it was his idea. In truth, Locke was bone-tired, but he needed time to himself to order what had happened in his own mind. Even with Reaper dead, Chance in custody, and the president safe, something was still bothering him. He understood Chance's desire to see her father free.
He got that Reaper would have used giving testimony as a way of allowing himself an opportunity to escape. He even got how Reaper saw liberty as a way of fulfilling his sick fantasy of sparking a race war. But there was something else, a piece of the jigsaw that hadn't yet slotted into place. Carrie stayed behind to call in reports from the scene while Locke and Ty walked back to the hotel. News of what had happened and the fact that the president was fine had spread through the city. People were out on the sidewalks, drawn together by a need to share their relief at a crisis averted. But, Locke noticed, beyond the shock imprinted on people's faces, a sense of togetherness seemed to pervade the air. Outside a grocery store, a wizened acid casualty in his 70s embraced an equally elderly Asian man. A group of female college students sat together in a small park a few blocks shy of the hotel, lighting candles next to a picture of the president's injured daughter. A little further towards the piers that faced the bay, a good-looking young couple, the guy black, the woman white, hugged each other as they watched a couple of fighter aircraft sweep low over the Golden Gate Bridge. Rather than death, mayhem, and hatred Reaper had so confidently predicted, events had served to bring the country together. When Martin Luther King was gunned down, it had plunged the country into spasms of violence. Maybe this time they had truly moved on. Locke and Ty wandered into the lobby of the Argonaut and took the elevator to their respective rooms. They clasped hands for a moment, then headed off in opposite directions. Locke opened the door to his suite and stepped into the bathroom. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. There were dark patches under his eyes and a nasty bruise on one side of his face where chance had kicked him. He washed his hands and face and dried off with a towel. Then he walked into the bedroom area and lay back on the bed fully clothed. There would be time to sleep later. He had a strong feeling the game wasn't over yet. Chapter 73. Coburn's name flashed up on Carrie's cell phone. She clicked the answer button. Behind her, activity at the hospital had slowed to a crawl as the media mopped up the last shreds of information about the failed assassination attempt on the president. "You've got some nerve," she said. Locke had told her about Coburn leaving him hanging back at the cathedral.
"Where is he? I need to speak to him."
"Emergency's over, so he's getting some rest," she told him.
"You're staying at the Argonaut, right?"
Carrie couldn't remember either her or Locke telling anyone where they were staying. "What is it with you people?" she snapped. "I told you he's resting. You could talk to him tomorrow."
"It won't wait until then. What room's he in?"
Carrie hesitated. "Room 426, she said at last.
"Thanks,"
he said and hung up. Coburn put his cell phone back into his pocket and glanced at the crowd of people packed into Capuro's restaurant and bar, which sat on the opposite side of Jefferson Street from the Argonaut. With some difficulty he muscled his way over to the man nursing his beer at the bar. He ordered himself a beer and leaned in towards the man.
"Room 426,
Coburn told him.
"I got it,"
said Cowboy, raising his beer bottle in salute to Coburn and tilting the dregs into his throat. Coburn slapped Cowboy a high five and watched as he elbowed his way towards the front door of the bar. The bartender slid Coburn his beer, and he took a big gulp. In a few minutes, Locke would be dead, and he could relax. Chapter 74. Cowboy tipped his hat to a well-dressed Asian couple pushing a stroller as he exited the elevator on the 4th floor, and they got in. He waited for the doors to close on them, glancing across to his right at the room number guide. Then he turned right and followed the corridor for another 20 yards, counting off the numbers as he walked before hanging another right. A long corridor stretched ahead of him. His boots sank deep into the blue and gold-patterned carpet. Aside from a maid's cleaning cart parked at the far end of the hallway, the place was deserted. Still, the cart meant that he would have to force Locke back inside before he killed him. Once he had him inside, Cowboy would crank up the volume on the TV and take care of business. Coburn had warned him to be careful, that Locke was dangerous,
but Cowboy had dealt with guys like Locke before. Coburn finished his beer, left the bar, and waited across the street from the hotel, sticking close to a group of tourists checking out T-shirts in the next-door gift shop. Once Cowboy had killed Locke and taken care of Ty, he would head upstairs and take care of Cowboy. That only left Chance, and with her in custody he would have ample opportunity to deal with that problem. Coburn picked up a hat from the rack in front of him. Emblazoned across its front were the words Alcatraz, Mental Ward, Outpatient. He turned it over in his hands, then put it back on the rack and waited. Standing in the corridor outside Locke's room, Cowboy finally caught a break. The velvet bag holding that day's newspaper was wedged in between the door and the frame of room 426. Locke must have opened the door, left the bag still swinging on the handle, and gone back into the room. As the door had closed, the bag had jammed in there, preventing the door from clicking shut. Cowboy pushed the door open and snuck in, making sure to close it behind him as quietly as he could. Directly ahead of him was a bedroom. There was also a living area with a couch and a coffee table. Off to one side was a dark wooden door. It was open a few inches, and Cowboy could hear the blast of a shower running. Perfect. He crept towards the bathroom, then stopped. He'd need more than the sound of running water to cover the noise of a gunshot. He walked slowly into the bedroom and picked up the remote control for the TV. He clicked it on and kept the remote in his left hand. As soon as he had Locke in front of him, he'd max the volume. He crossed back to the bathroom door and pushed it open, his gun raised in his hand. The shower curtain was pulled over the bath. He stepped back to the doorway and snuck his left hand back round the door frame, aiming it towards the TV, clicking on the volume up button. He was all set. "Hey, Locke!" he called out. There was no response other than the white noise of water blasting into the bath. "Game's up, Locke!" he announced, a little louder this time. The curtain didn't even move. Cautiously, Cowboy dropped his right foot back and reached out with his left hand towards the shower curtain. He yanked it to one side. The shower was running, but the bath was empty. He whipped round, expecting to see Locke standing behind him, but he was alone in the bathroom. He took a deep breath, tipped his hat back on his head, and swiped the moisture that had gathered on his face from the hot blast of the shower away from his eyes. Then he stepped out of the bathroom. He was sideways onto the door leading into the room when the bullet slammed into his neck with a wet thud. Locke walked over and toe-poked Cowboy's limp corpse. Behind him, Ty looked on. "Wrong room, asshole," Locke said. "I'm staying in 427. "One down," said Ty. Locke nodded. "Coburn can't be far behind." He stared down at Cowboy's body, noting the tiny shamrock tattoo on his right hand. "Let's get him moved." Together they dragged Cowboy into the bathroom, leaving a smear of blood on the carpet, which didn't matter, Locke concluded. Coburn would be expecting blood, and contrary to the white supremacist beliefs, one man's blood looked the same as any other. With Cowboy's body hidden from plain view, Locke handed Ty his room key card. Ty crossed the 5 yards to the other side of the hall to wait while Locke reset the door of room 426 with the newspaper bag. Coburn, who was surely less gullible than the dead man in the bathroom, would assume his buddy had done it. Locke stepped back into the room and took a seat on the couch facing the door. If Coburn bolted, Ty would be waiting from across the corridor, ready to take him down. Locke didn't have long to wait. Less than 5 minutes later, the door was pushed open. "Locke, you okay?" Coburn called out, stepping inside. The concerned ATF agent, thought Locke bitterly. Coburn froze when he saw Locke. Then, looking down at the carpet, he caught sight of the bloody trail leading into the bathroom. "Jesus H., what the hell happened here?" "I could ask you the same," Locke said, taking his time. "Don't you knock first?" Coburn looked behind him. "Sorry, I thought you might be in trouble when I saw the door open." Locke smiled. "Close it." This was the moment of truth.
Coburn could either close the door, step back into the room and try to front it out, or he could make an escape. Either way, Locke thought grimly, he was going to take him down. Carey had called him about 5 minutes after he'd arrived in his room to tell him that Coburn was looking for him. Going on gut feeling, and after what had happened back at the cathedral, she had decided to give Coburn the wrong room number. Coburn leaving him to hang like that had also been preying on Locke's mind. His disquiet prompted him to make a call he'd been avoiding. He called the police department in Medford and tracked down one of the cops who'd taken the cell phone that he'd found outside Halicia's motel from him. With a lot of persuasion, the cop confirmed that it was Halicia's cell phone. He told Locke something else as well. On the night she was abducted outside her motel, the last phone call she'd received was from an agent with the ATFE. It was the same agent who was standing in front of Locke now. Through all the bad decisions, bloodshed, and mayhem, he was the one constant. Coburn was turning towards the door. Locke felt his whole body tense.
"Your buddy with the cowboy hat's in the bathroom."
Coburn stopped.
"What are you talking about?"
He was one hell of an actor. Locke conceded that much. More of an actor than Ken Prager, although Ken wouldn't have stood a chance anyway. Not if Coburn had let slip to Reaper and his daughter that he was an undercover ATF agent.
"Go ahead,"
Locke said.
"Close it."
Coburn looked puzzled.
"Whatever you say."
Locke watched as Coburn grasped the handle. Then, with a sudden jerk, he made his move, throwing the door open and launching himself through it. This has been Deadlock. Written by Sean Black. Narrated by Stephen Cooper. Copyright 2010 by Sean Black. Production copyright 2013 by Sean Black.